one sees her, but she's always near. Her laughter echoes oh so clear. On a haunting spree through midnight streets, her spellbound magic no one beats. So quiet it chills. It's Una the ghost out for her thrills. Storm retreats and all she finds ethereal light in the moonlight shines. A witch, a wisp, a wandering soul, floating through walls, her only goal. With every step she takes a chance. On eerie nights she starts to dance. Oh, Una the ghost, she just won't quit, thieving treasures bit by bit. In the night, her presence looms, beware her silent shadow rooms. No one sees her, but she's always near. Her laughter echoes oh so clear. On a haunting spree through midnight streets, her spellbound magic no one beats. A phantom touch you cannot see. Una's charm is her mystery. Chasing dreams and fleeting light, she disappears into the night. So if you feel a sudden breeze, remember Una's playful tease. Her ghostly antics in the air, leaving boba trails everywhere. Wandering soul, floating through walls, her only goal. With every step she takes a chance. On eerie nights she starts to dance. Oh, Una the ghost, she just won't quit, thieving treasures bit by bit. In the night her presence looms, beware her silent shadow looms. No one sees her, but she's always near. Her laughter echoes oh so clear. On a haunting spree through midnight streets, her spellbound magic no one beats. No one sees her, but she's always near. Her laughter echoes oh so clear. On a haunting spree through midnight streets, her spellbound magic no one beats. So quiet it chills. It's Una the ghost out for her thrills. Storm retreats and all she finds ethereal light in the moonlight shines. A witch, a wisp, a wandering soul, floating through walls, her only goal. With every step she takes a chance. On eerie nights she starts to dance. Oh, Una the ghost, she just won't quit, thieving treasures bit by bit. In the night, her presence looms, beware her silent shadow rooms. No one sees her, but she's always near. Her laughter echoes oh so clear. On a haunting spree through midnight streets, her spellbound magic no one beats. A phantom touch you cannot see. Una's charm is her mystery. Chasing dreams and fleeting light, she disappears into the night. So if you feel a sudden breeze, remember Una's playful tease. Her ghostly antics in the air, leaving boba trails everywhere. A wandering soul, floating through walls, her only goal. With every step she takes a chance. On eerie nights she starts to dance. Oh, Una the ghost, she just won't quit, thieving treasures bit by bit. In the night her presence looms, beware her silent shadow looms. No one sees her, but she's always near. Her laughter echoes oh so clear. On a haunting spree through midnight streets, her spellbound magic no one beats. No one sees her, but she's always near. Her laughter echoes oh so clear. On a haunting spree through midnight streets, her spellbound magic no one beats. the traits and all she finds. Ethereal light in the moonlight shines. A witch, a wisp, a wandering soul, floating through walls, her only goal. With every step she takes a chance. On eerie nights she starts to dance. Oh, one of the ghosts, she just won't quit, thieving treasures bit by bit. In the night her presence looms, beware her silent shadowed rooms. No one sees her but she's always near. Her laughter echoes oh so clear. On a haunting spree through midnight streets, her spellbound magic no one beats. A phantom touch you cannot see, Luna's charm is her mystery. Chasing dreams and fleeting light, she disappears into the night. So if you feel a sudden breeze, remember Una's playful tease. Her ghostly antics in the air, leaving boba trails everywhere. A witch, a wisp, a wandering soul, floating through walls, her only goal. With every step she takes a chance. On eerie nights she starts to dance. Oh, one of the ghosts, she just won't quit, thieving treasures bit by bit. In the night her presence looms, beware her silent shadow looms. No one sees her but she's always near. Her laughter echoes oh so clear. On a haunting spree through midnight streets, her spellbound magic no one beats. No one sees her but she's always near. Her laughter echoes oh so clear. On a haunting spree through midnight streets, her spellbound magic no one beats. Whispers so quiet it chills. It's Una the ghost of four hearts lills. Steamroll the traits and all she finds. Ethereal light in the moonlight shines. A witch, a wisp, a wandering soul, floating through walls, her only goal. With every step she takes a chance. On eerie nights she starts to dance. Oh, one of the ghosts, she just won't quit, thieving treasures bit by bit. In the night her presence looms, beware her silent shadowed rooms. No one sees her but she's always near. Her laughter echoes oh so clear. On a haunting spree through midnight streets, her spellbound magic no one beats. A phantom touch you cannot see, Una's charm is her mystery. Chasing dreams and fleeting light, she disappears into the night. So if you feel a sudden breeze, remember Una's playful tease. Her ghostly antics in the air, leaving boba trails everywhere. A witch, a wisp, a wandering soul, floating through walls, her only goal. With every step she takes a chance. On eerie nights she starts to dance. Oh, one of the ghosts, she just won't quit, thieving treasures bit by bit. In the night her presence looms, beware her silent shadow looms. No one sees her but she's always near. Her laughter echoes oh so clear. On a haunting spree through midnight streets, her spellbound magic no one beats. No one sees her but she's always near. Her laughter echoes oh so clear. On a haunting spree through midnight streets, her spellbound magic no one beats. Whispers so quiet it chills. It's Una the ghost of four hearts lills. Steamroll the traits and all she finds. Ethereal light in the moonlight shines. A witch, a wisp, a wandering soul, floating through walls, her only goal. With every step she takes a chance. On eerie nights she starts starts to dance. Oh, one of the ghosts, she just won't quit, thieving treasures bit by bit. In the night, her presence looms, beware her silent shadow rooms. No one sees her, but she's always near. Her laughter echoes oh so clear. On a haunting spree through midnight streets, her spellbound magic no one beats. A phantom touch you cannot see, Una's charm is her mystery. Chasing dreams and fleeting light, she disappears into the night. So if you feel a sudden breeze, remember Uma's playful tease, her ghostly antics in the air, leaving boba trails everywhere. A witch, a wisp, a wandering soul, floating through walls, her only goal. With every step she takes a chance, on eerie nights she starts to dance. Oh, one of the ghosts, she just won't quit, thieving treasures bit by bit. In the night, her presence looms, beware her silent shadow rooms. No one sees her, but she's always near. Her laughter echoes oh so clear. On a haunting spree through midnight streets, her spellbound magic no one beats. No one sees her, but she's always near. Her laughter echoes oh so clear. On a haunting spree through midnight streets, her spellbound magic no one beats. Whispers so quiet it chills, it's Una the ghost of four hearts lills. Steamroll retreats and all she finds, ethereal light in the moonlight shines. A witch, a wisp, a wandering soul, floating through walls, her only goal. With every step she takes a chance, on eerie nights she starts to dance. Oh, one of the ghosts, she just won't quit, thieving treasures bit by bit. In the night, her presence looms, beware her silent shadow rooms. No one sees her, but she's always near. Her laughter echoes oh so clear. On a haunting spree through midnight streets, her spellbound magic no one beats. A phantom touch you cannot see, Una's charm is her mystery. Chasing dreams and fleeting light, she disappears into the night. So if you feel a sudden breeze, remember Uma's playful tease, her ghostly antics in the
Hi everyone! Today, me and Othaya are going to be doing, I guess horror monster villain? Question mark tier list. I voted for Smash or Pass because no, I ain't smashing these creepos. So it's more just like how terrifying they are, but I may make notes of their smashability. It may bump them up points. Or not.
We could add 2 rows smash points.
It's fine. Happy Halloween, everyone, or Samhain, depending on your belief. And you're starting a little late, but we're having fun. We're having fun setting things up. I'm just taking too long to eat my lunch. I got some bibimbap, but for some reason I just can't eat. So I'm like, we will withhold no further. I'll just snack on the go. At this point, you know. Oh shoot! I need to fix that. It's being weird.
So I have sort of an order here, although it gets kind of wacky with the list we currently have.
Okay. Yeah, we pulled from a wide variety, so it's kind of.
Some might not even be strictly horror, quote unquote. It might be like horror.
Yeah.
That just is scary, something like that. But yeah, so how this will go is it's kind of like trying to put like things together, similar like power bases, but maybe like as we get further along that like category, they get a little more powerful and wacky until we just change category. Like for example, we start with like a lot of the killers here, but then we go into more like supernatural killers, into ghosts, into spirits, demons, mythical beings, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, when I've seen other people do tier lists, it depends on what they're voting on, right? Smashability is a whole different thing. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean,
But like sometimes like
what order we do these in, but it was just to help organize
But,
things, I guess.
but some things like if you're doing like just like a normal like there's I was thinking there's more just like killers I can put on for movies I watch, but like there's normal human man that's weird. So how creepy is that versus like the freaking Terminator or like Silent Hill? It's like he's a man.
It's not really versus. I don't know if we're like versus them, and we could. I'm
True.
comparing that.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking outright versus, but still,
Yeah.
like on a tier list, it's somewhat ranking though, still, right? So like,
Well, it's ranking how like they made it, how successful they were at being in the horror genre. I would say, at least for us.
okay. And there's a few of these, like we obviously have a specific version, but there's a few of these I think you can decide which version you want exactly, like Frankenstein.
His list might be different than my list at the end of this.
Ah.
You may put something
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
ass clenching, while I might put one instead in creeping chills. Or
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I wasn't sure if we had to come to a consensus, but we can do our own. Okay.
you can try to convince me that you're correct, or vice versa.
Alright.
But yeah.
I'd switch these since this is in front of me. That's better.
Let me know when you're just ready to go. Because we'll start off with the first picture. Because it seems appropriate. Start it off with. Because
Okay,
here's Johnny.
Here's Janet. It's well, actually no, he does have a weird spirit because it's the Overlook Hotel. But I was gonna say, like, compared to like certain things, am I more on this list? Am I more likely to be able to take him down? Yes. However, like when you watch especially the first time, The Shining in its own context, it's like if you're that wife hiding in the freaking bathroom, it's pretty intense, I think.
For her,
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Especially
So like I feel like he's ass clenching, but
murder people. Because I mean, there is some supernaturalness to the story, but it's kind of unclear and ambiguous within it. It also speaks maybe just to pure madness, like being driven mad. Although there is hints at more, but I feel like we don't quite get it. Now they have expanded on it with sequels and stuff later on.
yeah. And I feel I kind of like the sequels to varying degrees.
Well, here, real quick.
I almost think it was better with just mystery.
Our rankings are spine shivering at the utmost terrifying, ass clenching, bone harrowing, creeping chills, a dreadful menace, and a freakish failure.
We didn't, since it's not an outright versus, we didn't really need to separate them into too many categories. We were just doing it how like they make us personally feel, really, for fun.
And I may consider powers also as something that is scary too, because like someone having an ability to do something to you is kind of terrifying depending on the ability.
So I was feeling, again, if you're in that situation as the wife, I feel like if your husband randomly wanted to kill you and your child, then you're stuck out there. I feel like that's pretty terrifying. And the first time you watch it, you're like, oof, how are you gonna get out of this? But I'm also just thinking another rewatches where she can really stab him, and comparatively to other things, I think I put him like ass clenching, not on the top ass clenching, but I'm trying to think with other things involved. Maybe just bone harrowing or creepy. I'll decide. I'll put him in bone harrowing, but he can be moved up or down depending on how I'm feeling. I'm just thinking like when I initially watched the movie when I was younger, not knowing if she can get away or not, like, is actually pretty scary.
Yeah, I feel like, I agree. Like, on a second watch, it moves down to creeping chills, or even, like, multiple.
Yeah.
But that first watch was definitely a bone harrowing moment. I wasn't really.
Also because she's just a lady who's very unprepared. That's like not like she's gonna bust out kung fu.
She's like, what the fuck is happening? She's not like,
Yeah, and there is a certain amount of the Overlook Hotel that could mess with her, too. That's what I also, it's like a little weird. But yeah, I might move him down to Creeping Chills. I'll decide.
yeah, we can move them around as we think about it as we move forward with them. I think the next one is an interesting comparison to him because they're both just crazy murder people. Basically.
Yeah.
And it's Sweeney Todd. Look at that man. Johnny Depp version here.
Yeah, I think I'm covering him. Shoot.
The movie version.
But yeah, I like Sweeney Todd a lot. I think I preferred the play. I've seen so many versions. I've seen like a movie, another movie. Yeah, I've seen there's maybe it's more original to the book. A movie version based off that. It's a little different from the musical play. So I've seen lots of versions, but we're going more off the musical play version, I believe.
Like a really scary story, but for me,
No, I wouldn't put him in Freakish Failure. Would I put him in Freakish Failure or just Dreadful Menace? Yeah.
I think is because I mostly just pity him. Because doesn't he like think his wife is dead, but she's not. And
Yeah.
the high lady's just manipulating him overall.
Also, he's scary, but he really has to do a lot to lure you. He's not really out here just chopping everyone he wants.
Choose certain people to kill. Like he usually kills more vain.
Yeah. At first, he was choosing some people he didn't like, and also who was opportunistic to get into his barber chair. As he becomes more numb to it, he gets more people who are just in his chair, although it often shows him still not picking certain family people intentionally. Because deep down, he still feels bad in this version. So, yeah.
Man, so
Yeah. In this version, it is kind of just sad.
that's scary. I don't usually pity something that absolutely horrifies me. I can, but it has to be very specific.
Well, again, back to my point where like he's not out here just getting anyone really. You'd have to be a dude even in his chair to even attempt to get murdered by him generally in this version. So it's like I'm not overly frightened.
The Ripper.
No.
Yeah, I feel
So-
like not knocking the story or the overall like concept of the character here. That we're not knocking that. I love Sweeney Todd, but
Yeah, there's a reason I've watched like the play version multiple times. I used to have it on a playlist. I love Sweeney Todd. It's just he's not terrifying in the same way as some of these other things.
now this is gonna probably be an unpopular one. Are you ready to move on, or do you have anything else?
Yeah, we were fine. Yeah.
Okay. The cannibalism part, actually, I wanted to mention with him is actually the more terrifying piece of the whole bunch, which isn't really him doing it.
True.
Out of much.
He eventually becomes complacent in it, and because he's so sad and twisted, he finds it kind of funny. Like, oh, look, this happens in life. But if he wasn't prompted by her, Mrs. Lovitz, he would not have done it. So,
Would not have happened that way.
and she's the main person running the freaking grinding up of people.
I should have included
So-
the list separately because I would say she's actually creeping chills. Like,
Probably, because she was way easier to jump to lying, murdering for what she wants, even though she puts on a nice face, eating people. Yeah.
doing whatever's necessary to get ahead.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, now my opinion here. I'm gonna let you go first on this one, but I am not. Yeah, I'm gonna have an unpopular opinion. I think.
Scream. Yeah, Ghostface. We rewatched this recently. And I think I need to rewatch it again. I think I was like kind of like I watched like the first half and the second half I was like distracted, but it's hard because I'm trying to remember how I first watched it. When I first watched it, I think I was way more scared of this, and I'm trying to think even now, putting myself in the scenario, it is definitely creepy because I don't know who it is and how it pops out. And if a masked man, like picture think of the original one, if he like is calling you and harassing you and pops out and you don't know how to get away, that is pretty freaky. But
I thought it was too corny. It was too dumb. Like, it was just too many dumb scenarios that were occurring.
I think the ending makes it a little more corny, and I don't think all the oh my god, I'm messing that word up. Films keep it as interesting as the original. Unfortunately, it's one of those franchises I think that's milked too long, far too long.
Just basing this off the initial film.
The initial film.
Was actually trash. I honestly do not like it at all. I love the concept of Ghostface in DVD more than the actual Ghostface. Like, I feel like he's more interesting in DVD because he's kind of got like these supernatural things going on. But
I'm trying to remember all of his kills in that first movie.
he's just a dipshit. That gets
Which is
away-
partially what makes it funny in a very 90s way, but
That's why he's not scary. He, in my opinion, is a freak.
there's actually two of them. There's only two of them,
Yeah,
and they both end up dead.
But exactly.
It's two dudes.
The freakish failures that end up dead.
I feel like if it...
Unpopular opinion,
I'm trying to remember. I think I'm getting kills. The problem is I think I'm getting kills mixed up between movies because I'm trying to remember the ending like the middle section. I'm remembering the opening very clearly because it's so iconic with Drew Barrymore, and I'm remembering the ending. But like I'm trying to remember everything in between and how like scary or goofy that is. I feel like the opening is very strong with Drew Barrymore, but the
I
rest.
feel that was weak too, to be honest. I don't know, the phone call. To me,
It got me when I was
it is
a
so
little
ridiculously
ghosty.
stupid. I would have been like, "Oh, shut the fuck up," and then I would
I
have.
feel like I'm more scared of him than Sweeney Todd, though. And if I'm putting Sweeney Todd in Dreadful, he kind of has to go to Creeping Chills. I don't know.
No, I
For me.
It's worse because he just has no feeling at all. Like I feel like I can,
You just hate
I
it.
I feel Sweeney Todd was a menace. I feel like this guy is just a freak who failed.
Well, I mean, he did menace the town pretty effectively. He got lots of kills. People were scared, and then he spawns a whole copycat.
Ultimately failed.
I'm gonna leave him Creepy Chills, but I will consider your argument. We'll see. We'll see as we go.
I mean,
I was gonna say he gets.
more with like the phone call and stuff, but like I feel the phone calls.
Yeah.
We'll get into this later. So I'll say something like Ring. The phone calls in that were a little more successful, and even then, I think they were kind of lame.
Again, like getting you to tap into the energy where you're just like a girl alone, not expecting anything.
I mean, I'm anyone alone, not expecting something. Could be stabbed.
But I don't remember they killed her boyfriend in the beginning and like showed it to her. So like, if you were not prepared for that, that'd be pretty crazy.
But they stabbed her boyfriend to death. I mean, you think she'd be a little prepared for it.
No, they end up showing her while on the phone. Remember, and he's tied up. She wasn't even expecting him. That's what I'm saying. That opening kill is so strong compared to the rest of the movie. That's the thing.
But that means they front loaded it so hard that the rest of the movie fell off of like a fucking plateau. Like
There's yeah, you get a hate for that because there's so many freaking Scream Ghostface shrimps now.
only like to watch them as a joke, like for fun.
I would say we rewatched it, although again I was distracted, so I didn't give it the fairest shake. But rewatched also What You Did Last Summer, and I'd say the Scream franchise holds up better, but it's still not like my favorite.
I'll let you talk about the next one. 'Cause
I also really quick, he gets smashable points because I know so many people are shrimpies for him, and then like there's so many Ghostface memes of him being hot, but then also like making girl Ghostface with fishnets. It's freaking hilarious.
It's funny, but like I don't know, like why did these two things mesh? You're like, sexy
Well, to interview a sexy Ghostface lover. Why is this your kink? What is up with you? I was gonna say technically Sweetie Todd gets smashable points for people.
second the fuck. Yeah, I mean that's where I'm at with it.
Alright, we'll move on to Pearl.
Catch the Pokemon that said the unidentified ghost escaped.
No! Oh, I don't have that in my chat, damn. I should get it sometime. Although, oh, that's the other thing I forgot. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I was supposed to get a little crane game for everybody, especially if I was gonna do Oracle cards. Maybe I'll do it later. Or tomorrow. Anyway. Yeah, let's go. So Pearl...
Yeah, so Pearl, I'll bring up the big picture on my stream so you guys can see.
I realize I am covering this for you guys a little bit.
It's fun. You can move them into like a slot, like in creeping chills, just so they see it maybe a little clearer, and then you can move it around.
Oh, can you? It just snaps to the beginning for me.
Yeah. Well, you just drag it into creeping chills and
Oh, okay, it's true.
or you just take
I just hold it. Yeah. But, I don't know if I feel like most people have seen this movie. We were supposed to watch Maxine, the third and potential final film in this franchise, the other day, but we did not get to it, unfortunately.
That's what it surprised me, is that it's a franchise at all. To be honest.
True. I mean, I felt like they were fun watches. Are they perfect? No, but they are fun watches. I do like their take. It's like another take on a different killer, so I do appreciate it. And I'm not saying she's not scary at all, because if you're out on her farm and you didn't know she was coming, scary. But ultimately, I'm gonna put her in freakish failure. Okay, I can explain a little bit more. The first movie I want to say is called X, and it's like 1970s. They want to film a porno, some corn, and they're finding an out-of-the-way place that's cheap to do so. And it happens to be this old couple's farm. Two creepy old people, and the old lady is always trying to like kiss on people, and then eventually I think tries to murder them, and the husband's mad. You think, is the husband gonna do anything? But no, he's actually just mad that she's kissing on him and will just defend her and help cover up her killings. So she like gets somebody in the barn with like a pitchfork. I think they shoot somebody. I'm trying to remember all the killings. I don't quite remember, but it's partially because they don't know they're coming, essentially. No, that's the first one. That's X. They're old. Number 2 is the prequel where it's Pearl, and that's how you can see her with her little cute farm clothes in a axe. And that one's almost more of a drama, and then a horror you know is coming because you know she's a killer.
Justified in the killing too at one point.
In some ways, yes, and in other ways, like, she's still kind of nutter butters. I'm trying to remember all the kills in that too.
But I feel like that one they try to make it like seem like the murdering she did initially was like justified, and then she just got out of it.
I feel like maybe one of them was kind of self-defense, or because somebody wasn't leaving the house and it's kind of an accident. But then from there, it snowballs. Like, I think it's the mom. It snowballs into like not wanting to keeping the injured dad alive anymore because she knows she's not going to take care of him. The guy who comes over and sees, so she like gets him and is not going to be with her anymore. I think decides he doesn't want her, even though like he said he liked her and was going to take her places. And ended up sleeping with her. So she ends up like, I forget exactly what she does. Shoot him, and then like he's paralyzed and she feeds him to a crocodile. And then when her friend comes over and kind of finds out, and she's jealous because she didn't win the dancing competition, because that's the thing about Pearl. She really, really wants to leave this farm, especially when her original fiance that she was married off to doesn't come back or whatever, or at least she thinks he's not coming back. She really wants to go to Hollywood or something. It's more like is it the original World War? I can't remember, but she wants to go meet a performer. So like when her friend finds out, she axes her, doesn't let her leave.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
And Maxine is going to be like in the 80s, and it's going to be another Hollywood actress, but I don't know how it's going to interconnect exactly. We didn't watch it. But so, do I like the movies? Yes. And is she creepy? That's why I also kind of want to put her up because she's a newer villain, and I actually like because she's fresh. It's a fresh idea. It's not a rehash crap, you know. But yeah, but is she herself really? I mean, that's just like Sweeney Todd. She could get you, but in a lot of ways, she's goofy, and she has. True. I'm debating myself. Because she could get you, especially if you're unaware, kind of like Sweeney Todd. But you have to be very unaware. And to be honest, I feel if she was that murder happy, would she really gotten away with it for that long? Maybe because it's like the 40s and no one's really come out to her farm. Who knows? I guess I could see her getting with a few kills because she's out in the boonies and she feeds people to a crocodile, so maybe no one else finds out.
It still doesn't make a lot of sense though, because like, I mean, she betrayed like her friend so easily.
Mm-hmm.
Like kill her just because she had.
She did.
Really weird and scary.
But it's because I think she semi found out about something, and she was really jealous of her at that point because she had lost the contest. And she'd already at that point whacked a few people. She's like, you know what? Bitch gonna die.
One friend. I don't know.
Yeah.
It makes it
Oh, I think
face.
the friend too, if I correct, you might not be able to correct me. Say correct me if I'm wrong, but you might not remember. Was she like a blonde? I think she was more what she wanted to be as well. So it's like just
Image-wise, her friend
yeah. So maybe I should put her in Dreadful Menace, not Freakish Failure. I'll think about it.
I'm putting her Dreadful Menace more for the first film because you don't know what's quite going on because you don't.
True. Maybe I'll bump her. For now.
The husband.
Yes.
The husband be the focal point of concern many times. Like, is he gonna?
Mm-hmm.
And then
Or you don't quite know the reason why or how, and she's kind of pretty freaky.
there, and they play a slow game with it rather than Ghostface front loaded it. Premature, you could say.
So yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna put
But
it
yeah.
in Dreadful Menace.
I did too. I bumped her. Because Freakish Failure might be like
Surprised that you.
really reserved for like.
I don't know. There might be some surprises in here that I might put in there for you
Yeah.
in terms of freakish failures. But yeah, so we'll move on to the next one, which is the Huntress.
Yeah. I at least got one DVD person in here. I'm trying to think of somebody who's iconic to DVD and also kind of unique, at least in some way. So I just picked Huntress.
Isn't like a Jason like copycat or something.
Mm-hmm.
The main front character is clearly like a Jason copycat.
And she's like a little bit unique and funny in a way.
Because isn't she the one that can she just like listen to them, or what's her main like ability? Like
I'm trying to remember all her abilities myself because I haven't like played like a month or so. I should double checked. Yeah. So I want to say, does she have a big hatchet she always carries to whack you if you get close to her? But one of her main things is she throws hatchets very well. Yeah. And you can get upgrades to her hatchets to have like mushroom poison, things that thin their blood so they bleed a lot, crippling them, putting them like more to sleep so they have to hobble more. So like she can put a lot, basically as a survivalist, she can put a lot of stuff and knows how to shoot animals and everything. She can put a lot of stuff on her blades to make it quite worse. Like I think there's one that impairs your vision a bit or something, if I'm trying to remember right, all her perks. They're poison on her hatchets and stuff. So, and then, yeah, she always wears the mask. One of her things, I think she does have some trackability, and like, especially to her main hut, because she has like animal instincts and also tracking abilities. Because her yeah, I can look it up really quick. There's a lore. Her lore is that I believe again, was it World War One? I'm trying to remember, but she's like a Soviet, like a Russian background story technically. I forget why exactly, but her and her mom ended up alone and having to live in the woods. So she's very survivalist based. She had to do a lot herself with her mom in the cold Russian woods. And she also strayed away from any of the military on either side, really, who might come to looking for people or get in their way or just kill people. It's like one of her main animation backstories is that I think she was kind of menacing the area, and then they annoyed her. I forget exactly why, and so she started hunting them off one by one, like the military trained people. And she was very good at it. I'm trying to remember all the details about that. So basically, she made some military people think she's a freaking like ghost in the woods and went crazy as she came for them. So that level of skill and terror. And one of the creepy things about her, one of the creepy things about her is she always hums. That's like her iconic thing. She
Oh, that's what it was. That's what it was.
I'm trying to remember exactly what the song is called, but I really like the song. I listen to it in English and Russian. There's some people on YouTube who have it. But it's like a lullaby. She's always singing. I believe that can it can kind of alert you when she's getting close, depending on what perk, although sometimes it can throw you off. But it also gives you some dread and such, I believe. I'm trying to remember actually how all her mechanics work. And also, yes, she's a big, thick lady. She ain't small. But what also makes her...
As a survivor, that makes her that much more terrifying, because it's just like this creepy, like...
Yeah. She's pretty awesome. She's like one of the first ones I wanted to play that they give you. And one of the things that might be hard initially looking at her without looking into more of her lore is that makes her creepy is she wants to be a mother too. So she has on occasion taken a child into her den and given them dolls.
Don't make it out very good.
I think sometimes she tries to keep them alive, but for some reason she's not always attentive. I'd have to look into her lore again, and I don't know if I even read her full story yet. But yeah, I think sometimes she can keep them alive, and sometimes she can't, or they might even try to run away, but they're far into the woods. But that's a creepy part about Anna. That might give her creep factor up a little bit too.
Child stealer? Yeah, that's pretty terrifying.
I was wondering if she's also always singing, like, one, she likes to, it soothes her, she likes creeping out people, but then she's also thinks she's kind of singing to her child with her lullaby.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate.
Yeah, hydrate. So, I can maybe look up some more facts, but how are you feeling about Anna the Huntress so far?
Creeping chills, probably.
Yeah, I feel at least creeping chills too. Especially if you're in her terror radius.
I hope you're doing well and happy Halloween, Isa. Thank you for stopping by. We're doing a tier list of horror monsters and villains. We were just talking about the Huntress from DVD. But yeah,
I feel like even
chills.
I feel like even more than Ghostface, she probably really does deserve to be there, because if she had the will to go after you and truly had some cover, she can definitely like hunt you down and try to freak you out for sure. Like, she's supposed to have that skill set.
An axe in your back from a distance.
Yeah, with like I said, I often play her with the poison perk, so it's like it'll cripple them and slow their blood. And so it's like, ooh, that's pretty terrifying. Mm.
Like, it's not
Yeah.
a great position. I can't handle playing scary games yourself. I see. Yeah, a lot of people can. It's pretty common. They can be.
I usually can, although I would admit to occasionally being like feeling sus about it, like maybe I should play this when I'm feeling bad here. But generally, I can play them. Depends on the game, because sometimes I just get into the mechanic or the story of it.
Especially if they play the mystery in the story well enough. I think that's the big
Yeah. True.
is if they get that mystery in there. I will mention that on my YouTube we have the first episode up of the playthrough of Silent Hill 2.
Yeah.
And Una is also, I'll put the link there to my channel.
EM commentary.
It's also commentating as I struggle in Silent Hill 2. I played the original game a long time ago. I don't really remember it very clearly. I just know I liked it a lot.
Hmm.
But the remake has been incredible.
Yeah. It was my first time through.
Creepy people. The next one is Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
I will admit, I have not watched this original movie much. I've seen more of the remakes, and I know about it because people talk about it so often, but I'm trying to remember how much of the first movie, original, I truly watched. So, it's a little bit of caveat to this one, for me.
Yeah.
Although,
I mean, I've watched all of it extensively.
wow, this was your jam.
No, it wasn't. It was not, actually. It was my first.
I see.
The more I watch them, the more and more I dislike any of it, and all of it made like I give a lot of leeway, especially there's a lot of paranormal horror characters.
Mm-hmm.
This guy, I despise. I think he's a shit villain.
I mean, it's one of the ones, even though I don't like, I don't memorize every part I've watched. It creeps me out. Like, it gives me the ick, and I know this kind of stuff could actually be real. For some reason, it gives me such an ick when I think of him and his family, right?
Doesn't need to be
But like,
a repulsion. How about that?
a repulsion, yes, a squeak out, whatever you want to call it.
Well, I usually
I'm like,
people are repulsed by murderous cannibals.
and the hillbilliness and the family and the aspect of like, particularly back in the day, could this actually happen to you? Potentially. I feel.
Really rural. I don't know. This could not happen to you. This is so specifically insane.
Oh, okay.
Leatherface is the killer, and he's like down there in like a weird place because they treat him odd because he's a big weird man, and he's like stitching people's faces in their skin to wear as a mask to cover his.
Yeah.
But the thing that I have a problem with it is they do give him like weird supernatural abilities at times that don't make sense, even though he's just a dude. Like the amount of damage he takes makes no sense. At
No
times.
sense. Okay, yeah.
And
that-
I can excuse it for certain characters like Jason, where there is something kind of weird going on there.
Mm-hmm.
But this is just supposed to be a big weird dude that works at a meat plant. Like,
Yeah, I see what you mean. They're big and weird and maybe not normal, so could they take extra damage than you would think? Sure, but should they be able to take all the damage they take without gimping at all, like without a limp? Probably not. And it's one of those characters. I see what you mean. And they made a new version of this. Remember we watched? And I totally get what you mean. We're like, how is he taking that much damage without any limp? It was weird.
one I really hated. It was even more egregious than older ones.
It really was. That ending, though.
How did this family of cannibals not be caught at this point? Because they have killed numerous cops and all sorts of stuff. Like it doesn't make sense that they can still exist in the way they do, in my opinion.
Yeah. He's the main killer.
Zombies, I'm okay, but too many jump scares can't deal with. E.T. scared me so much when he popped out the closet, gave me nightmares for days. Oh no, not
E.T.? Wait, do you mean actual E.T. phone home?
E.T. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not
Precious little bean.
From like a
It's like Is he?
He's kind of weird.
He's just a derpy
So
little
now
bro.
He isn't just a derpy alien. He's actually nice, but I understand.
Yeah, no.
off-putting.
I like derpy things too much, so I guess he just fits derpy for me. So yeah, I was gonna ask really quick. Leatherface, he's the main. Oh really? He's the main killer, right? But he has a weird family, right?
But the family is more just even more so than him, normal people, which makes their weird evasion of the law. That also the fact that they're evading the law makes no sense because they're on the same farm.
Yeah, they cover up his stuff, right? But they don't really help. I don't quite remember.
Not really, and again, they kill like tons of cops and stuff. They have cars.
Okay.
Like,
I want it because in a weird.
hard to believe.
Yeah, in a weird way, because I don't like him, and because of all that, I want to put him in Freakish Failures. But because something about this movie, every time I think of it, I'm like, ooh, makes me think he has to go a little higher for me personally. At least Creeping Chills or Dreadful Menace.
Higher than. But yeah, for me, it's like a complete like, oh, this moron again.
Yeah. Also being stuck out there with
Chainsaw
him.
part doesn't even scare me that much. I mean, a chainsaw itself is like, oh god, that could be a deadly weapon. That could be horrifying to have used on me. But when the chainsaw, the weapon itself is more scary than the man wielding it. That, to me, is where he failed.
Was creepy like capture and like bigness and like leather face taken. And like I don't know, again, like you said, they're not overly hillbillies, but like something about that whenever I hear it, just it's for me. Just
There's another face taker that is far scarier and more successful than this guy. Like to me, this is a weak sauce version of it. You'll see when we get there.
I'll put him in Creeping Chills and I'll think about it.
Leatherface weak sauce.
But then I'm not as scared of him as.
This one is one I'm gonna have to explain.
I'll think. Yeah,
You can think
I'll
about
just put him
it.
there.
The next one we have is a specific character from the game Outlast called Chris Walker, or nicknamed Little Pig, because that's what he calls you in the game.
Oh no!
He is absolutely horrifying, dude, and like the picture might not give it off correctly, but you can see how broad his shoulders are, right? This dude's like,
Yeah.
pushing 7 feet tall, maybe even taller. Like he's massive, and he's like he's in an asylum. So the whole thing in Outlast is you're a journalist going into an asylum to see what's actually going on there, because you don't think whatever's being reported is the truth by the company that owns the asylum. So you sneak in one night and realize shit has completely hit the fan.
I regret my decision.
Exactly. You really do, because you have no way of fighting. You just have a camera and you're just documenting pretty much the entire experience as you try to flee this.
I may have watched some of this gameplay, but I'm not an expert at it by any means.
Game. If you can actually deal with horror, I would say it's great. Although this one is hard for a lot of people to actually get through, because it is terrifying in multiple.
It's terrifying and has quite a bit of freaky stuff in it, right? If I'm remembering correctly.
Body gore, like body.
Yeah.
And crazy shit going on. Like as you can see here.
That's pretty
I have
freaky.
blown a picture on my stream. His nose is gone, and so are his lips, and that's from self-mutilation due to anxiety. Yeah.
Jeez.
Intense dude, and he chases you around throughout the entirety of the game, and you can't do anything. You just have to avoid him anytime he appears. He's quite
That's-
a terrifying figure. Go ahead.
So that's pretty freaky, but you do just juke him with a camera, so
Maybe after several.
that's just game
deaths,
mechanic.
and respawn.
True. He might get you a few times. I don't remember again. I don't know if I finished
Sometimes he's
watching
chasing
this.
you during like puzzle sections, like you need to solve a puzzle while simultaneously.
Where you gonna put him? Because I'm trying to put him somewhere, but at the same time, since I've only know him so much.
Was such a terror, and again, I feel like games have the potential of being even scarier than movies, at least for
True.
character. I'm gonna put him in bone harrowing actually because he could get you when you're least expecting it, and it was just the fucking worst. I could go for creeping chills. He's kind of like floating between the two for me though. I wouldn't say he's like the scariest thing in the world, so I'm trying to decide if I want him there. But he was honestly one of the more terrifying antagonists in that game.
I think I might put him in Creeping Chills, but again, I didn't fully play it myself, so I just remember I remember body gore and shit from it though. So I was like, I remember being like, ooh, yeah. So I'm gonna put him in Creeping Chills because it sounds like it would freak me out.
Trigger being the more scary one. I did include that Dr. Trigger at one point straps you in a wheelchair and proceeds to mutilate your hand and remove a finger
Ugh.
and stuff like that. And then you have to avoid him after that. He's a pretty terrifying section too, but I feel like he's not as scary as Chris Walker and how Chris manages to track you throughout the entirety of the game. And you're probably not gonna play it. And finally defeated when you meet the actual final entity of the entire game, because the entity it takes that level.
Yay. He died.
And it's just because he's so big compared to your character too is what makes him like that much more terrible. It's like a Hulk chasing you.
Yeah, it's like a Hulk and you have no weapon. That's what I would say, the last few have, is their bulk is a factor.
His madness too.
Mm-hmm.
It's bulk plus his mental state that combines into just freaking you out. There's quite a few creepy
Yeah.
characters in Outlast actually that could be on this list that maybe next year's list will include.
Ooh.
This next one I think you'll be more familiar with, at least, even if you didn't play it. But it's Jack from Resident Evil 7. Welcome to the family, son. Smack.
I am not.
Say is not recalling it. Watch this. Maybe I should buy this for you because it's only $8 right now. On Steam, $8. Let's get Resident Evil 7. It's a steal if you want a good game. But this is the game where you're playing as Ethan.
Oh.
Before him
I don't
being
remember him
Dimitrescu.
then. Okay.
Well, no, because you might be mixing
I didn't get to.
games. That's
Okay, yeah, I didn't get to play all of the Resident Evils at all. So tell me about them.
Yeah, I figured. So Jack is actually a pitiable story, but he still horrifies me, and I hate him. He's actually just a normal guy. He's just a guy that lives in New Orleans with his family. That they all of a sudden saw a massive cruise liner ship roll up onto their shore because of a hurricane or something. Near their home in a swamp, and they actually rescued
Swamp.
a child.
Oh, that's nice.
Actually, that child was actually a bioweapon.
Oh no.
And
Darn it.
entire-
Another bioweapon.
infected the entire family, and the family now is all sorts of fucked up in the head. It's a kind of fungal infection, but how it works is you can't die, and they kidnap you. So you are Ethan. You get a random weird letter from your wife who's been missing for 3 years. That she's in this house in New Orleans. So you go there and you start exploring the house, and you find that it's kind of fucked up and weird. You find her, and she's also infected with whatever the hell is going on here. And it all just escalates and escalates until eventually you're captured by the family as a whole by Jack. And that's where the famous line, "Welcome to the family, son," comes from. It's because he he jump scares you basically, and then just smacks you, knocking you out, and you wake up and you're tied down at the family dinner table, and they're all eating
Oh.
trying to escape is the entire game, and the majority of the game, Jack is following you, and you can't kill him. You can kill him like temporarily. It like knocks him out, even if like you should put a bunch of bullets in his brain, but doesn't stick, unfortunately. And he keeps
Damn.
chasing you, so he is terrifying, and he becomes more and more mentally insane the more and more the game progresses. He's a very good villain, and because he can't die, it makes him actually, in my opinion, in the ass clenching category. Every time I think of dealing with Jack, I'm just like, no, please.
Does he ever
no.
turn into like a monster, or is he just weird?
Oh yeah, he's not normal anymore. He's not normal.
Okay.
Not normal.
I know some about this plot, but I.
He's humanoid for the majority of the game. There is eventually one section where not so much. But
Yeah, from what I know of the.
spoil that.
Yeah, from what I know of the game, because I have seen some of that gameplay, but I don't think I've seen as much as prior or the sequel, like with Dimitrescu, as this for this one. So it's not completely spoiled for me. I'll put him in bone heroin just from what I know.
That's
And that does sound pretty freaky. Your description was pretty freaky. Like, I'd probably be scared popping on the
Yeah,
screen.
no, I would say they did him very well. The voice actor for him, his full name is Jack Baker. Astounding work. They did really good work. The voice actor, like, just horrible, just horrible to have that man around me. If I just met the voice actor and he did a few lines, I'd probably be like, oh.
Oh no.
So that could be just
Yeah.
playing it as well. But yeah, I would put him up there. And now the next one is one you have intimate experience with, and it is the janitor from Little Nightmares.
Oh yeah, so I like that Seven Little Nightmares. I'm trying to. Oh, that freaking butthead.
The butthead. I really love his design. I think it's really cool and interesting how they.
Yeah, they did a great job.
And it's just freaky. I just do not like him at all. The lengths.
Yeah, they're all kind of off-putting and weird.
The lengths he'll go to track you down. I like that he's blind too. It adds like a weird element to him,
Mm-hmm.
keeping him blind.
Yeah, because he mostly sniffs or listens for you, right? Yeah.
Yep. Except he still has to do a lot of work apparently.
Yeah, he's helping with that meat packing. Oh no.
Well, which is weird because he's the janitor, right? Like, what a weird descriptor, the janitor. What
Yeah,
is
they
he
showed
doing?
him they showed him cleaning up some stuff, but then also, yeah, putting stuff on the line for the meat. So yeah,
He's
for
cleaning
the
up
chefs route, right?
food.
Chefs.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, when you play Little Nightmares and you have to get past all this crap and you're like an inch tall, they're all so creepy. And him with the stupid long arms.
I know, and I think the creepiest part for me with him was when he reached through like the vents.
Mm-hmm.
Your character, I think that was like one of the worst parts ever because it's like, oh god, his arms are here. Because imagine doing that in real life as the long arm person, like you're just putting your arms in these random holes. That's how confident you are.
Also, you had to beat him in the elevator, smash him.
True, but that felt
You did have to pass a lot of chefs and a lot of random people, but I feel like him and the final boss are like the most bossy. You had a lot of contact with them.
Well, I like the chefs a lot. I think the chefs are terrifying too. Not nearly as much as the janitor. I think the janitor just has like a unique feel.
Yeah, they give you a lot of puzzles. I mean, they all have puzzles, but they give you a lot of puzzles, I think, specifically with him in there. So, try to think where I want to place him. Because, again, in that game, it's pretty freaky.
For me, he
But I feel like also,
chills slot,
I think so too. I was also able to focus on the gameplay and be like, especially sometimes on stream, I'm like, just get past him. I feel like if I was a younger ghosty, it'd probably freak me out even more. I feel like Creeping Chills is good for him. It's respectable. Especially for your first playthrough, you're not sure, you know, the power you will become. Yeah.
The next one is one I'm almost guaranteed you either haven't seen or haven't played, but you may have. It's from a game called Evil Within, and his name is The Keeper.
It rings a bell, but then when I see the picture, I'm not sure. So describe it. Yeah, I may not have.
So, The Evil Within is a unique kind of game where it's actually like it's like a very weird psychosis. And like mental game where this character is like, it has like a vault for a head wrapped in barbed wire.
Yeah, I see that. I'm like, what's going on?
Chases you down, and you're a detective named Sebastian who's trying to solve these murders that occurred. And
Sounds like
all
my
of a
kind of
sudden,
game.
the world just go yeah, the whole world goes topsy-turvy, and like everything stops
Oh.
making sense.
Oh no.
And then this guy is chasing you through a large portion.
With his hammer.
Yeah, and he like smashes it on his head, making this like real disturbing grating noise. Yeah, it's pretty messed up. And then if the safe opens, it's not necessarily good either.
Oh no.
Yeah, so it's
That-
a pretty interesting character overall. I knew this one would be hard to explain because it's kind of complicated. Because of the nature of the horror being so mentally focused.
It intrigues me though. But yeah, since I haven't been spooked by him.
I really think
Yeah. Maybe it's a game I wishlisted and saw again some of the gameplay but never got to play myself, so. I might put him in Creeping Chills just because I don't know, but I feel like if I played, I would move him up.
I mean, if you look at him, he's like wearing kind of like he's like clad in what looks like a butcher
Yeah, I was gonna say a meat.
as well.
Yeah, butcher, an apron, and the hammer. There's something like if I played, I'd almost certainly move him up. Maybe I could still put him in bone harrowing, but
And his weapon is like a giant, weird, barbed wire tenderizer hammer, like a tenderizer hammer.
yeah.
It's fucking crazy. His design and stuff is pretty good. And although
Maybe I will move up to bone harrowing just on looks.
despite that, I would say he's actually one of the more mundane looking enemies in the game. 'Cause a lot of the enemies
Oh
in the
no!
game are wild because of how he is more grounded in his normal appearance. I think it actually makes it work where he's more terrifying when he does appear. He feels more real, which is worse.
Yeah. I get what you mean. That's why I was kind of explaining, like, even though it's kind of goofy, the leather face kind of hits that. Like, for some reason, it hits my brain like, oh, that can happen. I don't want to watch that type of thing.
Well, and the cool thing is this is a villain that is brought to life from a combination of a memory and unbridled rage.
Ooh. Yeah, I see all my unbridled range. That makes me like him a little bit.
Silent Hilly and the symbolicness of it. So I really like it for that reason. So for me, I'm going to put him probably in a bone harrowing because he just is another one of those games where it was just an exceptional experience for me overall. Although I don't think the game necessarily met rave reviews, the first one. The second one actually got better reviews.
Was it
Within
gameplay or?
The gameplay I think is solid in both. I think the story in one is hard to follow, which makes it confusing.
I see.
But yeah, I'm gonna put him in bone harrowing.
That's where I'll put him for now too.
I'll let you start off with the next one.
Dun, dun,
Good
dun,
old
dun,
Arnie.
dun. So I know there's debates, I guess, but I agree with somebody I've seen online where I feel like the first Terminator kind of is a horror movie for sure. If not, I guess some people just put it in like terrifying thriller, or they think of T2 and Beyond, where it's more like action thriller. But I feel like the first Terminator is kind of horror, in my opinion. I agree. So I added him to this list. But
I feel like actually the other in T2, the other Terminator, the T1000,
yeah, T1000 is more the horror.
Horrifying. But then again,
Have you
that,
watched T2 a lot? A lot of people have. Yeah. Most people are familiar with T2.
and I still thought it was terrifying. But remember, I needed to preface this: is I watched T2 initially when I was like 4 or 5.
Yeah. I want to say I watched T2 around that youth ghosty age as well. I think I actually went back and watched T1 after, because I was like, oh, I want to watch more Terminator, right? I watched it fairly young, but not quite as young as T2. But, so when I tell you, like, I actually kind of, in some ways, have more interest in T1, and I think it has more of a horror vibe. It really did. Like, it actually is like, oh, when I watched that movie.
I feel it has a more menacing vibe for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Is that because we
I was impressed by some of the stuff.
there?
Yes, there is no, like, robo funny kind of ha-ha moments at all.
Not even just that. It's like he also protects the main character in a way that just doesn't exist in the first film.
No, the first one is just, I'm forgetting his name, but basically the guy who, the soldier who comes back from the future, and Sarah Connors, versus with very limited weaponry or help or vehicles or anything, might I add, and just a Terminator.
He didn't have any of that either. He just confiscated.
Well, they do have the Terminator as a protector itself. That's a weapon, and then whatever weapons he procures.
The men that are quote unquote the protectors in both the first
Yeah.
and the second one, I would actually say like they both start technically with nothing, but the Terminator can acquire things far easier.
Yeah. And it's his own physical capability as a Terminator. I mean,
Oh, well, yeah,
where the other guy is just a man
Although the T1000
So,
versus the other
with
Terminator
mullet,
is,
with a man
like, unfair.
and like half a night to get a more ammo for his like shotgun or whatever it was, and make some Molotov cocktails, and hope to God they can trap him in this fucking machine shop, which is like, does anyone really want to take that gambit against a Terminator? And like a half like pregnant, scared 80s, my girl lady
To kill that robot, no problem. I don't know what
as
you
your helper. Yeah.
robot
I think T2
very well.
T2 shows off some more to Arnold and has some of the classic "I'll be back" and like funny robo lines. But I would agree that I guess they do show him eventually like fix his eye or something in T2, right? In his hand. But the T1, like the way they do the practical effects, and you're really more scared of Arnold's like just blank face, is something else, I would say. Compared to other Terminators. True.
Because like T1000
So-
is fine because they can transform into people you know and care about, and then just like blade you with an arm. Like they can have like a full Baraka arm.
True. I just like actually how they
I
did.
always felt it was scary.
They reused in the T2 one, like how even the Arnold T100 can like throw his voice into other people's, but I think it's used to best effect in the original one, where like he's just fixing himself and also phone calling, faking somebody out so he can kill them at the same time as he like takes off his own arm thing and eyeball in the mirror. Like shows how like cold they are, and like how he's just on mission.
Robots, why would we expect them not to?
Yeah. So again,
Also being a protector in the second one. When I saw
mhm.
that, I was like, oh, he's not a cold being. 'Cause, I mean, when you first meet him, you don't know what he is because he's like going to a bar in the second movie, and he just kind of wrecks.
I know.
wrecks the bar.
Yeah, well in T2 you can, some people like do want to argue he has emotions, but some people argue like should he actually, and or is that programming because he was utilized by the future to send back specifically
More
to
simply, he was
protect John
trying to
Connor.
understand emotions that he may actually have
Yeah. Where the first one, there is none of that. It's just murder robot.
Yeah, I don't even in the first one. I still would say for me, he gets the creepy chills.
I kind of agree. Although I remember when I was younger, and if I actually put myself in the mindset of freaking Sarah Connor having to like squeeze through the plate and hoping that you squish this, I don't know, titanium futuristic robot, it's pretty scary. So I'm like, should I at least put him in Bone Herring as an honorary place?
I'd almost classify T1 as like a weird dark romance.
It is true. It's a weird, dark, future sci-fi dramedy romance with horror robo. It's
future sci-fi because it's modern time and that time.
yeah, but the way that they come back, and that's the other thing too, is like how strong that robot is really supposed to be. It's pretty crazy. And they changed that over the franchise.
Well, yeah. Well, the models change. They get better.
I actually always I actually like, this is the love for the movie, how they reveal slowly like how he can take out his own eye, how robotic he is in the end, where he loses all the flesh and he's just a robot.
Big reveal, and they can't get that again. I think that's one thing T2 can't.
No.
It's like a big reveal. Like people know what they're going to see once they go to T2. They know.
Yeah. That's why I think they even had to do the upgrading. He's a liquid one.
Which is funny because it's a nanobody, actually, the way they
Yeah.
did that.
I'm gonna put him in Bone Harrowing for the rep of old Arnie in T100, but I'll think about it. Maybe he might get downgraded a little bit.
If it was the T1000, I'd put him higher up. I'd probably put him in Harry. Just because I feel like that actor did the cold face so well. Like the training he did too to like keep it. Like he did so much track training for running for that movie that he could actually outrun the motorbike the kid was using in that one scene near the beginning. He could outrun it.
Yeah, I know there's good things. It's one of those movies too where like if you don't like all of Arnold Schwarzenegger's, yeah, I know not everyone likes all of Arnold Schwarzenegger's acting, right? But I know from the directors and everyone behind the scenes stuff, there's a lot of stuff he actually really did bring to this role. Like he was really good for this role and a few others.
I'm not knocking him as the Terminator either. He's a great
Yeah.
It's just he played two very different Terminators, one in one film.
Yes, true.
And I guess I identify more with the nicer version of him.
Yeah. Well, I feel like I know a lot of people who really go off T2 and beyond, actually, which is kind of interesting to me. Like, some people don't even hardly watch the original. I'm like,
Yeah, T1.
but come on!
I think it's underrated. I think people should watch it.
I agree. I actually came to like it a lot.
I think the problem now for people, especially it's a slow burn movie. It is not a fast burn.
Yeah, but I liked it. I got into it.
I know. I'm with you. I totally understand what you like.
I think a lot of people want also the Robo love of the second one and beyond, which I kind of get as well. But it's just two different kind of concepts. Well, yeah, he likes him like a family. He doesn't want to see him die, you know.
Thumb up though in the lava. That's iconic. I can't not have that. I need that.
True. All right.
A classic is coming out. Jason Voorhees. The classic campground murderer. The original teen killer. What a title.
Oh my. I don't know. Did you want that to be your freaking murderer? Teen killer.
I've earned everyone. Teen killer. Yes. This is exactly what I wanted all along. It's literally like getting an award at a horror villain show. Like, oh, top teen killer, Jason Voorhees. Again this year. Congratulations, Jason. Sorry, Freddy. You're just not good enough. Fucking horror movie villain award show. That'd be amazing.
Yeah.
Jason.
I believe I have seen all of like the Jason and the I want to say I've seen all of the Jason and Michael Myers things. I didn't always watch them in order though, and I don't watch them very often. So it goes like to the back of my brain very easily.
Watch,
They're
like a lot of the Friday the 13th series, like the 1981 ones and stuff. 'Cause that's what the
I have watched again, I believe I've watched them all, but have I watched them multiple times? No.
hard to say. Yeah, there's so many spin-offs too. I feel. Heck, he has a crossover film, Jason versus Freddy too.
Yeah, all the spin-offs, all the collabs. He's got them all.
I guess we could talk about like the main thing is the iconic hockey mask. I mean, people can't see that
Yeah.
hockey mask now and not think of Jason.
True.
I think it sucks for the hockey mask because anyone wearing it looks immediately more threatening. I think
Yeah.
like in our in our shared subconscious in society.
Yeah. It's so funny too because like Casey Jones from the Ninja Turtles wears it and he always looks a little more horror-ish too because he wears it. So it's true.
I guess the reason why I put him later in the list of like murderers here that we have, like so far we've only gone through like a lot of
He has some supernatural.
supernatural powers. He can have like superhuman strength. He has regenerative powers and like near invulnerability.
I feel like depending on the film, it's not always expressly stated, so you're always kind of guessing exactly how much he actually has, especially in the original, from what I remember.
The idea that he gets injured and then they think they've won, they're starting to do stuff later in a different scene somewhere else, and then he shows back up again. They love doing that with Jason, I feel, where he comes.
Yeah.
And that's where I feel like the regenerative powers come into play. Like he maybe was like stunned for a while by what they did, but it did not put him down. Jason is not a man to be put down.
Because if I'm remembering right, he kind of already. Or is he living at first and then becomes undead, or was he always undead from the start? I want to say he was
I
always
think he's undead from the start.
undead.
Because of his mom doing
Yes. And didn't they bully him in something in the lake as well when he was a child? I believe. I'm trying to remember exactly the timeline as well.
Because his mom is also a murderer. Yeah, like she, if I remember right, in the main film, like the mother is actually the main antagonist because he drowned when he was bullied
Yeah.
as a kid.
Yeah, doesn't he always like hears her yelling at him, right, to do things? Is that I feel like that's the right murderer. Yeah.
That sounds right. That sounds right to me.
Almost a little really old movie Psycho like in the fact that he always hears her. Maybe there's inspo for that in there.
Apparently he wasn't like he survived the drowning everyone thought he died in.
Okay.
But he's like still like a weird undeadish.
Yeah. So initially, I think maybe he was supposed to be alive. Then it's kind of questionable how he's so tanky. But after the initial, I know he's supposed to be kind of brought back at the lake kind of thing, for sure.
Yeah, and people constantly do, like, I think it's kind of a trope for them in this one where they think Jason is dead, like, constantly. They do
Yeah.
something to him, they think he's dead, then he's not dead. And it's like a cycle repeating itself over and over.
Yeah. He I can't remember if he's like the first slasher, but it's definitely iconic in being like a leader in that trope of movie. So I always give props to that.
There's like a reason that the survivors can't like properly get things done right. I feel Jason. Like if I remember
True.
right, one of them, like he like gets the mask on and is about to kill the rest of the people there, and he gets like someone like stabs an axe into his head. But the night events were so traumatic that it basically sends the person who did the axing into a complete mess mentally, and they can't even like talk to the police properly.
Oh, no. Yeah, I haven't watched enough of his flicks recently to remember all the silly things. I'm mostly remembering the first one. There are,
Friday the 13th, number 6, you know, or
yeah, it's one of the mega franchises for sure.
I think there's so many of them. There's so many of those films.
Yeah.
There's at least 8.
And some of it's goofy looking back, but then like knowing there's a leader in the genre, you can't be as mad when they use silly tropes because they made some of those tropes big.
No, there's Jason 10. Right.
Oh
Jason
god,
10. Yeah,
there's so
and
many.
The spoon-offs, or like the reboot in 2009 or 10.
Yeah, dang. Some of these franchises are
So many.
epically long.
I know I have. I just they're all.
I feel like I probably definitely skipped some
I mean, how could you not?
of the newer ones.
Hard fan, right? Like,
Yeah, I'm not like always a diehard slasher fan, particularly anymore. I feel like some of these I've seen the original and I'm good.
It's more interesting. And it's also unclear that the mother is the actual antagonist of the
Mhm.
movie as well, which I like that kind of twist. I feel Ghostface twist or Scream's twist was just stupid. I mean, it was obvious there were 2 killers. I don't know. I knew that like right away when I watched it the first time. I was like, obvious, because there's no way it would work otherwise. A lot of people are talking about multiple killers in things.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Jason's
I think the way that he
Jason's
actually maybe in the first one he doesn't pop through any doors, but I feel like or maybe I'm getting mixed up with Michael, but doesn't he pop through something at some point? He is super strong and can get you a lot of places. So I feel like I'm a little more scared of him than others because they make him such a strong menace.
ability, yeah, because he's so strong physically too. Compared to, like Leatherface gets the powers that I don't think he earned. I feel like Jason
True.
makes more sense because he's like such a weird supernatural being, and it's also the setting. It's like a creepy camp, you know, summer camp story character. While
Yeah.
Leatherface is just stupid.
And he's supposed to be menacing their people. Again, like some of the teen slashers that come out later, I feel like I actually will say Scream earns the reason why they're slashing teens, but some of them really don't earn the reason why they're slashing teens. But Jason does. Like again, it's his initial premise.
It's so dumb. As the
Yeah.
for Scream, I feel like the reasonings they come up for the murders occurring become less and less sensible. The Saw movies, which I did not actually include any Saw thing here.
Oh, I was thinking maybe we would. That's fine though. Ultimately, he's just a dude.
Which is funny.
Oh.
He's a smart
Oh well,
dude.
next year.
Smart and
True. Again,
as a
We'll just-
honorable mention, I'll throw Jigsaw quickly into the creeping chills, maybe bone harrowing category, mostly because someone that intelligent planning out a trap is actually a terrifying concept.
yeah. Once you're in their trap, it's pretty scary. Yeah. Because we're also just human.
The sheer reality of it sucks. Like once
Yeah.
oh fuck, I have to dig out my eyeball to get this key. Like
Yeah.
survive.
That's another franchise I mostly like the first or second one only, and like the initial premise of who he was getting. It gets wacky.
After that, it just becomes trash. Like
Yeah.
trashed. I feel like the first
Anyway.
conclusion. Go ahead.
We can add him in really quickly at the end if we want to, since we discussed him.
Honorable mention. That's all. You
Yeah, honorable mention. Okay. I was just saying I'm putting Jason and Bone Herring just because I know, for sure when I was younger, I was scared of him. I put him in Bone Herring just because I want to put him above Ghostface and Leatherface for me, and that's where they're at. So I might think about it. I might rework it because I agree. I feel like I'm less scared of him than I used to be.
I feel like he's in the same place as the Huntress for me, which is why I'm putting him in creepy.
Yeah. But then maybe I will put him in Creeping Shows, but then Leatherface is getting downgraded to men.
While both of
There
them
we
are
go.
freakish failures. They're just way
That
down
works.
there, living in hell where they belong. Now this is the king, I would say, of slashers, Michael Myers.
This is one franchise.
Horrible.
But why? This is one that bothers me. This is the one like the same way you have with Leatherface. I have like, why is he invulnerable? This is dumb.
Say it's because he's a demon. He's not like actually human. They're
Uh,
backstory to him, but he's not like a real person anymore.
and most of the ones I've watched, he's a dude. So I'm like, why?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I give him credence because he isn't. It's like kind of like a weird ritual thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of all the films I've seen.
There is a
And again, a
history,
slasher
they
is
treat him as a
creepy,
human. I
but
don't think he's human. Out of all
okay.
slashers, I think he's the creepiest, though. I mean, he is a bit, you know. He's just a stabber, and that's all he needs to be. He just kills people.
Yeah, he just stabs and chokes, and also Kool-Aid Man's through the wall. But again, like from my perspective, often most people just classify him as a man. So I'm like, for me, he's one of the ones where like, why is he damage soaked that much? Because he's just goofy.
Stabbing.
That's what that's exactly what I mean. It's like, I feel like they want him to be a Jason or something has a supernatural background, but then still keep him human. But that doesn't make any sense. It's kind of like Leatherface. Like, you're just a man. Why are you taking all these shotgun shells and falling through the ceiling? And crap.
The problem with Michael Myers too is that you need to realize with the movies is that he's gone through different timelines and different canons.
True. That's why I'm trying to remember all the movies I've seen. And again, I just like Jason, I haven't rewatched all his movies at all. So like, I haven't watched them recently at all.
There's been a lot of retconning about established plot lines.
100%. I know that eventually can be a thing. I've heard from other fans.
How it flows. If you think about, I don't know how much you saw of Halloween, the 1978 original film with him. I feel that is actually a bit more grounded. It's not as crazy about how much damage he
Yeah.
does versus the murder, and he's just really scary. Like I feel like that he does it better than Scream.
Yeah.
If you think about just the original, maybe 1-2 films. Because the second
I'm trying to remember.
it picks up probably
It blends with me for me.
so you just see the continuation of what is happening right after that first film, which I like. It's not like there's time that has passed or anything like that.
Yeah. I was gonna give them a rewatch because I feel like they're blending with other films to me.
In the second one, he dies, I'm pretty sure, and then that's when the retconning starts going on with the next is because I'm pretty sure one of the characters blows up the theater that they're in. And
He
like you see Michael escape the explosion, kind of, but he's engulfed in flames and then collapses dead. And that's the end of the movie. There's not
he has like an iconic look. I forget his whole motive and backstory really is that he is crazy. He wants to kill on Halloween, right? That's pretty much.
Yeah, I mean he is nuts. I feel like
He ends up wanting to kill his own family
it didn't
that's
go
left
into
over.
as much. That's more the newer films that really
Okay.
family, his backstory as a kid. Killing
I know that one actress played in several movies, the girl he'd always hunt down.
were fun, but I don't think they captured the same feel as the originals.
I'm saying even in the older version, what's the actress's name? Was often in the old ones. Was the lady. She's older now, but she was the one he would hunt down. I'm trying to remember her name.
Terrible at names for actors.
Maybe I didn't watch this franchise as much as I thought. Maybe I watched him like once at like a party and then like was one and done. Yeah, I think so.
The original actress, and then Hannah Hall is the reboot timeline.
Yeah, Laurie Strode. She was played by Jamie Lee Curtis. Am I looking at the right? Yeah,
Wait, what?
for Halloween.
I only see.
She's even in DBD. That's why I know this is a.
What are you talking about? That might not be one of the main characters.
She's in several. I'll send it to you later. It doesn't really matter for this purpose.
I'm just confused now. Oh no, Judith was the young sister he murders. So she's dead already. It's Laurie Strode.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, Jamie Lee Curtis.
But that I just trying to remember his plot and trying to help myself remember the films. Because I feel like I
One of the later
would find him
films is called
scarier,
Michael
but
Myers. So like the curse. See, like there is something weird they're trying to shoehorn in there with like supernatural ability.
yeah, the way he's so strong, he keeps coming back. You'd almost have to think so. It's just like the initial premise doesn't say that. And so not everyone attributes powers to him, so it's so hard to say.
Yeah, like in that movie here, I found it. He is revealed to be inflicted with the curse of Thorn, which drives him to kill his family. See, it's the curse. Wynn and his cult kidnapped a baby.
Oh my.
Michael ultimately turns against the cult and just slaughters them all.
Of course he does. Of course he does. Oh, slashers. Oh, slasher films. Just out here giving people the wanton, smooth brain murder that we want, I suppose.
Jeez, there's so many movies. Halloween aged 20 years later.
Yeah,
Then
H2O.
yeah, H2O. Then Halloween Resurrection.
Oh god.
Jesus, the Halloween never ends. Until 2022 with the movie Halloween Ends.
Yeah, if you thought there was a lot of these other franchises, Halloween has some ridiculous listings in the franchise.
No kidding. I feel it's harder to follow than even Jason. Like Jason, at least you can
Yes.
get it from the numbers and they keep that consistent overall. But like with him, it's just all over the place. Like
I
Halloween
believe
standalone, disconnected film.
I want to say Halloween has some of the goofier spin-offs that people talk about. Like one of those, I think H2O has the rapper, and one of them has him in the city or something.
I feel like it's one of the slashers that you can actually throw into any scenario and make it kind of
Yeah. I think it's funny as a franchise, but how I often think of them is like meh. So that's why I'm gonna put him in Dreadful Menace, even though I know other people probably would not.
I think I would have put him higher if I added him to the list, but after this
Initially, yeah.
I like it. I like Halloween. I like those movies a lot, but I don't think he's as scary as some of these other concepts we're going to be going over. Oh boy! I told you tier list can take some time. We're about 2 hours in, and we have so many more.
So many more. Sorry, I stepped away for a second. Knock at the door.
Oh, did you not hear what I said?
I may have missed the very end. I'm sorry.
Oh no, the beginning. I just said, see, I told you about the tier list. We're about 2 hours in, and we have so many more to go.
Yeah. We started giving us the initial 10 minutes off that we just started up. But yeah, you're right. An hour and a half. That's fine. We're having spooky fun.
So the next one is one that we're both now, unfortunately, familiar with. Pyramid Head, my favorite. I'm gonna go ahead and throw that sucker right into ass clenching. To be honest,
Yeah.
the experience as a kid, experiencing Silent Hill 2 and just seeing him and being horrified of his very existence, to even now, after going through the remake, I still hate him. I mean, I love him in terms of a horror concept, but I hate dealing with him. He's tough, he's scary. But he creates
Yeah. I was.
The apartments we're in. I mean, he creates such a vibe that just
Yeah.
makes you feel good.
Going into this and thinking like all the other things I've seen him, I'm like, he's pretty terrifying, but then sometimes I'm like, he's just a Pyramid Head man, but then remember all the powers he has in various franchise, I'm like, that would be pretty scary depending on what you're working with. And then after playing the game with you, where they do have him creep you out, whether he's gonna pop out at you over here and you don't have much ability to get away from him.
Eventually trap you and chasing you through halls.
Yeah. Oh, in the end, he does just splunk himself because he is part of James.
Well, and then also the sheer
I didn't know.
like not understanding what he is or what he wants when you first like start
Mhm.
experiencing him. I mean, the mystery around him is constant.
Yeah. Of course, there's the movie version, which is pretty freaky. But I was also thinking in DVD, he has more powers than like the typical game, where he eventually, if he thorns you enough, he like teleports you into a cage, and people have to get you out, or you're screwed.
Yeah, I love that.
Very,
That's one of my
very,
favorites.
yeah. Oh no, very Silent Hilly. Now after playing the game, I appreciate that more. I'm really mixed on exactly where to put him, but again, after just playing right now in the universe, and all you have is a pipe. Exactly, all you have is a pipe, and you have to get through the narrow hallway. I will definitely put him in ass clenching. I feel like I was gonna put him at least through bone harrowing to spine shearer. I'm just trying to think exactly where. I think ass clenching is good.
For me, he just is above the other two characters I put in Bone Herring and
Yeah.
like the vibe he creates, even just visually, the ambiance too, as you're progressing through areas is stellar. Which is why I like his effects so much in Silent Hill too, especially the remake now. It is really well done.
Yeah.
And then like he's coming up too. Like you have a sense of dread when you see like his door, his red door. Like it's
Yeah.
his door. It's just like but why though? But why must James
Do
have
I? It's funny in the game. I feel like he actually does less to you, and like he seemingly has like less powers than say DVD, but because you have so limited powers as James and everything he represents, it's really scary. So the way they have him pop out at you, and you just hear the knife scratching, you're like, oh god, or his big sword
There's
scratching.
that one scene where you're like hiding while he does
Yeah.
to those legs.
No
Yeah.
legs.
Exactly. It's pretty creepy as shit.
And it's pretty hard to beat him without himself beating to a certain extent, so he's pretty tough.
Yeah,
As a
the last
monster.
with the two. Oh my god, that was definitely an ass clenching.
I think, although thinking about it, everything you told me, he might be that strong against James because it is James' issue to work through, which is still pretty freaky.
Well, even how they rehashed him, he's like a weird protector now of Silent Hill and like Justice in the movie.
Yeah.
Where he kind of Anubis in the sense he'll weigh your guilt, and that's how
Yeah. That's yeah. Okay, because yeah, that's different.
Yeah, I don't know. I just like I'm just gonna think of him encapsulated in Silent Hill 2 because that's where I know him best.
Yeah, that's his true form. Yeah.
And that's why the ultimate slasher out of all of these that are, I would say, kind of slasher or like murder.
And I would say he's more smashable than even Ghostface, so he has to go higher. That's my reason.
We're getting into oh my god. And we're getting more
It's a
into
joke.
like psychic, non-normal powers.
Yeah, not normal.
Which
He can Kool-Aid through more walls than most people and do a whole bunch of stuff, and the world around him is crazy.
It's kind of unclear what he can do, which is why it's disturbing.
Yeah.
The next one, though,
Basically in his realm.
is another
Yeah, Carrie.
You threw her
I-
off the list. What made you throw her?
Yeah, I decided to. One, because I wanted to add some more diversity. And not female diversity, but I mean just like types, genres,
Classic.
of characters. Yeah, true. It's so funny. I was even thinking of putting like Cujo. Well, so, I'm like, do you really just want to put a dog on here? Not really, but true. But I always liked the Carrie movie, even though it kind of makes me sad. That's the problem with Carrie. It's like it's a horror, and it does thrill me and like shock you, especially the first time you watch it. But like, it also just makes me sad when I watch it, which is partially the intention. So, so I'm trying to think of how to describe all her powers from what we see, especially in the movie. She pretty much is telekinetic, correct?
Yeah, pretty much.
Maybe some
Classic.
some other psychic abilities as well. I'm trying to remember exactly everything she has.
Could she like read people's mind? I don't think she could do that.
I don't know if they fully demonstrate that, but they do have her stare at somebody and it freaks them out in such a way that pauses them before she even flips the car, and he just like freaks out. So she might have something that she can do in your brain, but I'm not entirely sure what.
Not my brain.
Yeah, your brain. I'm trying to remember everything exactly she is demonstrated. Because I know there's fire that comes out too, but I can't remember if that happens because she's knocked something or if she actually has pyrokinesis. I can't quite remember. I almost should have refreshed my brain. I was thinking she does, but I could be incorrect actually. But yeah, for seemingly being a normal teenage girl through most of it, when she's finally had enough and snaps, she becomes basically a psychic monster essentially and wrecks shit. I forget in the end, doesn't she get taken out? I'm forgetting exactly how though.
I think she does get killed, but I can't remember how.
I remember it being kind of goofy. Maybe that's why I blocked it out. Maybe I should look it up really quick. I watched a few years back as a refresher, and then like, cause I like it. But actually, the last couple years, yeah, I haven't watched it.
The remake ends the same way as the original.
I actually haven't watched the remake. I probably should, but I always meant to, but I didn't. Okay. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. She's a pretty good actress. I don't like the way she looks in the poster. It's more like a sexy schmize as opposed to like actually being. The original actress does the face better. I'm sorry. Carrie crucifies. Yes. Carrie crucifies her mother with kitchen knives and tools and sets her house on fire with lit candles. The house collapses and Carrie dies in the breeze. So, okay, that's how she dies. Never mind, she doesn't get taken out. It is a little weird that I feel like she even dies in that scenario. Couldn't she get out? But supposedly, although I think in the end, doesn't her hand pop up from the grave? So it's maybe suggests that she comes back, but you don't really see much of that in the movie past that. So it's just like a ooh question mark.
I still feel like for me, she's a great. Kind of like Sweeney Todd. I just kind of pity her.
Yeah.
She was driven.
Checking them
crazy.
correct.
Crazy people around her.
Yeah. Yeah, her hand does come out. And actually tries to pull somebody into her grave. That's interesting. Because if that's like canonical, that ups her power level for me a little bit. I almost need to get that confirmed from like the movie to the book. There could be differences between like the book and the movies too. Stephen King doesn't like that, but it does happen on occasion. So I'd have to double check.
Much to his decision.
Yeah. Like we already talked about Jack, but The Shining from the book to the movie, quite different in how things end and the character progresses. Carrie, I can't remember how much of that is true. But yeah, so I feel like if she didn't self-immolate herself, or I knew the exact extent of her powers, like does she actually fully come back from the grave, I might put her higher, but because we're not sure, I agree she has to be maybe Dreadful Menace or Creeping Chills. Also, I'm gonna put her in Dreadful Menace because, to be honest, I wouldn't be mean to her, and so what would she do to me? She'd probably like be fine with me. We'd be chill. We'd be hanging. So I'm not gonna put her, but I'm not gonna put her in failures just because I have respect for what I think her power can actually do from what they show.
Totally failed.
Tr-
All her powers.
True, that's why I'm questioning it, but I'm gonna keep it respectful and keep her in menace.
I think she's better than both Ghostface and Leatherface, so I'm gonna just keep her in Dreadful Menace area.
Yeah, true. Maybe I want to raise her above them. I'm trying to think for how like scared of her I actually am. That's why I'm putting her down there for me. But I like her as a character. It's just two different things.
Yeah, again, I think it's more like I feel bad for her.
Yeah, and again, I wouldn't be one of her bullies, so like she wouldn't hate me. Cause yeah, it's all the bullies and the fact that she has like a crazy Christian mother that tells her insane things that this happens. Plus just yeah, plus like this weird Stephen King twist, which is probably one of his better twists, that she actually has psychic powers in the end. So,
Yeah, true enough.
but yeah, I love like some of her iconic scenes. And it is like cathartic watching her just flip over the bully's car and stuff. I feel like some of the stuff that's actually creepy in Carrie too is kind of creeping before you even see Carrie go off. Like there's scenes that make you uncomfortable that don't even don't have anything to do with her, which is interesting in the original.
It's the just normal, like the bullying and stuff is always off there.
The bullying. I think in the original, I don't know if this is in the remake, you'd have to tell me. There's a weird scene where they, I think, kill a pig, but it's one of the bullies, and the way they do it makes you go like, ooh, like I don't want to watch that. That doesn't even have to do anything to do with Carrie.
Yeah, something like that happened in the remake, but I'm also still like, I don't know, I only watched it like once or twice.
Yeah. I feel the original 70 vibe just works for the movie too, so maybe I should watch the remake and assess. But yeah, that's where I put her. If there's anything else you want to discuss.
No, I'm pretty good with Dreadful Menace on my end.
I feel like in some ways, if she didn't kill herself, she'd be pretty strong against some of these other characters, though. And, like, she was, like, psychically tossing around. But I'll leave her in Dreadful Menace. Just have her spook factor.
Yeah,
Alright. We got the Chuckster.
we can do two at a time here because they're both similar.
True, and
Tiffany.
Fabulous Tiffany.
It's funny, to me, I kind of want to put Chucky in Freakish Failure, and I want to put Tiffany in Creeping Chill.
I'm so split on this because as a little ghost chile, I can tell you I effing hated Chucky with every part of my being.
Well, as a child, yeah, I was not a fan. I would probably put him as a child in Spine Shivering, but I feel like as the industry went on and the sequels kept coming out, it became more of a joke. Like Chucky's a joke.
True. And also as I've grown older, it doesn't get me as bad, right? I feel like I watched this as a chile, like maybe first grade. So I watched this very young, and I happened to see it on TV, and I was like, I was scrolling through, I'm like, oh, this is this movie I've never seen, it's supposed to be scary. I didn't care, I was gonna watch it even though it's scary either, but there's just a certain scene that popped up on me, and I was all alone, where like, it just gave me like unease, and I don't like his face, and I was like, I just hate this freaking doll.
My brother was honked out asleep. I was 3 years old, and I wandered into his dark bedroom that was playing maybe a VHS, I think, of Chucky. And I'm just like, okay, plopped down and watched it. I was mortified after.
Oh no, poor baby skeleton. I think I got over it relatively quickly, but I always still hated him. Like, and especially when they did that baby sonogram from one of the other movies, I'm like, I hate
It's so
you, Chucky.
vitriolic.
I'm not into you. Yeah.
I don't know.
So
He's
it's-
easy to hate, I'll give him that.
So but like,
She's more of a menace.
and so I'm like, I'm thinking, I feel like in my initial moments of him, I would put him in Spine Shivering, but after that very initial moment, and even like shortly after, I feel like he goes down to more to heroin maybe, because he's so easily punkable once the heroes start actually beating his ass. You know what I mean? Especially when, like, sometimes he thinks he's cornered you, but once you know he's there, his scamper ain't saving shit. He's gonna get his ass roasted.
How he still has like strength though. I always thought that was like he should imagine if he still had like a little like doll strength. He'd be fucked.
Yeah. That's the funny thing is sometimes they kind of show them having dull strength, and then sometimes they're almost average. It's another things, those things that vary as story needs. Yeah.
Like whatever this moment needs, he'll have like. Oh, is he losing this scene? Okay, doll strength.
True. So, I feel like again I would have put him much higher, and I feel like a lot of people want to put him in bone heroin, but because how I see him, yeah, see, just pick. So now I'm thinking creeping chills or freakish failure is like the categories I'm discussing in my brain, because like you can just kick him around and punt him, they burned him, and he just gets like he's just salty getting his ass beat.
Very fun pastime.
And that's what I'm saying, it's so satisfying to watch him get roasted.
Hence freaking failure. I feel like when the monster is just that, it's fun to kill. Not even like, not even like, oh yeah, I'm getting you back. It's more like, what a loser.
Yeah, true. You know what? He is going freakish failure. Fuck Chucky, but I'll leave Tiffany because she's glamorous and smashable. She can get the menace.
I think she's a little scarier than Chucky actually is, even in her doll.
Yeah.
Like, she's a little more serious and cutthroat, I would say, than him. He's kind of like just crazy.
Yeah, she kind of seems aloof and goofy, but then she's also weirdly, I think, almost sadistic when she wants to kill people. So, where he's out here, I'm a great voodoo master, and an idiot gets roasted alive.
Being a master, you completed this whole thing wrong, bro. Alright. Next one is a
I love
big classic. Wait, oh,
Yeah, Tiffany, yeah, though she is fun to scamper and scare people as the little doll, though. So that's why I gotta give her the Dreadful Menace. Just also rep the doll, rep the dolls.
In the game, since I could see it being more fun.
It is, yeah.
Alright. Next one is
Alright, sorry, yeah. Freddy.
Krueger.
Nightmare on Elm Street.
Personally, considering everything he is capable of doing and what he has done even as a normal person, goes straight into spine shivering.
I'm thinking.
Where is that for me?
Again, he's one of the franchises I haven't
Stop.
watched as frequently. I think we recently watched one of them.
You can't escape him. You can't. It's impossible.
Yeah, I know. Again, when I was at Chile, I was scared of his glove hand and coming out the car at somebody. I feel like I'm less afraid of him now, like knowing like there's tricks around his stuff. But thinking of his initial dream power is pretty strong.
The tricks that they come up with, do you know they're working? Are they a reliable source to know if what they're doing is actually working against them or not?
Yeah, in his dream realm, he's could be pretty strong, especially if you're unaware.
He's
So
not even alive anymore. He's a spirit in most of the movies. Like he was killed. Like he's dead.
yes,
All the burn marks. So you can't really.
he's like a
tell
demon
if he's already
pact.
dead. Yeah, exactly. And also, not to mention his backstory of potentially being quite the pedo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Freaks me the fuck out.
And he gets burned alive.
I
They do end up beating him like in each movie. They're figuring out his gimmick, right? But
But then he always comes. There's always a scene that makes you question whether or not they're still dreaming or not.
yeah. Also, you can say he can be beat and put back in his place for this time, but a demon can always re-raise him, right? Or something.
Mixing him up with something else because that's not really how it works.
I thought he did have a hell pack. That's why he can come back to dreams. Maybe it's a later franchise thing. He also has very many movies. Yeah.
Also, I'm putting him up there due to the film's capabilities of the original films because they freak me out a
Making
lot.
him spooky,
Plus,
yeah.
the other had a Freddy Krueger mask and a claw that was freaky. That scared me with him. But, like the horror when they in the 80s they with the tools they had they made some really incredible shots.
Really great, yeah. Really great film ability.
I really just appreciate what it's done for the horror genre.
I will put him in ass clenching for now. Just from like how I used to feel about him, and also I'm thinking about his powers. So even though I haven't watched him like directly as much in a while, besides the one time, I feel like now sometimes I like Chucky, like to make fun of him too and watch him get pwned, but not to the same level as Chucky. So I will give him his respectable ass clenching. That's just me wanting to make fun of him. Like I don't think I could actually easily beat him at all, realistically.
I don't beat him because most of the movies that I know that I've watched, there is no really beating him. They think they beat him, but they usually didn't.
Yeah.
If anything, he was just subdued temporarily, and even that I would question. Like the original movie, it looks like they won, but then it really quickly turns out no, they didn't. Because there's aspects of the car that makes it look like all of a sudden the car changes, looks like a sweater, all sorts of stuff.
Maybe I'm forgetting exactly. I thought that was like the second movie. Again, a lot of these mega franchises, I've watched them, but I was never like a mega fan, so like I don't read past them a lot, and they blend, yeah. I'd say I'm mostly into spiritual horror, which we'll get into. Do you have any more to say about the Fredster? He's in DVD too, and I kind of like his gimmick, although I don't know if I fully get it. It's pretty fun.
Nightmare Demon.
Yeah. I don't like looking at him though. That's his problem. He is not smashable.
Well, I'm like, yeah, well,
Downgrade him to bone harrowing just for that.
sense or not, he's a terrible man.
True.
Alright. Killed his own wife too.
Yeah.
The next is a classic in a different sense. This one is gonna be interesting.
They're more spooky papooky. Yeah, I love them, but they're probably more on the spoopy papoopy.
But would you want to face them in any kind of altercation?
True.
Adam's family.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think my mic will pick up the snap. Snap. Da-da. Da-da.
Yeah.
They're spooky and they're, yeah, you know them. You love them. They're great. They're amazing.
Fantastic.
If anything, they're more heartwarming if I think of them.
They are very wholesome. That's surprising.
They are. It's wonderful.
And, like,
I mean,
they're wholesome.
I know. I love it. It's a good showing of what really matters in being wholesome. The care,
Yeah,
the
well,
honesty in teaching. Yeah.
teaching what best
Um.
weapon to harass your sister is.
Yeah. Sometimes their powers are also kind of undefined. So I'm like, if I actually had to go up against them, it could be pretty hard, I would imagine, actually, because, like, the one kid can stand getting shocked and everything Wednesday does to him. So, like, what's that about? One of them is kind of Frankensteinish. And Morticia and, like, people on her side are kind of witches, kind of just weird nighttime horror people, question mark. It's so, at least in the movies, I know there's like more older comic strips and stuff like that, but in the movies it's undefined exactly, but I would imagine it would be hard. I feel like it might be harder than Chucky.
I feel at times I would get creeped out by them, though. You know, like just certain things they do, or just how they
Mhm.
talk, or especially certain characters. Like I would say,
Like if they actively actually wanted to kill you for some reason.
oh yeah, like or like when Morticia was like talking to Fester in the graveyard in the movie in the '90s movie.
Yeah.
I don't know. There can be like weird moments Oh my.
Well, yeah, because she talks about like how they mourn their dead, but also how they used to have like wasn't like hunts or something of their enemies or something. I can't remember exactly her exact line.
Yeah, it's like that, something like that, where they hunt down their enemies and stuff. I was like, oh my god.
So I'm like,
I
it
would
is
say
a fan.
chills, but in also a fun way. Like they give me
Yeah.
chills, but I love them. I love them.
I wasn't sure Dreadful Menace or Creeping Chills. I do love them.
Yeah, they are quite menacing.
I might leave them in Menace for now and decide, but I love them. But again, we'd probably be chill. We'd come over for spooky tea parties. It'd be amazing. Shock our enemies. Be fun.
Alright, next one.
Learn the romance
Yeah, well, Gomez and
from Morticia and Gomez.
apparently.
Exactly.
For like a goddamn class online and just load in and realize the teacher's like Morticia.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
I just
So
use that
amazing.
wiki thing to work so I can tell you how to best lure in a husband into
Exactly. Oh man. Wish we lived in that reality.
That would be peak reality right there.
It would. Alright.
Next one is one I know of and have watched the movie like once, but it's not like a big one for me. But I know some people actually get quite terrified of the concept. It's Christine, the killer car. Another Stephen
Do
King.
I? Oh, I think I know this, but I only think I watched this with a friend and partially through another person like commenting on it. It's one of those movies. So I haven't watched this a lot, but is there a car and a truck at some point?
It came out in 1983. It's only this car. It's not a truck. Usually.
Oh, maybe I'm thinking of another movie that also has cars.
Specific car model.
Is there like a sequel or a spoof off where it's multiple cars then? Oh my god. I might be getting them mixed up. Goofy then. We were even original. That downgrounds the movie I'm thinking of in my mind then because they're original then. Okay, well then maybe I don't know the specific one then.
$1 million in the box office.
Dang. Slim pickings.
But yeah, it's specifically supposed to be like this car, which is a 1958 Plymouth Fury.
Looks badass. I'm like, I'd have that car.
Oh yeah, oh my. To be a lot to take care of now. I mean, 19.
True.
Car. No gas mileage on that sucker.
So Christine is randomly running over people, I assume.
Well, it's like killing people in any way possible. Like it's like a cursed car is like the whole like idea around it. It has
Okay.
attitude. It's named. It literally is named Christine. And like, if I remember right, the movie like starts out with you seeing it being made, and it slams its hood shut on a worker's hand, while another worker is later like,
Ooh.
found dead inside the car after dropping cigar ash on the seats. It didn't like that.
Nah, you gotta keep Christine's interior plush.
Yeah, how dare you? How fucking dare you?
I mean, that one's okay. I give her that one. That was rude.
But yeah, oh yeah, you forgive that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
The poor worker who's just slammed by the hood though.
That Christine, naughty. Okay, naughty for that one, Christine.
They're trying to make sure you're working right.
Yeah. She's like, get your hand off my hubcaps.
Funnily enough, there's even a Supernatural episode where they make references to Christine. Oddly enough, where they
Oh.
say they found, like a cursed car. But yeah, like one of the main characters essentially gets the car, and he like is restoring it. So it's like the car had kind of come down a bit, had aged, and he's restoring it. He fully restores it. But unfortunately, after they fully restore, if I remember right, it like gets jealous of him, like of them, like he's kissing a girl he likes in the high school, and
It's a jealous girlfriend car.
and it basically it causes him to have a severe injury. I think that ended like his football career. I can't remember.
No, Christine.
But then anyway, like for some reason, the girl starts expressing jealousy over Christine too. Because maybe she's preparing for it a little too much, or spending too much time like repairing it or something.
I was repairing that damn car.
And then I think hold on one second, let me just okay, so like while alone in the car, Leia nearly chokes to death on a hamburger as Christine briefly locks her doors to keep Arnie from saving her. So she starts choking on her food. Christine just locks herself so Arnie
She's like, choke, bitch.
Leia goes home and she vows never to get into his car again. Later that night, though, other characters sneak into the garage and vandalize Christine. Arnie, the destruction, breaks up
Abuse.
and assaults his father when he confronts him about Christine after dinner. Jesus
What the-
Christ. So even the guy's going crazy. Arnie returns.
Yeah,
to
about to
the
say.
and witnesses Christine repairing herself.
She's healed.
Over 2 evenings, the car kills other characters and all the gang members that desecrated her that one night, blowing up a gas station in the process. Christine drives away in flames and returns to the garage where she crushes the dad, I think, to death against the steering wheel. Christine is back in perfect condition when the police find the body. State police detective questions Arnie about the death of Darnell and the gang members, but the car's pristine condition and Arnie's alibi convinced the detective he was not involved. Leia and Dennis conclude that Christine is responsible for Arnie's downward spiral. They plan to lure Christine to a garage and smash her with a bulldozer, but Christine surprises them by emerging from a pile of scrap metal. They flee on foot while Dennis battles Christine with the bulldozer. I'll just stop there. So yeah, it's a crazy film. It's a pretty crazy film. Crazy car for a crazy man.
It sounds funnier but still goofy, but it does sound better than the one I've seen, so...
I'm gonna put Christine in Creeping Chills because the idea of a car, because everyone gets in a car so readily, and then like, the car can just like take the wheel, so to speak.
Yeah, a few things I was thinking during that description is like, one, have you ever loved a car this much? Does this draw you in because you love cars?
No, so this is my uncle's favorite horror movie, probably because he's
Yay. See, I can totally see that. Thinking the era this came from, I could see this totally being a genre because like a lot of dudes would build these classic cars, so like it was a hobby for sure. So I think it technically really hits on that. So I see why this was made. It's a good gimmick. No. I would say typically you could easily bulldoze it, throw a bomb at it, anything. If you're prepared. But true, the fact that it's so intelligent and creepy, and then like its own owner kind of defends it, and like no one knows in time, it has a bit of like a ambush factor, and it can repair itself. And apparently, it's smart enough to cause explosions. Yeah. So that actually is especially if there's one human without a plan, that is more of like a menace than you would think. Because like you can't just go up, people think you're crazy, like this car just tried to kill me, and they'd be like, what? Like it would take a lot of convincing. It is so goofy in some parts of it though, like the guy defending it. It even hurt the guy, so he has no football career, but he still defends it. Like I thought, like it'd be over pretty quickly because like everyone would realize it's bad, but it's got a
Because that means he has to spend more time with the car.
exactly. The freaking yandere girlfriend aspect of this is amazing, and I was not expecting. I was gonna say too, like earlier, like, you know, she shouldn't have hurt the person checking her up, but she's like, she can repair, so she's like, get your freaking filthy mitts off my hubcaps and engine. I got this myself, bish. Just feed me.
Okay, so warning for those who haven't seen Christine right now. Just mute for like about 30 seconds. I just have to say that. So at the end, Arnie does get killed. He reaches out to touch Christine's grill one last time, and Christine responds by playing Pledgin' My Love by Johnny Ace on her radio as Arnie dies.
No. So Christine wins, oh my god.
Well, no. They managed to get her with the bulldozer after that.
Damn,
and
bulldoze.
to a
Love denied.
cube, basically, in the junkyard.
No, Christine. Let them cube you. Run, Christine, run. Your love.
The characters, though, Christine's grill twitches slightly as they drive.
Well, exactly, because, well, he found her and had to fix her up to initially, so how magical is she? Can she just, like, eventually reform with a new host, essentially?
Period of time, potentially.
I was gonna put her in, like, I was thinking, was this card gonna be in Failures and Menace, but because she's so repairable, maybe she could be in Chills.
I think Creeping Chills because she's an ongoing menace. If anyone were to
Yeah.
put her near enough parts, she could probably just repair herself. Like,
Kind of almost like a weird Twilight Zone or SCP type of thing.
yeah.
Weird, or Spirit, something. So yeah, I'll put her in Creeping Chills. And because I respect her freaking yandere love, let's go, Christine, you get the chills. That's so hilarious.
How do you kill something that can't possibly be alive?
Yeah, exactly. I'd say you explode her, but then, like, again, if it's like a weird spiritual thing, she's gonna come back. So that actually does give her a chill factor more than you would think than just a goofy movie.
Another duo one I feel is the next two we can go through. We've got Slimer
Slimer.
and we've got Marshmallow.
Yeah, the Marshmallow Man. And or again, I'm forgetting the name of the
Ghost.
deity's name that's in the Marshmallow Man. Well, that's technically what it is. You know, it just looks like Marshmallow Man.
All that matters is Marshmallow Man.
All that matters is Marshmallow Man. Because technically it's that demon or deity, whatever you want to call it. But because they thought of Marshmallow Man, that's what he comes out and he has limited powers because of it. That is the backstory to Marshmallow Man.
It's pretty funny though.
It is amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
I got really lucky with that. Like,
Yeah.
with that outcome, I mean,
Yeah. Well, they're supposed to think of nothing, but the one guy couldn't help it. He had to just think of the Marshmallow Man. But of all the things he thought, of all the things he did think of, that was better.
I feel like who are we gonna talk about first primarily, Marshmallow Man or Slimer?
Maybe Marshmallow Man, because we've already kind of dived into it there.
Yeah. Marshmallow Man, I think is fantastic. I think he would actually be pretty creepy to see. Like, you saw something that big
Yeah.
approaching you in a city.
Yeah, he's
No
huge.
matter how cute he is, it would be like, oh my god. Please don't
True.
Godzilla.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is, Marshmallow Godzilla. He's a kaiju marshmallow.
I feel like it's a good descriptor to put him in a dreadful menace. You dread seeing him.
True.
He is a menace, but man, do I love him.
Could you have been stronger, oh demon or god from another dimension? Sure, but you ended up Marshmallow Man. The funny, squishiest monster ever. Who ultimately just gets exploded by like 3 or 4 nerds with their little ray gun things. So
They're guns that whip things at a molecular level and capture them. Come on.
true, but I'm saying like true. But I'm just saying this gotta cross those beams and get them. True, I am underselling him. Because he technically could, you know, thwap them with this giant marshmallowy hand. I guess I shouldn't undersell that too much. Also, I think I'll just put him in Dreadful Menace.
Like a fly.
Because I wonder, like, if they couldn't have stopped him, like they got squished, would other people be able to stop him? I feel like yes, but maybe I'm wrong in thinking that. No?
Maybe not, because it's. I don't think so, because he's supernatural in origin. Like, couldn't he just repair himself theoretically?
Yeah, I don't know, actually. Maybe he should be a little higher
I
than...
don't know if you could just call in the jets and airstrike him.
That's what I was thinking, but maybe I'm wrong, and maybe he should be creeping chills for me. I don't know. I'm gonna leave him a Dreadful Menace, though.
And even then, I don't know if that would work or not. See, that's the problem. Is
Could you... Well, he explodes into marshmallow at the end, so could you just roast him? I don't know. All the unanswered questions.
All that marshmallow.
It would. It would. People just like licking off the streets like,
And the graham crackers, we're making s'mores with rain. Marshmallow rain.
It's so funny. He's supposed to be so terrifying, but we just feasted upon his leftover marshmallow. Yeah, just leave him in Menace, even though maybe he should merit higher. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. It depends how creepy you think he actually is. Slimer, for me, actually ends up in freakish failure. I'm just gonna throw him down there.
No, I can't put my boy in failures.
But he is
My
a failure.
boy.
All he had to do
True.
was eat like a normal amount and not be caught, or just like move around more and not be caught. But he's
I liked him, but also thought he was a little gross when I was young. I only maybe ever mildly scared of him, but he is mostly there to be a little buddy and helper, to be honest. So I'm gonna put him in failures, but not because he's actually like a failure, but because he's just a bro. You know,
just a freak.
ultimately, he's just a silly ghost, and I can't hate any silly ghost. I'm a silly ghost, Wisp,
Oh my god.
fairy thing, so I can't be mad. He just wants to eat the delicious treats and slime.
Undead.
He just wants to eat He just wants to eat treats and slime, and I'm one creature that can relate.
Imagine if he just gulped you though.
True, but as a boba trail leaving wisp who likes to steal your snacks, I'm realizing I'm not that far off from Slimer in a lot of ways.
I know.
So you know, I love him. He's after my own heart. Yeah.
Oh god.
I do love silly ghosts. I'm so happy now that I talked about Slimer. That tells you everything.
Alright. Well, that's Ghostbusters. Both of them not high on the list, but both of them
Ghostbusters.
Next is an interesting addition. Emily from Corpse Bride.
She might have to go on the bottom too, just because I don't know. Everyone's gonna be scared of her, and you're asking for random characters, like even like Jack Skellington or something like that. So I'm like, who's like another good character that I love in this genre? And I love Corpse Bride,
I think. I love her too.
and I mean, she is a skeleton. You know, she's kind of like you. So I'm like, and she does have power.
She's more zombie-like. She ain't quite there.
She does potentially, with her group, had the ability to pull somebody down into the underworld. She can come up and menace the real world. So there's more to think about there than you might initially.
Freakish failure. She
Aww.
dead to get a husband.
She didn't fail. She realized what she was doing was wrong.
Well, wouldn't she still failed?
And then she released herself.
Nah, she still
Well, she could have succeeded. She just decided not to because it was wrong. I ain't saying she failed. How dare you? How
in terms of
dare
her,
you?
She failed. Because the monster would just do what it wanted to get what it wants. She proved she wasn't a monster.
Well, true. That's where, like, she's not really a monster. That's why she's kind of questionable to be on the list, but I love her, so.
Nah,
And her skeleton friends.
she belongs on the list. Just low on it.
Yeah, I'll put her down there too, just cause, but no shade to Emily. And actually, like, if she wanted to be more of a menace, I feel like she could be, but that's not her jam, okay?
Well, yeah, I think any of the dead in that movie could be a menace, apparently. 'Cause apparently they can just hang out up in the top world whenever
They just
feel
popped the heck out of there when they felt like they have one wedding. Yeah.
Honestly, we're
So.
lucky that they aren't taking over the planet at this very moment.
Nah, the dead are chill, see? See, people? Most dead are chill. Respect them.
Hang out with us.
Yeah, I love Corpse Bride, and I feel so bad for Emily. I love the songs.
Yeah, it's a rough one for sure. Story-wise, I do feel bad.
I feel like the animation pretty. True. Yeah, Sadako, I believe. I sometimes get her name mixed with the Grudge Lady, because I used to like both of them a lot.
Mara, I think
In the English, yeah. I used to watch more of like The Ring and The Grudge when I was young. It was, I'd say like spiritual horror, especially Japanese spiritual horror, was more my jam.
Oh yeah, if we want to compare the two series, Sadako, as far as like Ringu versus The Ring, I think Ringu is scarier. I think
Yeah, they probably did a slightly better job. Although, when I was young, I did like The
I
Ring.
think The Ring's really cheesy. I don't know, Ring's so cheesy.
The Ring probably is better.
I feel like she can hit bone harrowing for me. She gets a B.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
I mean, the idea of something having a curse on you that definitely occurs no matter where you are 7 days later is a terrifying concept, 100%.
Yeah, she's pretty hard to
Just
stop.
Watching a video, which I think has actually only grown more terrifying in modern day, actually, than when it was originally created. Because think about this: is like one video going viral on the internet is far worse now than like a VHS being passed around.
Yeah.
Like if
I'm trying to think.
I would say it's scarier now in concept than then.
Yeah, it's been a while since I watched Ringo. I might have watched The Grudge more recently. She generally, I know The Grudge can start showing you stuff in your area even before it actually initially gets you, so it can mess with you. Where I feel like she mostly pops out after the 7 days, right? If I'm correct.
No, they both fuck with you. I would say it's different degrees though, because I feel like
Yeah.
Grudge isn't a hard, like The Grudge, there's no pace. Like you don't know how long you have.
When it, yeah.
It's gonna get you. So I would argue The Grudge is worse, which is the next one anyway. So we can kind of compare them both together here.
True. Okay, I'll lift her up too.
Ayako, The Grudge, or Ju-on is the other Japanese name for the series, I believe. Terrifying. I actually think the Ju-on, for me at least, goes straight to spine shivering. Because the concepts around it and how inescapable it truly is just like,
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if there's versions where you can get away with it from either of these.
No,
Usually not, or you have to be.
I've watched all of them, you can't.
Maybe I'm getting it mixed up with another one because I could have swore there was somebody who did get away from.
They alluded
Grudge,
to it
maybe?
and then immediately backtracked it with the end scene.
Yeah,
So you didn't get
I know from like other horrors in this genre that I've watched. Sometimes there are ways, but you have to know what you're doing and go get like
Well, yeah, some
a Shinto priest immediately, and like it's very hard.
they went to that exact like a shaman, and all what ended up happening is she destroyed one curse and created the exact same curse again with another person.
Yeah.
So it still
Oh, the ring, you can pass it. You can pass it if you get somebody else to watch it before you have to get Sadako, right?
That's not how it works. No. It's
Oh, am I
separated
misremembering?
from when you watch it. And then, like,
I
yeah,
thought-
it doesn't matter. Yeah, no, definitely not the ring. There's no delay factor there. There's a delay factor with another one that is like an STD demon, sexually transmitted demon. There's one movie
I
called
could've-
Follows. That one definitely transfers and delays. The ring does not.
Maybe it's only in the American version, because in the American version, if you copy it and give it to somebody else, you're not as likely to be killed. But maybe it's not actually
I think that's a
Ringu.
retcon, to be honest. I feel like that's a retcon because I do remember there being a story like that, but it was a more modern movie, and I don't know if it was directly related to the ring or not. But it was a very.
I just quickly Googled it, and this is what it's telling me, that this is the ring, is if you get somebody else to watch it.
So if it went viral, what would happen then? 'Cause
Well, yeah.
one of the plots of the
Luckily, it's just a tape.
trying to get it to go viral.
Ah.
Like the internet, and I kind of hated it. I felt like it was really stupid. But
That would make it more powerful. We're actually kind of lucky it's just on a tape, and that you can maybe show it to somebody else, because, like...
but no, because if you share it with people, then like, what does that mean if it's viral? Like, who does it go after first? No one, anyone, someone, occasionally, like.
Well, that's why I thought it gets the last person in the chain, as my thought was. Just not everyone knows to even do that, or wants to because they want to kill somebody else.
Just seems dumb to me. I don't like it. I think the concept lives better with the VHS tape and that technology.
Mm-hmm.
I
Oh,
think
for
it
sure.
just doesn't
I'm
work
just saying,
well with this.
be able to get rid of it.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with Ringu and Bone Harrowing and Grudge and Spine Shivering for me. 'Cause
I'm not always
you don't have
doing...
a timeline, it fucks you over constantly. The moment you walk into the house, you're just mostly screwed. Even like police investigators that worked on the case are like start disappearing over time. I mean, they just visited the house to clean up like the body.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think. DBD has the Onryo, which is the Ringu Sadako. I don't always get like enough curse marks from the tapes on people to always be killing them, but I do love her and I try attempt to play her.
Yeah.
I'm forgetting everything she can do to you. Often she eventually comes out of the tape and basically just gets you, but I know sometimes she'll...
It's like insect torture, like kind of in a sense.
Yeah.
Food, like all of a sudden you take a bite of food.
Just like, yeah, like psychic attack you. Because I'm trying to think of where I want to put them. Because once they come get you, it's pretty scary. I know in the past I was can be scared of these movies, but then I also just kind of like the vibe of revenge and like weird, sad horror drama plot of like a lot of the Japanese horrors.
Your proper revenge.
So, I'm trying to
It's
think.
like unmitigated anger and hatred, just targeting it.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, it's it like starts as their own like grudge, spiritual revenge, but because it like lives in the place, it can get anyone who's there. So really, the house desperately needs to be bulldozed and cleansed.
Yeah, for sure.
Um,
Be gone.
I'm trying to think, cause like when I sometimes just see them, I'm not spooked out by like their appearance, like I am some other monsters. As like some people I know are very spooked out by them, but I'm not. It's more what they could do to you and how they're gonna get you almost no matter what. And it's hard to know how to get rid of them in time.
I don't know, it's pretty freaky if you, like, you know, you see them in your hallway or through the door, you run to your bed,
Yeah.
cover yourself with your sheets, and all of a sudden it's with you under your sheets, like,
Yeah, so I'm trying to think of all the scenes. Like The Grudge has the weird cat boy who sometimes randomly start being around you and meowing at you, and then yeah, it starts like touching you and you're in bed. I'm also just thinking like I'm trying to remember exactly how you die in Samara's, but I really remember how you die in fucking The Grudge very vividly.
Race is like they don't really go into it too much.
Especially if you're sadly like there's people who get got
Like masses.
in their own house, yeah, right away. But there's some people who almost make it more and trying to figure it out, and they die in the house. But then if you make it that far and like say get Sadako or not Sadako, what's her name again? Either way, the Grudge lady to stop coming after you. Because if you actually make it long enough in the house, she comes down at you at the stairs in the house, right, to come get you.
Well, and if
She doesn't.
if you know enough of the story of the rage reasoning,
Yeah.
it even becomes more sadistic, where she
Yeah.
actually makes you relive one of the positions of the family members
Yeah.
crime. So like,
Well, she doesn't.
other victims make you go through what she went through.
Yeah. What's the funny thing is, like, compared to the other ones, she's like, I'm Freddy, I'm gonna come down these stairs and slash you or whatever. She actually just hobbles at you, like she's injured herself down the stairs. And her classic. I could do the noise, but unfortunately, I don't think my NVIDIA will pick it up. But I can do that noise. I used to do it all the time to freak people out. But she comes down at you, just unstoppable. Like again, like you don't think she's scary, but because she's so unstoppable, you're just freaked out actually that she's coming for you. But I believe if you know how to like, or you happen to do it, where you cover your eyes like she did before she died, she'll stop. But then, unfortunately, the final boss actually comes out, which is actually the husband killer. And as far as I know, most people have not defeated him. So then you die like she did, and that's probably the worst.
Actually, it's Kayako. No, it's Kayako. That's the main form of the rage, actually.
I remember when I watched the Japanese version, some people did get her to stop coming, and then they got killed by the husband. We'll rewatch. I'll show you. True.
It's all amalgamation. That's why the boy makes cat sounds, because the cat was drowned with him. Like,
I know. Trust me, I've extensively watched The Grudge and read some of the comic book.
well, no, I'm just saying, like, it's differentiating. Like, you're not beating anything by getting her to stop. The curse is just.
And people think they are though. Like when you see her stop, like some people get killed by her there, but some people actually don't. But like I said, you think, oh, they somehow maybe got her to be sympathetic and leave you alone, but nope. Now the husband's coming down the stairs in the attic just like he did to her. You're like, no.
That's not what happens. You cover your eyes, and then all of a sudden, from behind you, hands reach out, grab your hands, and uncover them.
I'm trying. I think I'm
I've seen
at
that
the
scene,
bar.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm gonna borrow a DVD from my sister, and then we're gonna rewatch. We're gonna have a Grudge nerd off. See who's more correct.
The Japan Grudge versus the American Grudge also differ.
Oh yeah, I've definitely watched both versions.
Well, I'm just saying the rules differ between the two of them. They're not quite.
I've been a lazy butt.
the same.
Una lore, I've been a lazy butt, but at one point I was learning French and Japanese. I've been a lazy butt, didn't finish. But my sister went pretty far in Japanese, and I used to watch things with her. That's why I'm like, I have been shown this film in quote unquote educational purposes and entertainment.
Educational purposes, folks. Yeah.
So I'm trying to think where I put them. Again, like initially, I just like their stories, and I actually kind of like their looks. I'm like, oh, that's cool, and I like the drama and the mystery around them. But then, thinking of how they get you, I'm like, I probably gotta rate them pretty high because they do spook me out. Most of the time, I'm fine, but I think one time I was thinking of The Grudge in the middle of the night, like nothing better be coming up like my blanket. So maybe I'll put The Grudge and Spine Shivering in Ringu and Ass Clenching.
Proper name Juan is like more meaning resentment curse.
Mm-hmm. Although really they're both pretty equally unstoppable if you don't know what to do. But I feel like my ranking is good.
I feel Ringu is more stoppable than the.
Mm-hmm. That's why I put The Grudge higher.
Yeah, Grudge really gets to me. It freaked me the
Yeah, that's why I like some of the Eastern spiritual horror where there actually is a way to stop them. Like I've seen ones with evil dolls and various things. I'm like,
really hate it because like there's no
read
way of
them.
winning, so it's like annoying.
Yeah.
It's just inevitable at this point. Like, oh, you're gonna die. Sorry, not sorry.
Or it's like it's so hard. I know some of it's supposed to be like maybe it is, but it's so hard to even know what you're to
Hard
do in
follow
time.
the characters in the movies, actually.
Yeah.
They're just dead. They're dead meat. I'm more interested
And especially
in learning about the curse itself.
especially because there's different versions of like The Grudge where they go over various characters, and sometimes there's characters like ooh, she's gonna get the bully of that girl, that's cool, but then they eventually potentially can get the victim too, and you're like,
Yeah,
ooh.
they get the victim first and then the bully later.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nah, she's gotta get everybody she's equal opportunity. Everyone
yeah,
can live
she
in the
doesn't
house.
care. But that's the thing is she's uncaring about that. Like the curse does not
Mm.
give a shit.
True.
Or anything. It just wants the curse.
Which I've seen in various games, anime, and movies
Oh yeah.
from that genre. I have to look exactly what you call that genre. I just call it like spiritual horror, but like
Supernatural horror.
yeah.
Um,
I love things like Hellgirl and various animes and stuff. So yes, very strong. Actually, A Grudge is the first thing I'm considering putting in spine shivering.
I have Freddy there, but I might move Freddy to ass clenching. I'm still debating.
Yeah. Also just personal likes and stuff, so.
Well, the next one is one that you have seen but may not remember very well. Bagul is his name.
I feel like I am remembering this, but I also might be getting it mixed up with a kind of similar movie. We watched a
It's the
lot
main
back to
villain
back.
Of the Sinister movies, where
Mm-hmm.
the first one was about the author watching the films of the house.
It ultimately takes a child, right?
Yeah, so he actually possesses a child. Like he kind of convinces them to murder their family and then come with him, and then he feeds off the children.
Yeah, wasn't the ending film we watched of that essentially supposedly like resurrecting that through the sister or something? Isn't that like the final
That's
film?
the second film.
They're
So
worshiping
there's
him.
3 films.
Okay.
You missed. I don't think you watched the third, or if you did, I think you maybe weren't like watching it.
Yeah. Okay.
Because the third film, I actually think the third film is better than the second film. I think the second film kind of. Wait, I'm trying to remember. Hold on. Is there only 2? Why?
I get some of these franchises mixed up for a while. For sure.
Hold on.
So much horror, so much schlock.
But what do you think of
Brain
the
is smooth.
concept of, like, a demon god that feeds off children and feeds off of energy put into him through imagery?
That is pretty crazy, and I kind of like it. I really like how they do it in the movie. My question. But actually I did kind of like the book writer, like detective one, although I think it maybe got a little goofy at times, but I think that one was
I did. I feel like it could have been better, but I felt like it was decent. It wasn't like the worst horror movie I'd ever seen.
and some of the plot and the premise is actually good. I feel like that would be pretty creepy because like
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember the Zack
killing
mechanics.
everyone,
Mm-hmm.
And
Because he always basically kills you and gets your family to. He kills you, eventually gets your family to kill you in a weird way. It always often looks strange or like a homicide or an accident, right? I'm trying to remember the exact mechanics.
it looks like a homicide, but they can't find the killer, and the child that
And a child is
did it
missing.
is missing, but they don't know the child did it because it almost seems
Mhm.
implausible in certain scenarios.
Yeah.
The police don't have the films of how these things occurred. It's pretty
I forget.
messed up nonsense.
Is it just because you're in the house or because you've seen the pictures of him? I forget exactly
So
how
it's,
it.
It's a specific thing. So once you get exposed, so you go to the house where the previous murder happened. That house
Okay.
is now touched by Bagul. You live there for a while, and it torments the family and befriends one of the children or all the children.
Mm.
And it starts fucking with the children in a different way than it does the adults, but it does fuck with them, and it does that because it wants them to move. It doesn't like repeat performances, so it wouldn't want the murder to occur in that house again. It's scaring them
Okay.
enough that they move away, and that's when the next murder happens. That area can be also touched by Bagul. It's kind of like spreading his influence.
I see.
That's what we learned in the first one. The second one, I actually think, is quite good in the way they try to do it. It's not like, I wouldn't say like the best horror film ever, but I like the idea of it because instead of like the first one, you focus a lot on the dad who's like looking at the films, the mother's interactions with the dad, you know, that kind of stuff. The second one actually focuses more on the perspective of the two boys, the brothers, the children.
Yeah.
How it's actually affecting them, and we see the flip side between how it would affect the adults versus affecting the children. It's pretty good. I think they're decent.
I'm pretty sure I'm remembering. I'm just wondering if I'm blending it with another weird movie. I think I generally remember.
Character of the second one is the police officer that helped the author in the first one. And he's a great actor.
I think it is a pretty spooky premise, but and I actually kind of did like the plot of how they were finding the tapes or whatever, but I keep remembering at some point thinking like, this is goofy, why aren't they doing more about it? And just like little parts like that.
Creature. But do you know what
True. No, well, I'm trying to remember. There was something that is like, or wasn't the police suspecting them of doing something? I can't remember. There's just some part where I'm like, oh, this is like such modern just plot.
The police didn't like the author because he had done previous investigations that had shown the police in a negative light. The police just didn't like the author for that reason, because they were like,
Maybe I'm getting mixed up about what I thought was goofy between this and another movie. Then I'm not entirely sure. I watched them the once, just the once.
See, that's where the animosity from the police came from.
I feel like he should be higher than.
I think I'm gonna throw him in bone harrowing, or it was kind of
Yeah.
clinching, but
I can't remember how spooky it is until he gets the kid to kill you. Because you're not entirely sure how to stop it.
So he is harassing you quite frequently.
True.
Like he was up all night holding a baseball bat at one point. Like,
What if you're just like a squatter, like, I'll never move. I don't want to move anywhere else.
that'd be great, because then he would be like,
I forget, was there any other... I don't think they have any way to stop him in the movie, or at least they fail to.
he fails because again the author didn't realize that it was the moving that would trigger it.
Yeah.
So they move back to their old home, or an older nice home, or whatever the fuck. They move back somewhere, and that's when the little girl goes on her house renovation painting frenzy of blood.
Yeah. I feel like it should be higher, but I'm just gonna put him in bone harrowing, because the concept is creepy, and it sounds pretty hard to stop, and like it'd be hard to even understand what's going on fast enough. But for him, I'm just like too detached from it, so.
Investigating. Like, he had the intent of trying to figure it out. If you just went into a house and this shit started happening, you'd be like, what the fuck? I'm getting out of here, and then you'd be murdered.
Yeah, and there luckily happened to be some video or like pictures there for him to even investigate. True, yeah. Okay. I feel like it maybe should be higher by concept, but because I'm detached from it, I can't quite remember how scared I was. I'm gonna put him in bone harrowing, but I can see people maybe putting him higher. He's like, ah, yes, you made this a nice reel for me. You edited it for me. Oh no.
It'll be great when you're added to the reels and your daughter.
They gave him like a backstory, which I kind of like of being always a child leader, but in some ways that's also kind of vague. So that's what I'm gonna raise him, downgraded him to.
Well, he takes them into his own realm too, like with the ducks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. And they're like on his side too. It's very creepy. I feel like that adds the creepiness value up too.
Yeah.
But moving on to the next one is something kind of similar in concept.
Don't know if I know this. You know what? I knew it was called Babadook. That immediately came to my head. I was about to say it, but I'm like, do I not remember what that actually is? But I know the name, so I must know it. It's one of those weird brain moments. Ooh.
I mean, it's
Maybe jumpstart my memory.
that they made up from the Serbo-Croatian word for boogeyman, which is
Ah.
but yeah, he's pretty creepy of a creature. It's also more of a play on like potential mental illness as well, like talking about that
Mm.
and like representation, like symbolism. But like it's really talking about grief. I think is the main thing about the Babadook and how grief can be a real monster.
Okay.
Really,
Did I?
like symbolic of. I don't think you watched this with me. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if I've seen this, so maybe I haven't. But I weirdly know the name. Maybe it's just someone's told me about
It
it.
really delves into like dealing with like death
Okay.
and how it can really affect people's mental state. Creepy monster though. It's hard to describe because he has like different forms, but it's like the anxiety that you feel like this monster lurking around you, causing all these problems. And it like almost it's like an isolating kind of monster too. It like isolated her the way it would like scare her and attack her. It would bring her alone and alone. It would cut off her connections in life.
Okay. What's the plug? So first of all, I feel like I maybe watched it, but then I look at the pictures and I think I haven't. I'd have to watch some part of it and
I
see.
mean, the overall plot is a very, very exhausted widow, single mother of a 6-year-old, is dealing with like her husband was killed in a car accident while driving her to the hospital while in labor. So a lot of trauma there, a lot of heavy experiences. But anyway, as he's 6, Sam begins to display like behavioral issues, problems at school and in life, and he becomes like really hard to deal with for her. Like she's just struggling as a single mom to deal with this boy who's kind of lashing out, and he's become kind of preoccupied suddenly with an imaginary monster, which he even like builds pseudo weapons to fight it. And then eventually one night he asks her to read a pop-up book called Mr. Babadook. It describes a titular monster that's wearing a top hat. The Babadook torments its victims. Amelia is disturbed by the book and its mysterious appearance because she never bought that book for him. And while Sam is convinced that the Babadook is actually real. So it's an interesting film. It's kind of again more mental space too, exploring. Like it's hard to tell if these attacks are real or if it's just Sam or if it's her even. Like who is the real problem?
So stuff's just popping up at her, or she's seeing things.
Yeah, she's seeing things all the time, and she's hearing things too.
Okay.
Strange events start to occur, such as Amelia finding glass shards in her food. She attributes the events to Sam, but he blames the Babadook. Amelia rips up the book and disposes of it. At her birthday party, Sam's cousin bullies him and pushes her out of the treehouse, inadvertently breaking her nose. He later has
Damn.
the Babadook and suffers a seizure.
Ugh.
Amelia finds the Mr. Babadook book reassembled at their front door upon returning. New words in it taunt her. The book now contains a pop-ups of her killing their dog, Bugsy, Sam, then herself. Terrified, she burns the book and runs to the police station after a disturbing phone call she received. However, she has no proof and leaves when she sees what looks like the Babadook's suit hung up behind the front desk in the police station. That night, the Babadook attacks her, and after the attack, Amelia becomes more impatient and feels isolated, shouting at Samuel and having more visions of the Babadook. She also exhibits violent behavior, including cutting the phone line with a knife, and has disturbing hallucinations in which she sees herself murdering Sam. So this is the kind of vibe you're getting with this movie. Pretty intense stuff.
Yeah.
Pretty intense stuff. I think it's actually quite good. I think it's worth a watch if you haven't seen it. Before I go
Okay.
into like the plot.
Yeah. So it's like spooky, not say ghost, but like psychological and potential
Supernatural.
monster or not
It is a
vibe.
monster. Like what you're seeing in the photo here is the pop-up book version.
This weird little top hat and is that a nose thing? Can't quite tell.
Yeah, the real version of him is a little more disturbing.
Okay.
Do you have Discord in a place you can see it right now?
Yeah.
I'll just send it to you directly so you can get a.
In some ways, that's worse than creepy. In some ways, the photo is creepier to me.
Well, there's a lot of different iterations of him too, because he's like an artwork, right? So like,
Yeah.
the sky's the limit with the Babadook in terms of like.
Okay.
He
So he just likes to torment moms.
He torments anyone engulfed in grief.
Okay.
'Cause
That's
the
pretty
idea here is, like,
freaky.
the idea is the Babadook is slowly possessing her.
Okay.
Interesting concept. I think he's a really cool monster. He goes for me into actually the bone harrowing. He's not quite ass clenching for me, but I think he's quite up there in terms of concept and design.
Yeah, it's whenever I want to put him. I think
Executed better, sure.
from the concept, I think I'll put him there too, off your description.
Oh, you're well acquainted with this one because of me forcing you to watch them.
I was thinking add it to the list, and I was like, I don't need that on the list. You brought it.
Don't worry, I got you covered.
The Nun.
The Nun. What's wrong with the Nun?
Those freaking.
I didn't even choose a picture of her that's her. It's like the painting of her that she's holding from behind, like.
Oh.
It still looks like her pretty much exactly, but yeah. I don't know. I think the Nun is actually kind of terrifying in the ways they use her sometimes. Sometimes.
Yeah.
I feel like Nun 2, I feel like really fell off comparatively to the first Nun movies in terms of the scary factor.
Am I making the Nun movies mix up with that one other stupid
The
Christian horror movie?
They're related.
That and that one, and what's the one with? I'll have to look with freaking old fat. Oh God, I know his name. Anyway,
I'm making a ranking change. I'm gonna move Samara just because it's the name I know her really by to ass clenching. Because I mean, if I only have 7 days, I'm gonna be clenching my ass. But
yeah.
the Nun goes into bone harrowing for me in terms of just her overall. I think her design is good. I think certain cinematography tricks they use to make her appear are good. Do I like the
True.
development of the character overall as the series continues? No.
I think my problem is I don't know if I like the plot, and so I was like, ugh.
I feel like
And the characters in it.
is less about like it's not about like a parish. It's like more the nun is like a demon harassing a family, which is fine.
Yeah, maybe I'm getting the movies mixed up too. I may have paid attention more to number 2, and that might be doing her disservice. Yeah.
She did suck in 2, and she sucked worse than that. If I remember, I think there's a third one. Meh.
I feel like I'm trying to remember everything she does, especially in the first one, because it is pretty strong.
Child, primarily.
Okay.
She's harassing like a poor British family.
Yeah, I think I'm remembering number 2 when they're in like the
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, the chapel or whatever.
I'm remembering that one more strongly, unfortunately. So it's her plus like all her weird demony powers in there.
Yeah, the first one I think is based more on an investigation done by Ed and Lorraine Warren.
Yeah, unfortunately I'm not remembering that directly. So I'm trying to remember how spooky and all her powers.
I mean, she's a demon. It's traditional powers that you would know from any kind of like ghost, exorcist, like possession story.
Yeah.
Shit around, fucking with their minds.
Sometimes I thought she was just like goofy and meh, but it also can be the mindset I watch certain horror movies.
Goofy.
I feel like she probably should be bone herring, but I'm gonna put her in creepy chills because I was just kind of meh when I watched her. But again, maybe I'm not giving her just desserts because I'm mostly remembering that second movie, which I was side-eyeing. So
We all know that the next one on the list is the most terrifying. The nun can't even hold a candle to the leprechaun.
Nope. Straight to spine shivering, baby.
Yeah, is it? I'm gonna throw him freaky.
Do not. And then freakish failure, sir.
But I'm
You
pretty sure
know.
he fails in every move.
Oh, he kills a whole bunch of people before he fails. What are you talking about?
He wanted to initially kill. It's usually
True.
or random people.
We did like a big like rewatch of these movies, or I'm already forgetting exactly how many people he maimed versus killed.
They really blended eventually.
The first one's probably the best, although already goofy, but they get goofier. It's so much goofier. They get so ridiculously goofy. I think his initial concept. Okay, I'm sorry. I prattle on for ages. But I'm down to be here for a while too, so it's good. But I was gonna say, like, when I was little, I did not like his face or his little fucking look. I was spooked out about him. And I mean, he is technically a special magical fairy thing that's small, can pop out at you, has magical rules about his gold where he can always hunt you down if you've taken it. So I want to give him some props there, but I'm trying to remember exactly how. Again, trying to go back to the original film before it gets ultra goofy. Exactly how strong he is, because that would decide if I want to put him from creeping chills to freakish failures myself. I'm gonna put him in dreadful menace just because I'm not fully recalling, and he did spook me out. Like, I don't like him, but as I watched it as I'm older, he has less of a spook. Again, when I was younger, I might have put him in bone hair, but now I'm just gonna put him in menace.
Bonehead leprechaun and bonehead.
He was so creepy. I did not like his face, just like Chucky. In the scene I saw of him, maybe I didn't fully understand as a kid, like the way he chased them down and it was like murderizing. I was like, oh, I don't like this.
I don't like that murdering people and scouting.
Yeah. But as of now, yeah, he's downgraded. For sure.
The next one is one you included, which I'm kind of mixed on about caring about it all personally.
Yeah, it kind of depends on which version you go with. Krampus. But you know, he's a good, cool monster. Good showing. Good showing. Give him the golf flap. The princess golf flap.
Making sense.
I mean, some versions of him are so mild to just helping Santa spank you to versions like the movie where he sucks you into hell if you don't get away from in the whole neighborhood. So there's a range. There's a range on Golden Boots.
And indescript. I'm
Yeah.
him in Dreadful Menace because I don't think he's a failure. It's hard to call him a failure when he succeeds, pretty much guaranteed.
Yeah, and he's pretty scary. Is bound to get several people, and it's hard to say you fully kill him because of he's a supernatural creature. So I would probably,
She shows up.
yeah. And I'm thinking of the one movie where he can really get you through the snow with all his little helpers, his weird like freakish, evil fairy Christmas helpers. So I'll put him in. I was thinking Dreadful Menace or Creepy Chills. I'll give him Creepy Chills because I can like an evil Krampus if it's done well and fun.
Okay, I'm throwing him into Creeping Chills as well, I guess.
How do people feel about the holiday spooks? Sometimes I like them, and sometimes they're goofy as F.
I kind of like the twist, like Killer Easter Bunny or something, but
I got done.
them well to actually work for it.
I don't think I gave you the picture. I don't think he made the cut because I thought it was just too goofy. But there's the gingerbread man who just is a giant gingerbread man who comes to people. There's so many things in that category where giant this, giant that, goofy this, goofy that. All right.
The next one, I'm sure you recognize it.
Trying to. What is it?
I know you don't recognize.
I'm like, I do not.
Because Silent Hill is on the brain, this is a creature thing from Silent Hill 4 called the Twin Victim.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty freaky looking because it might be hard to tell in that picture, but like if you were a whole person, you would like be the size of its shoulder. It's quite large.
Okay. What'd it do?
Well, basically, the description of it is that it appears to be a large set of sleeping conjoined twin infants wearing a tattered, dirty smock and what looks like a scarf, both of which bear a feathery texture. Along with pale skin, they have enormous, adult-like arms on which they stand. Their arms come out from underneath their smock, as if they're a pair of legs.
That's pretty freaky.
Not great. Yeah, so basically they're a manifestation of the it's funny because we actually read about them. Remember we heard about Walter Sullivan killing Billy and Miriam Locane in that one article
Mm-hmm.
in Silent Hill 2?
Yeah.
This is what's left of those two children.
Damn.
The main theme here is like it's like a demented level of attachment and misunderstanding. It's mostly just a representation of just like being too attached to something. They're pretty just creepy.
Okay.
They chase the player around.
Yeah, like what's their tech? You have to tell me how spooky.
Initially, when you go into it, they don't attack you unless you wander too close, and then they laugh.
Okay.
But otherwise, they're pretty much just indifferent and they just stare at you. After they are triggered, they'll like run in the room really fast and continuously harass you until they're killed.
Okay.
They just suck. They're really creepy. They have like a childlike infant like squeal sound. It's not comforting, that's for sure.
Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna put them in creepy and chills because they sound spooky but also kind of goofy to me. And also I'm used to so many weird creature ghosts, but I feel like if I actually played the game, it might be an ass clenching.
I'm
Okay.
gonna put them in creepy chills as well. I don't think they're as scary as like Pyramid Head.
Okay.
They are just kind of gross.
Weird. Like, you're kind of gross. I don't want you around. Go away.
Yeah, please leave.
Please leave.
Next one's all you.
Yeah, alright, come on. Yeah, it's Tomie from Junji Ito, I'm pretty sure. I'm probably butchering the name. I've seen different versions and it's been a while. I probably could brush up myself on Tomie, but I'll give you a basic kind of spread. What I need to get him to watch more because Junji Ito stuff just has a weird curse SCP Twilight Zone vibe in some of the episodes. It's just strange, okay? But Tomie is like I believe an ongoing character. It has various stories. I probably haven't seen them all. But often she's a very beautiful like high school girl, as you see there. But then she can randomly grow. Well, yes, but she doesn't normally start out that way. As the story progresses, sometimes she can like grow another random weird face. And it can be a more angry face. Sometimes she's more of like an annoying harasser of somebody in the story. Like in one story, she wants to get this one girl caught for selling photos and uses like her beauty and like her being the good girl to wile people into believing the girl getting suspended first. And she has like lackeys. And so like, and they go crazy. And like, as she was being called ugly, that face sprouts. And she's like, what? And then when she sees it, she's like, oh, get it off. And like their own friends like can't get it off and like kind of like cut off her own head. But as the girl's like chained there and like trying to get away, eventually that weird body gets up, grown in the middle of her mini head, and like laughs and giggles away. And another, she's being seen as like a whore and a seducer, even though she's just like, people just happen to like her, but she doesn't want to like them back. And so they kind of go crazy and murder her there too. I've seen various versions, like a long time ago, I watched movies based on Tomie. And sometimes you're mad at her, and sometimes you're also like, oh, she's the victim here because she's pretty and she won't say yes to people, they're gonna harass her. So it really, depending on the story, can go either way. But either way, she starts off as somebody very pretty who goes ugly of her own accord, or something happens to her. But the weird and sometimes she doesn't always directly attack. She gets people to attack for her sometimes, very often. Although I think a few times she does attack directly. But she's always either scheming or somebody goes crazy and schemes for her and or against her or both. Like the guy wants to kill everyone because like she drives her, like her not wanting him drives him mad. But one of the main things is, as I've discussed, is I don't know if she's fully killable, and she comes back in multiple times. So maybe kind of SCP-ish in that way, where like I think at one point she's murdered by the whole group of kids, but some part of her is like given to somebody else, like an implant, but the person has to go to the hospital because they're feeling bad, and when they open them up, it's a Tomie head growing from the part that they had taken, like as it like, you know, implanted into them. So very freaky, can regrow from her own parts. I'm not even fully sure how defined that is. Like, it's because often the story will end there where she's like hello, or like getting her own head back, or like regrowing her own body. So it seemed like a normal like thing, and maybe they're having social commentary or something, but it's very quickly weirdly horror-ish, especially in its ending. Maybe I'm trying to describe it the best I can. Maybe I should have wrote a piece because it's very hard. I feel like some of it you have to witness and experience some of his stuff. Yeah. Because she's so comebackable and I feel shows up in multiple places. Like normally maybe you think, yeah, I feel like maybe initially be like, she's weird, put her in Menace or something, but because she... Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes she, yeah, often she is, although sometimes, like I said, she's not. It sometimes just comes back on her. So, like, that's why some people did debate, like, what each individual story is even kind of saying, and, like, is she a victim or not? How mean is she? Like, but the fact that she is, like, so unstoppable and almost like a weird SCP curse, I'll put her in bone harrowing, too. I feel like I only watched this once and kind of half-assed, so I might do her a disservice here.
During movies, I don't know. It's just a creepy demon doll that gets people to do bad stuff, like
Yeah.
steal away children or something like that.
I'm not remembering how creepy this movie actually was to me.
She only reaches beautiful minutes, 'cause I think it's just
Okay.
I think it's overused.
I was thinking Creeping Chills or Dreadful Minutes too. I don't remember them doing it super well, but I'm not. Well, I know some people like those movies more, and some people are also more scared of dolls than I am, but I don't remember it really getting me. So, but in fairness to everyone, I don't hardly remember this movie because I don't think I liked it that much, so I'm gonna put her in Dreadful Minutes too. That's what I was wondering, if I remembered her more. Because I don't, she's going to Dreadful Minutes. True. Ugh. Yeah. Slappy. You lame ass. I feel as a child, I have a personal hate of dummies. So as a child, would have went to spine shivering, but what I know of his plot now and as an adult, I probably just punt him like Chucky. So I agree, Fakers.
He's even weaker than Chucky too.
But as a child, dummies. Although I don't think Slappy specifically, but there's some other stories that use a dummy kind of like Slappy that freaked me out more. They would get more of an ass clench to this day, maybe, but he goes in freakish failures.
What do you think of Megan?
Megan, maybe Chill or Below. I'm trying to think. Some parts of that movie are goofy, but the concept is kind of interesting and fun, and as a robot it could be strong and scary, and you may not suspect her. Yeah, I think in the end it mostly ended up being more interesting on the drama and the funniness of what she was gonna do, so I guess I'll agree, I'll put her in Menace. I know some people might rate her higher just because they don't like the face and stuff, like the uncanny face. It doesn't bother me that bad. Yeah. And at some points they have a real actress, like when she dances, it's a real actress breaking it down. So while it's funny, it's like, it moves pretty well, so it's not uncanny enough for me. We can speed it along if you want to go over that one. Yeah, the weirdness movement. I watched the movie, the last two Halloweens, I meant to play it for stream, still haven't, so I'm not a huge FF person at all. I didn't hate the movie, but I didn't love it, but I'm also not, like I just said, a game playing fan, so... Yeah, maybe they should have had someone else to kill, and maybe it needs more spooks or something than it had.
Like, these things are horrifying because what happens in the game is you are a security guard for the night shift.
Yeah, I know. I listened to some on it. Like people's videos, so I know some.
Stay there until 6 a.m. But if you're not, they shove you into an animatronic suit while you're fleshing things.
Yeah.
It should be bloody as hell, to be honest.
That's how they ended up killing the guy in it that way, but I don't think hardly anyone else has got, or maybe one other person has gotten that movie. So maybe in the end it didn't have enough to show off the horror of it, actually. Yeah, they're trying to keep mystery and suspense horror while having plot, but then because it also I think you agree because of the rating, maybe they didn't show off a few more kills, which if it had been higher rated, it could have been. So,
I think it
yeah.
is rated R because the topics in it are pretty intense. Like, well, it looks like a kitty thing on the outside, like a kitty's animatronics.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
I'm
Bite of 88 or whatever.
I only watched it once, so maybe I'm remembering, but how much did they even show off the other animatronics? I know there was a few in the movie, and there's certain scenes specifically had it, but I felt like there should have been almost more jump scares with them, or like something the person had to get around more, something.
Premise of the story was just off base.
Mm.
Nick Cage movie where he's like taking a break and drinking a soda.
That was so goofy, but it hits more of what you want to see from the horror, but also I don't know, some people might say it's so bad good, but I feel like it hits a goofy vibe. I don't know how to describe it in a way that I actually enjoyed watching way more than the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. Yeah, him playing the arcade in the break time and him drinking really quick and then like wrecking the freaking ostrich. It's just...
Yeah. Freddy Fazbear makes it into the ever-growing list of dreadful menaces.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna wonder, based on the actual game, is that where you'd put him too?
Yeah, even the game itself. I mean, if you just go by like the first game, you barely have any lore to go off of. It's just all jump scares, pretty much.
I feel like I was only going up to chilling, but again, since I'm not as much of a player, I'm just gonna leave him in the Dreadful Menace for now.
I'll put it up at chilling because I think they deserve that for like the initial game experience. But
Yeah.
it's stale over time. Like eventually you're gonna be like, oh god, I don't give a fuck.
Okay. I might leave him in Dreadful Menace because I'm not entirely sure.
Like there are challenge modes, especially in the later ones, that make it extremely difficult. Like it's hard. It's challenging.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's all I got for Freddy though.
I know some people are like, what? Because they love FNAF, but... Sorry, go ahead.
Not on for me.
Yeah.
So we got Hocus Pocus Witches.
Yeah, let's go, sisters. Is it the Head Witch, the High Witch? I can't fully remember her name. That's her title, though. Meg Knucklebones. Yeah. Okay. Obviously, the sisters are more in a cutesy, spooky movie and they're thwarted. However, I'd say some of their powers, if they weren't goofy, are pretty good. But it's a kids' movie, so they're goofy. No. I will put them in menacing. They can eat children, suck your youth, they come through timelines. They actually, again, if it wasn't kind of spooky, you'd almost wonder how these children would win, but it is a spooky kids movie, and they're goofy. So yeah, Dreadful Menace. They're fun though, it's a fun movie.
I feel like the hag really freaked me out.
Yeah, Meg.
I would even say
She is creepy. Yeah. I would say when I first watched it too, probably. Yeah. How's he gonna get out of this? Although I also kind of find her funny, and the more I've watched it, I mean, she's definitely more creepy than the Sanditon sisters. And like, there's way more you think she can probably do, and definitely eat him. But I feel I'm trying to think, because we only know so much about her powers, and she's easily thwarted, but she's pretty big and creepy, for sure. I agree when I was young. The first time you see her, you're like, you are more ass clenched by her. I'm trying to think.
like rising out of the swamp and stuff. I mean, she's not a sight to behold, so to
Hey, she's just having her swamp dip, okay? She's a swamp witch lady. Yeah, exactly. Don't you think she's fair, Othaya? I love her line of like, she's like, you don't really intend to eat me, Miss Meg. And she's like, haha, indeed I do, Jack. I love it. She's such an evil. She's just an evil queen. Iconic. I do love Meg. I feel like it's gotten more love now that all like the fantasy stuff has come back into yeah. Trying to think of where I want to put her. Where are you putting her? Oh, an ass. Such an ass. I'm trying to think if I was. It's true. I'm trying to think, because I think initially I was kind of scared of her, but I don't know if I was ever completely scared of her, and I have a weird look of hag sometimes too. I find them goofy. I think I'm gonna put in a bone heroine. Just because she is thwarted by distraction and a stab. Although she was stabbed, it might be like a hero sword. Maybe she should be an ass clenching, if that's how you personally feel. And yeah, the High Witch. I might put her in creeping. Yeah. They have a few different spells. They have potions, that turn you into a mouse. They have an organization so no one knows you're there. They turn you into a mouse. They're gonna catch you, eat you for your youth and candy. Pretty creepy, especially on my first watch. You're not sure exactly how far they can go. They are very menacing and evil. I think Creeping Chills is good. Also, the way you're not always sure you can break her spell. Sorry, really quick. In the end of that movie. The movie has a lot of good plot twists. It's actually a base movie. Alright, we can move on. Or go ahead. Yeah, I added her just to add some more crazy female demon rap. Also, again, just a unique character I don't think everyone discusses. How dare you? Hey, she gets to eat many. She gets to eat many a person, and the only reason she stopped is friendship. Damn! I like Jennifer's Body. It's like a cult sleeper hit. I think there's a lot of fun things about it. I'm trying to think, should she be Gentle Menace or Freakish Failure? Because the way the movie's played and who she targets, I'm not always completely scared of her, maybe as much as you should be. But then you also kind of feel bad for her because she was sacrificed, so you kind of want to see her eat certain people. So, why? Well, she's a weird hybrid of like undead demon and girl who's slowly becoming more demon-y, I suppose. As she learns like she can hurt herself and what she wants to eat. So at first she doesn't even quite know what she wants to eat. Just a quick rundown. She's like a girl who gets sacrificed by a band who sacrifices her to Satan because they want to be popular. So they like stab her and throw her in like one of those water mystery holes where we don't know where it comes out. Or they want to. Like, they throw the knife in there. And so... But because she wasn't a virgin fully, she came back as a demon thing. And starts to hunger. Keep herself feeling good. Like it later makes her happier and look better when she actually eats. So she actually kind of is driven too. But yeah, friendship and her best friend stops her. I guess I will put her in Freakish Failure, but I'm debating where she goes in Dreadful Menace, but I will put her in Failure, I suppose. It's a fun movie, though. I like it.
I think it's a fun movie. It's just not.
I actually really like the concept of the movie. And I find parts of it funny, but I don't know if it'll hit everything for everyone or if there could be improvements. I don't know. It's a fun one for me. We can we can move on. Dang.
It is not high on my list of great horror films. But moving on to more people that devour their prey, we've got a trio here. Well, actually,
Ah, I see.
Nosferatu
Yeah.
is one. Then we've got Christopher Lee.
Like a classic Dracula, or more classic Dracula anyway.
Then we also have, I don't know if you're familiar with this one as much. It is called just Fright Night Vampires.
Yeah, I've seen Fright Night.
Standard.
I'm trying to remember all the rules between the differences of them.
I can't remember the exact rules of them, but they are free.
Yeah, more a monster face.
Dracula from Van Helsing.
Dracula. Epish. Yes, from Van Helsing.
Gotta have the Van Helsing representation. Let's
Yeah, I was
go
wondering,
with
'cause
Nosferatu.
We do love Van Helsing. Personally. We're Van Helsing enjoyers. Yeah.
Someone-
Alright. We can start with which one?
Nosferatu.
Nosferatu? Yeah, Nosferatu. I'm trying to remember. There's certain versions of Nosferatu I still need to see. It's been a long time since I've seen the original, in fairness to Nosferatu. So I'm trying to remember all the deets. You can give me some deets and how you feel.
I need to give you deeds.
No, just how you feel in deets and why, because it'll probably spark things for me.
Nosferatu for me is mostly a visual thing in terms of how creepy he really is.
Mm.
So I would probably throw him into like creeping chills because he has like the really long, weird blade fingers and like the just
Mm.
strange facial expressions and movement.
Yeah.
Like, so I feel he isn't quite a dreadful menace, but he also doesn't get much higher than that for me. I feel like
I need to rewatch a lot of the Nosferatu stuff. So I'm gonna put him there too, just from what I recall. Yeah. Eventually we'll have a Nosferatu run. Try to get all the Nosferatu movies. I'm gonna keep him creepy and chills though too, because he is one of the inspos for the Nosferatu clan in
Of course. How could I forget? Vampire Masquerade.
yeah, the masquerade, baby.
It is not. Oh my god.
They get even creepier and like hide in like underground places. They can be, yes. It depends on their age and what unfortunate deformities you roll.
Oh god.
But the way they would like skulk like Nosferatu and want to hide underneath things like a more classic ghoulish vampire and such. So I'll give him a creeping chills. A creeping chills. I think that's respectable. What do we think of one of the more classic Draculas here?
I think it looked great. Although I don't think I've actually watched this movie with Christopher Lee. I probably should.
I can't remember if I've watched this either.
The whole.
I've watched certain old versions of Dracula and certain campy ones and the very classic Bram Stoker's one, but I don't know if I've seen this one actually.
I should see it. We should see it because I think it'll be
Yeah.
Christopher Lee as Dracula.
It's gonna be good or slightly cheesy, but I'm gonna like it either way.
So good because Christopher Lee.
Yeah.
That power.
So we're going over like basically a more classic Dracula in general, or specifically him, because I haven't seen it.
He is more classic though. It is more classic in general. I would say
Okay.
he still falls in creeping chills. He isn't quite
Yeah.
classic Dracula. I don't find that terrifying per se.
Sometimes I don't. Bram Stoker specifically, depending on the story, maybe can go into bone harrowing or ash clenching, depending on the very specific Dracula or how he's coming for you. But even that,
The Fright Night one,
depending.
just because they were so vicious.
Yeah.
Like, like
And they'll more mob you. Yeah. If the master vampire in that one too has gained enough of a mob, they'll come after you, so it's pretty creepy.
not great. Like hive mind nonsense going on.
Yeah. They're crazy mouth. And they almost like to torment you to make people think that you're more crazy, like the Mitchell kid. Like, stop harassing that poor man.
Throw the Van Helsing Dracula into. I think I threw him into Bone Harrowing because when I watched it as a kid, like he was terrifying. I mean, he was suave. He was.
Yeah.
Which also is terrifying for a monster to be charismatic.
There's so many parts of that movie that are a little camp and a little goofy, so you want to put him in Menace or Chills, but then when you think about all the stuff he actually can do, he probably should be in Bone Harrowing.
Attempting to do it.
To do, yeah, with all his children and not caring about who he kills, really, yeah.
How old he is. I mean, yeah, I think the actor did a really good job with the Van Helsing one to make it like that.
Yeah, I'll think about it, but I'll put him there too.
So I have Fright Night and him in Bone Harrowing. I have classic Dracula and Nosferatu in Creeping Chills. And I think that's a pretty fair assessment of vampires overall, I feel. Because I don't think they're too... I don't think I've ever been ass clenching or spine shivered by vampires, to be honest.
I feel like I have, particularly in youth, and if like particularly like I was reading Bram Stoker. I feel like I can, depending on the scenario, because sometimes I think we're so used to them, we underplay what they can actually do in the right scenario. If you're just a normal human.
It's one of my favorite books. I have like a copy of it on a shelf next to me that I've like annotated in hell because I used to annotate all the time. And I don't know. It never like.
He eats babies.
It didn't intrigue me.
All his wives.
Mystery.
True. It has such a blend. True.
These other
I'm like trying to tell you, he has a wolf form and a bat form.
do a lot of vampires.
I want to say he can kind of come out with a mist too. Dracula, depending on the version. Oh, there's potentially so many vampire powers.
Throw Edward into freakish failures. Honorable
Yeah. I feel mixed because in some ways I feel like some they should be elevated or lowered. I'll think about it, but I'll just keep them where I have them too. But
Of the general
at the moment, that's how I'm feeling.
of werewolves.
Okay, yeah, we got werewolves.
I figured
Again, depending on the movie, particularly when I was younger, I actually could be very scared of werewolves. And I had somebody IRL jump scare me as like a 3-year-old child with a werewolf mask. So I did not
it
appreciate.
actually kind of comes down to how they like show the transformation. I feel the transformation can be really fucking. Like, oh,
Depends on their powers and the scenario they pop out at you, because depending on how fast they can transform and where you're stuck at them with, they totally would be very, and their speed and strength stats, it could be really scary. And like how well they can track you. Some werewolves can track you very well, depending on the story. So it's like, I wouldn't want to have to like
and then creeping chills.
fisticuffs. I wouldn't want to fisticuffs a werewolf. Let's be real.
Saying you want to fisticuff a bear though.
Yeah, true. Although it's slightly more intelligent and more actively against you than a bear. Although, it depends on the bear. True. We did. There's also like a yeah, true. They're more just like if you happen to be in the area. I was also saying there's such a range in werewolves too, because there's all the way to like turning into a wolf, to being just a wolf man, to being what I kind of chose this picture of, was where you're like, I think a lot of people like, where you're like more of the fantastic, yeah, werewolf man thing. Yeah, probably for me it's one of the scariest, unless you, some of the other ones can be scary too, depending again on the exact stats or how they work magically, but this is one of my favorites. Have you seen American Werewolf in London, or that franchise? That franchise sometimes used to like get me with jump scares and creeps. I actually like, I know the Howling 2 and all those other ones reviewed goofy, but the original Howling also kind of had me a little bit.
Oh my god.
So I'm trying to think, do I want bone harrowing or creeping shells? I've also read comic books too, where like, if, as a normal person, you're stuck with maybe like Silent Hill, with 2 bullets, and you gotta like kill them get out of their den. It's pretty scary. I don't know. I'm gonna give them bone harrowing. Go werewolves.
Alright, so this next one is one you may or may not recognize at all, depending on.
I am.
His name is Mr. X.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm recognizing it.
Mr. X is a primary antagonist of Resident Evil 2, and one that actually kind of created the whole concept of I'm a big dude that's invincible, that is going to literally follow you around while you have to do everything in the zone.
Oh no.
Like way worse than Pyramid Head in terms of tracking. Like, imagine if Pyramid Head tracked us the entirety of the prison while we're
Ugh. Oof.
with everything else. Yeah, that's Mr. X. He sucks.
Hmm.
You can't get an achievement for shooting off his head.
Does he bend down, pick it up like meh?
I think
Steam's again. If I
he's just chasing you without his hat, which actually
again, probably super scary because I can't play it. I'm not entirely sure, but knowing what I know of Silent Hill, I probably would be ass clenched. And from his look, because I'm not sure though. I wonder where I want to put him, as I have not played that one. Like I only played 1 or 2 of these, and one of them I played with somebody, so I didn't get to play. Like sometimes I only got to watch, kind of thing. Apparently I had to really play way more Silent Hills than I thought. I'll have to look. I'll have to figure out which one I actually played. I'll put him in Creeping Chills just because I'm not sure, but I'm wondering if he probably would be ass clenching for me. I'm gonna assume so. So maybe I should just put him up there, but
the control, he was like a hitman tyrant, which is like a classification of like a T type that is under the control of the Umbrella Corporation that they sent in after the Raccoon City
oh, Resident
you
Evil.
heard of Raccoon City, right?
I'm flipping the game name, sorry. Yes.
So Raccoon City had like a huge outbreak that Umbrella couldn't control the T-virus, which allowed zombies to be broken out and all that jazz. They sent him in to recover a G-virus sample from a pendant that a character had on them and kill any surviving officers and civilians found in the Raccoon police station.
What does he have powers like that one guy? Where exactly are his
His power, I mean, he has, I mean, obviously insane durability. Like,
Okay. Hey, we'll put him in bone harrowing.
you can maybe like slow him down a little, but you just can't kill him.
Alright.
His official name is T00, like Titan 00.
Okay. I'll put him in bone harrowing just because that's what I assume I'd put him at.
Like a nickname. But yeah, he is just a pretty scary type. But
Okay.
he has like a different state eventually too that makes him worse. It's hard to say. Resident Evil characters are kind of weird. Like his powers are kind of nondescript. It's just he's very, very tough.
Yeah.
He's very strong.
All right.
Like he can move a helicopter like with one hand. So he's pretty.
I'm not
big,
sure I
so
know
he's very
this.
tall.
Yeah, I got that from his picture. I'm not sure if I know this next one either.
I think I'd throw him in Bone Harrowing as well.
Okay.
It's actually not as bad to me as Jack from the 7th Resident Evil. I think Jack's the worst. Saying something for Jack, considering he's not a giant tyrant man. Alright, next on the list is a following tyrant called Nemesis.
I know him a bit more.
He was shown more in the movie as well.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of an altered version of Mr. X after shit happened.
Okay.
Because he has a lot more. He's like considered a bioorganic weapon.
Yeah.
And he has like these weird parasites infected within him that make him highly intelligent and powerful. And there's more than one of him technically. There's like 7 or something. So
He's
not
multiplied.
great. He's nicknamed in one of the things as Pursuer. So yeah, not great. You don't want the Pursuer coming after you.
Yeah, it might put him in Bone Hero and Ass Clenching too. I know him a bit more, and I'll see him in DVD, although I'm not, again, an expert. I feel like he's creepier to me from what I remember of him.
He's like a failed
Those little tentacle things.
Umbrella were trying to do with the Nemesis series was they were trying to create a global super soldier to sell. So that's what he like is born from.
Yeah. Well, they got him beefy.
America.
Like, we did accomplish making him beefy. Wrist!
Next one I think will be a speedy one for me. It's Vecna from good old Stranger Things.
His powers are pretty crazy too, especially if you're not kind of like dream psychic like him, like 11 is.
But he still only gets blood and heroin because he's an asshole.
Yeah, originally. Although weirdly, he's like the apparently now the story we finally got. Which I feel is retconned a little bit, but he. Yeah, how you survived. He was the thing that initially even kind of contacted it with his weird spider love. So he's like the initial like starting point. So maybe he has some like affinity for it, but still, yeah, not really fully explained why he has it, why he survives it. Yeah. I guess maybe he's had too much affinity for it, so he's find a way to become one with it, which seems like it would be hard because there's so many weird creatures there, but maybe it has to do with his imagination too. I don't know. I don't think one of them is fully explained. In some ways, I like the addition of him. In some ways, I almost like just the mystery of the weird other world that before he came into this franchise. I felt mixed.
He ended up being from our world, like the human world. I feel like more interested if he was a being that was intelligent from that world and human
Yeah.
and do things. I don't know.
I feel like if you, I'm trying to count in the, I'm trying to think, should I count in the creatures that he let in from the first few seasons? Like the thing he made to come eat them, the freaking demigorgons. Because if I do that, it makes him even more ass clenching. Especially because he's just brings up on a normal world, and she helped open the gate again, but he was supposedly like doing stuff since that point to help further it.
He needed her still to do something to start.
Yes.
So I don't know.
I know. I'm trying to think of all his powers, especially in his own realm, but even outside of his realm, he can, once he's done something, certain things to you, he gets pretty strong. Like, he can, like, just lift you up and crack you once he's, like, infected you enough in the one season, right? I'm trying to remember exactly how that works. So, should I put him in ass clenching or bone harrowing?
Yeah, not great. Not great. Definitely not something I want to see.
Yeah. I might leave him in ass clenching. Just because that series made me clench, but maybe I should move him down to bone harrowing. I'll think about it.
What is strictly horror?
The mind flayers. They're freaking gross!
I'm actually
Yeah,
Fuck that way.
yeah. And like, if they weren't evil, I can maybe be okay with the squid face, because squid octopus faces aren't my favorite. Although I do like octopuses in real life. They're smart and kind of cute. But because they have that disgusting ass fucking worm thing that goes in your brain, spine shivering. No, sir. No, thank you.
Not just that, but are you sure you're good with eating brains forever?
True, they do eat your brains and like
Their diet is
make you crazy with their brain power. Yeah, I do. They're a cool like villain and interesting like concept, like another like sci-fi concept. But oh,
terrifying.
do not like. You know I don't like worms. Yeah. No. Yeah, if you get a bad rule, go to the realm where they're invading. Oof. Oof.
Next one gets an ass clenching for sure.
What is this?
The better Leatherface. So I was rocking Leatherface as like a bottom tier face maker, body stealer, part stealer.
Mm-hmm.
Because Jeepers Creepers. That's what the next one.
I don't. This is one of the ones I always think I've watched, and then when people describe it, I'm like, did I ever fully watch this movie?
Never watched it. No thanks.
I think I've seen a part of it and never finished it when I was younger, so I think that's the problem.
Jeepers
There's so many movies I realized I did that too.
He's like centuries, potentially even longer, older monster that steals parts from people to prolong its life over time. That's how it's kept itself going forever.
Okay.
That's the general gist. And he can fly. Like it's almost impossible to get away from him unless he has your scent. He hunts you down because he like can sense when you have a part he needs, like an eye, a heart, whatever.
Oh no.
Yeah, not great man. And also, if you, I have the picture blown up on my stream, but that face he makes is horrifying. Because he has like these
It's
weird,
like-
like crab flaps that come out. From
Yeah.
They're usually enclosed around it. He can also mimic people's voices,
Ooh.
so he can like bait you out and stuff. Like he is terrifying. Terrifying. He
Okay.
was terrifying,
I'll-
especially when I watched it.
I'll have to be right back.
Oh, right now? Okay. We'll take a quick break, guys. We're actually gonna be here anyway, because I want to grab a snack anyway. So. She may not have heard that, though. I'll make sure to give her a message. But we're gonna take a quick break, guys. It's a good time to take a break while we're talking about this horrifying fella, the Jeeper and the Creeper. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. We really appreciate it. And we'll get back to it in a bit.
Did he step away too? I was just going for 2 seconds. That's why I didn't throw to the BRB screen. We're both just like, I don't know what you call that position. Just conked out. Da, 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 da. I have no idea why I felt the Final Fantasy victory was upon me. Ah, maybe I'll BRB for some another minute. I'll wait him to come back. BRB really quickly again. All right.
We are back. Mostly.
We have snacked and refreshed. I have, this last bit here, I have talked about his ear to death. And that is just the tip of the iceberg of my rambles. Yes, we were talking about Jeepers Creepers. So is he a special creature, demon, man who just turned himself? Okay.
He is like some fucking horrific He is not
trying to think where I want to put him since I am not super acquainted. You say like he takes people's whatever body parts. Yeah, I think I get Jeepers Creepers mixed up with this other kind of Scarecrow movie, and maybe that's why I didn't think I liked it as much. But I think I'm just getting two movies mixed up, and that's why. So I'll put him in Bone Heroine. The Jingle? I don't think so. I'll put him in. Okay, I put him in Bone Heroine just because for your description, but I'm not entirely sure. He can move up or down for me. Probably stay there though. Oh, I don't think I have your stream up. Are you gonna play it in?
No, I'm sending it to you. I'm sending it to Pop.
Okay. Ooh. This is hitting. Where'd you get those peepers? Yeah, I know that song.
Exactly, yeah, because he's stealing people's fucking eyeballs.
That song predates the movie, right?
It does, 100%. 100%.
That's what I thought, but it's used for him. Okay.
It's good though. It works well.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, he's pretty terrifying. The thing is he only has like a very specific period of action. Like, I'm trying to remember, it's like 22 years or something, or like 23 years. It's the only time he hunts.
He sleepers it.
You gotta be real unlucky, kind of like it.
Mm,
Where you're just there at the time period where he needs to feed.
yeah.
Kinda. Unfortunately.
That can sometimes be an interesting concept of how it's used. I'll leave him Bone Heroine.
It's
I'll
well
have
done.
to.
It's creepy as shit. We definitely should watch it. Because he is
Yeah.
ass punching for me.
Oh. You don't like how those flaps move? You don't like what those flaps do?
No, I don't. They be flapping too much for my liking.
Alright, that leads us into it, which we have two versions of here.
And we have the new and the original from the original series /movie. So we have the original It from the 80s, and then we have the new It from the
I've watched these a limited amount of times, but I feel like I've watched the older one more. I think there's things about the newer one I didn't like quite as much,
Yeah,
but they both have flaws and pluses and minuses.
I think I like the first one where he's in it more. It made me cringe more. So
It did.
while
I
I would
don't-
put the new one into both, maybe even
Yeah.
he didn't scare me. They relied too much on creepy CGI for my liking. Where
The pacing of the creeps and exactly what he did, and just the vibe that, like, Tim Curry can be a goof, but then Tim Curry can give off weird, freaky ass vibes. So there's something about the pacing the exact way they did the original and Tim Curry that did freak me out more when I watched it. Yeah.
It was like slowly cooking you, just like he cooks them with their food. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, that was his explicit reason for terrifying people. He liked how it made them taste.
Mm-hmm.
It's the whole thing is that he prefers people who are scared and crying.
Yeah. I moved the new one down to Creepy Chill just because I didn't care. There could be. It did do some interesting things with the monster, but I don't know. Something about it just doesn't hit. It doesn't, hit you in the face as much. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to remember exactly. I'm trying to think too. Maybe it could be suffering from the fact because I saw the first one first. But I think even if I didn't have the first one in my mind, I don't know if I'd be as spooked out by this new one as the old one. Yeah. Some of the pacing and changes in what they chose to scare you with too just don't work as well for me. So yeah, a change for the old one. The original one, they try to make the new one creepier, but I'm telling you, the original clown Tim Curry is just the kind of clown. If you're a nice man, I don't want to say hello to you at the circus. I'm sorry. No, thank you. Exactly. It's hit or miss, and it could depend on the vibe. I could be more scared of a clown when I was younger. Especially depending on the height. It's weird. Okay, we also have these other little clowns we can do really quick. What are these? Are they the outer space? I watched this once. I did watch it once. I think we watched it together as a goof. As a game now, it's so funny. I remember them. They are creepy, but there's a certain amount of goof to it too. I'm trying to remember all the kills. Yes, they're aliens, yeah. They make people into candy? Is that what they do? If they get you in the ship? Oh god.
Which is why they go into bone harrowing for me, because the fate that you experience is terrible. What some of them did in the movie is they go up to the cocoon, they stick like a funny looking straw in it, and they just start drinking.
Yeah, see, that's the problem. I think I didn't like their face, and they did creep me out. I can see when I was younger, they really freaked me out. They'd probably be ass clenching if I was younger. But then there's also so many goofs to the movie and the genre where it makes it goofy, like the fact that they drink you with the straw. So I can see some people putting them lower or higher. Yes. That's why I think bone harrowing is good.
Creepy and scary. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of funny place where they ended up in between.
Yeah.
But yeah, not the best clowns to be in the back alley.
Get that game on sale, make you play it now that I know it's heroin clenching to you.
DVD.
Okay.
It's not worth it, unfortunately. The game didn't do well either. I don't think it was developed.
Okay, we can move along to this Oh no, 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 if you have more to pontificate on this for the clowns, please tell. Okay.
Creature from the
Black
Black Lagoon.
Lagoon.
I had to include this because I feel like this is like the father of a lot of monster.
Yeah, it's a classic monster. For sure. It's been so long. I know I've seen part of this movie, but it's been so long. And I should give some of the classic monster movies a refreshed as well. It does, particularly in the stock photo. Like if you see it like hiding with the fog, it works a little better. But I do agree it's a little chonky derp. Like I expect him to bust out and twerk. Like, hey.
People were horrified by this.
Yeah, true. People's literacy and like what they've seen in perceptions, yeah, it's really very different. Very true. That's why sometimes it's hard for us to go back and critique older things because some things would very easily freak other people out. Yes.
With Ring, where the VHS concept is what made that work. I feel it doesn't work as well in modern.
Mm-hmm.
On YouTube since, like, it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
It becomes too
I forget.
nuts.
Didn't he mostly want to capture a chick? I can't fully remember the plot, or maybe I've seen too many goof plots of this.
Too, I think she kind of did love it.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like a weird monster romance.
The predecessor for The Shape of Water. If you've seen that movie.
God, not the Shape of Water.
I feel like I'm gonna put him in Dreadful Menace. I don't remember how many kills did he really get? Oh wait, what? Oh, yes, the twist. Only once or twice has it worked, but the twist.
The next one actually kind of flows well with the creature of the Black Lagoon. It's a death angel, otherwise known as the Quiet Place monsters.
Oh, that's what they're called? I couldn't quite tell what it was from the picture either. Squinting. I see it now.
Death angels.
Why? Who knows? Okay.
I'm overall not impressed by this monster for several reasons, and I'm actually gonna argue that while it is creepy that it can hear you and attack you very quickly and all that jazz, I'm still putting them in the freakish failure category. Because somehow no one has figured out they're stalked by high frequencies. But that doesn't make any sense to me. We would definitely have figured that out like almost immediately with how much audio stuff we use. Not to mention military testing, etc. They can be shot and killed apparently with shotguns if you stun them in this way.
Yeah.
Another stipulation as to the monster's design and making no sense is that I know there are some animals in real life that have good enough hearing they can hear our heartbeats if we're close enough.
Yeah.
They can't with their super hearing.
Yeah, when I watched this film once on a whim with a family member in the theaters. The first one, they are spooky enough to freak me out and like it's a fun ride. But I remember even at the end of that movie, the more I thought about it, I thought it was kind of derpy. And then now with the second movie, the plot and how the creature works and how we haven't won, it was very derpy. So
The second
I'm not derpy cute, just kind of dumb.
I think the second movie is complete utter trash. I hear the game is performing well. At least it's, I don't know if it's because it's Halloween and everybody's just like, oh, it's great.
I feel like, of course, if you were 1v1ing them, they should be bone hairy and chilling, but the way they end up working in the films, and because the films annoy me and they're derpy, it should be like being Dreadful Menace, but I feel like I actually would be more scared of it. Maybe I'll give it a chill.
Fuck that. I think
The plot just... I'll think about it as well. I'll leave it in chill, but I'll think about it.
that's my argument. That's my argument. I just think
It's more... True. It's more plot and what they do with it, I would say, beyond the first initial premise. True. You are selling me. Maybe I'll put it in Dreadful Menace. I'll still put it above Freakish Failure, but... Yeah.
I don't know. That's the vibe I get from it. Is like it's basically just a xenomorph that's worse.
Yeah.
I think a xenomorph honestly would kill these things because xenomorphs not only can see, they can stealth like no one's fucking business. Like
Yeah.
you could sneak up on it and then just fully.
And xenomorphs can be shot, but ultimately we need really high-powered stuff. Where this technically really can be blown away by a shotgun, so the fact that we haven't shotgunned more of them is kind of goofy. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Not to mention AI aiming with like there are automatic, like not automatic, automated weaponry that exists in the real world that they will not be able to avoid.
Let's give it a menace, because if you were alone and you had to be ultimately so silent and a big creature would come get you, it is pretty scary. I'll give it that, but...
The reason why I'm putting it down in the bottom is again because if that was true, again they should be able to hear things that they don't hear for whatever. Because plot.
Yeah. True.
What bothers me about their design, I think they just aren't a very good monster, or they're not fleshed out enough or thought out well enough for what they actually.
Or again, like, another one of those, it should have been a one-and-done movie at most, in my opinion, but...
Leprechaun is fucking
Yeah.
it's like magical and stupid, but like this is an actual monster that
You stole me gold!
magical level, right?
Yeah.
That's why I think it fails for you. You added the next one, which is a creep show.
Yeah, I had to have some showing from Creep Show.
I don't know what that one is. That you said.
I'm forgetting its name, but is it the thing in the box? Yeah, it kind of does. It's one of those things too, you can choose, I'll give you a little rundown, you can choose where to put it based on, like, maybe you have to watch it again to know how it makes it feel, but how I just describe it, I guess. It's in a, so Creepshow has like a lot of one-off stories, right, in their collection in the film, and so I want to say, is it a scientist or something who's going to work on something in his lab? I can't remember, I know that he has more than one friend there. And basically this box, I can't remember how, but this box there is unmarked, and for some reason, I think it gets somebody, and then they keep getting worried about what's actually in it. They almost get trapped, but I think the one guy ends up just feeding somebody to it, and eventually chaining it and throwing it into the ocean. But it's something just hiding in this box. At first you don't even know what it is. The chains just start rattling, and when they open it, they're scared, and it can close and lower the lid on its own. It pukes at you through the hole. I know somebody puts their hand in there. Yes, you do see what you kind of see in that picture, where it's kind of like a baboon thing. Well, at first, before you see it, somebody puts their arm into it to kind of see what's going on, and they lose their whole hand. No, it doesn't, and in fact, it almost like... at one point, when somebody gets close enough, it jumps out and like pulls them in. It starts like basically probably eating them or ripping them apart into the box. And dragging them away to a corner. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah. And like at one point I think he even sees the other guy, and before as he's getting away, and he kind of lowers the box and looks at him, the box lid. I think eventually the guy is so mad at his wife, he feeds his wife to it, but then he's scared of it, so he tries to basically rechain the box and throws it into the ocean. You think, oh, that's gonna die in the box, but the last thing you see is the eye just staring at the box, like, uncaring. So, Gorilla SCP Unstoppable Dreadful Horror in the box? Question?
I mean, the funny thing is if we were grading SCP, it might get the safe grade.
Yeah.
Because it's so hard to contain.
Especially when it wants to be. Yeah, it's one of those things. No, it wants to be in there and wait till it wants to get you. So like, that's why I'm like, because it's such a true. it's one of those things. It's a mystery. It's just a horror show like episode in the movie. So who knows exactly how it works, why? So I can see some people putting. When I was younger, I probably would have put in at spine shivering or ass clenching. At this point, it probably would be creepy chills or bone herring. I might put in creepy chills just like you. Because yeah, maybe just leave it alone. Never poke it. But when I was young, I actually kind of was scared. It was ass clenching probably for me. See that baboon.
Next one
Not gonna
is
lie.
the villain of all time.
Yo, you added Venom. Okay.
Because I would say he's pretty horrific, let's be honest. A symbiotic humanoid that actually does want to eat humans. Depending on the version.
Yeah. I do have some Spider-Man knowledge. It's been so long since I've looked into these symbiotes though. They eventually make him kind of derpy cute. Even though he starts out as more of a... Yeah. I know Carnage is worse. Carnage is younger though too, so... Yeah, don't they...
Carnage is worse. In general, symbiotes aren't great. Carnage actually doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, I forget exactly their full drive. They have some crazy powers though, for sure. You can, tell us how you feel.
Yeah, it's part of their drive becomes part of whatever the host's drive is. So it's kind of... especially with the Venom symbiote in particular, because the first host was Spider-Man. So, like, I always thought it was interesting because it was almost like a tsundere love, where Spider-Man rejected the Venom symbiote, and ever since it's felt spurned.
True.
Because it really obsesses over Spider-Man, because Spider-Man truly was one of the best symbiotic like pairings for him, genetically speaking.
Yeah.
So losing his power, losing his genetic like capabilities as Spider-Man really upset the symbiote.
I know he had to use the bell tower, right? The loud noise to get it out.
It doesn't like sound. I don't know if that's always a weakness of the symbiote.
They may have made it had to be a very special sound now as opposed to just any like loud sound. But yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty common, I think, as a main issue for them. But I also like when he takes over Eddie Brock, just like how he becomes, especially in the comic book and stuff versions. I have not watched the recent Venom at all. Venom is my favorite, but I just, after the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 3, I was so jaded. I was like, I don't even trust them to do it.
I've only watched the newer Venom movies once. I had fun with them. I don't know that they're to everyone's taste or like rewatchability, but they're fun. At least. They at least show off the power better. That movie was atrocious. Like why was he in there as Venom? Levels of like what?
It's not
But the newer movies at least show his abilities off. So it's at least fun for that reason. I mean, it is a pretty strong creature, so I feel like he should be an ass clenching, but I always just think of him as derpy cute. So I'm like, where should I actually put him?
because if he is a villain, he will do anything to like not only take you but like freak you out. Like he has a kind of sadistic nature that makes him a little more torturing too.
Okay.
Yeah, he's like, but he's also very powerful. Like people, I think, underestimate how powerful Venom really is.
Yeah, that's something like he has like a really strong ability. So it's like I know if I actually had to face him, it'd be pretty hard. But I'm like, as I'm just thinking of him, I get like more of the chill vibe level. But if you're actually fighting like a bad symbiote, like and throwing all his powers, you probably should. You probably do have him in a good place, but I might leave him in chills.
But like some of the things that he
Tell you're right. He can do a lot, really.
like specifically,
Yeah.
he likes to eat brains. And then the symbiote wouldn't always stay with Eddie Brock, like in the comics and stuff.
Yeah.
One time, the symbiote actually paired with Mac Gargan, aka Scorpion,
not Scorpion.
Scorpion's also crazy as fuck.
True. It depends on like, which way you want to lead him. He could definitely be worse.
Like Brock, he actually lost himself and became like a cannibal.
Oh no.
Yeah, he became like crazy Scorpion. It's pretty cool. I think there was like an alternate universe version where Venom actually killed Uncle Ben even.
Oh dang. I know I used to be a little more afraid of him with his big old tongue when I was younger. I'll think about it. I might boost him up.
Oh, come on.
I gotta boost him up? Alright, I'll give him a boost. I'll put him in.
No, my tongue.
Oh, your tongue. Yeah.
I'm kind of
Yeah, you with the big tongue. Yeah, that's an inspo, isn't it?
I think he's at least bone harrowing is that you can never know, like even when he starts working with Spider-Man, it's still like, can I trust you?
Yeah.
Probably not.
I just think of him saying, surf the web, and it makes me giggle. I love derpy cute Venom. Although, that might not be the most serious version. Okay, are we ready for the next one?
Yeah, we can go to the next one.
Oh no, say whatever you had to say.
No, don't worry about it.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure he broke
What
Cat's
is...
face, by the way. At one point, like, it hurt.
Oh, did he? Oh dang. Maybe I'm not remembering. Oh no. I'll have to look into his lore again.
And I think
'Cause that might bump him.
He actually ended up creating Carnage itself,
Okay.
which is actually pretty terrible. Okay, moving on to Slender Man. Everyone's heard of the Slender Man.
I have heard of him. I've heard some stories, sadly some IRL connected stories. But I'm not a big Slender Man aficionado. Oh yeah, you haven't heard of that attempted murder case in the name of Slenderman?
Yeah, no, it's just stupid though. That's just
It is.
that's
Bitches
just
be
somebody
crazy.
using an excuse
Of course it is.
fictional character to do something terrible.
But I haven't really played enough of the Slenderman stuff, and I don't read a lot of Slenderman stuff. It never really fully attracted me. So I'm trying to think where I put him. Probably Bone Harrowing or Creeping Chills.
For me, it's creepy chills at best.
Yeah, I'll do that too.
Personally, because I think his design is creepy. He's extremely tall, and he has like weird tentacles, like almost like shadows flying around behind him,
Yeah.
and like a pure white face. And he,
Yeah, I know. They look.
His main thing is generally stalking, abducting, and then traumatizing people, generally children.
He just wants to give you some trauma. He just doesn't get that the joke goes too far.
In the wrong way possible.
What if he was literally just a Slender Man and people were like, why is he so scary? He's like, just look at him.
He's just too
It'd be
slick.
funny. Yeah.
Yeah, usually the games that have been made around him have you like collect like a certain amount of pages of like artwork done.
Yeah, before he gets you right.
Yeah.
He pops up.
But the only way you can stop him from getting it is to actually like actively look at him, I think, if I remember right.
Yeah, I find that spooky, but
It's one of the two. You can either not look at him or look at him.
okay.
But
Nah, I'd stare that bitch down.
Just creepypasta.
I feel like maybe there's creepypastas who really use him to good effect, but meh.
He has a lot of supernatural powers though, like because of his
Mm.
body is evolved without an official canon. It's kind of hard to say.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. I'm sure there's probably a creepypasta out there that can be super spooky, right? Especially since you're reading it and get into it.
There's also like something like if you're close enough to him, it can trigger something called slender sickness, which is like a general onset of paranoia, nightmares, and delusions accompanied by nosebleeds.
Not the nosebleeds.
The fact
Like
that
Sanji gonna pass out.
like even touch you and you have a nose.
Yeah.
Pretty bad.
A terror is pretty good. Or dread, or monsters that bring like a malaise, which generally like the Ringu and Grudge definitely do. But let's move on to the King of Halloween, baby.
No, that's
Oogie Boo.
how dare you.
True, but he's a favorite in my heart. Okay, spine shivering, his jazzy moves.
Despite him being a worm.
He does have bugs inside. It is gooberish, but he's just too cute. Okay.
He is a worm. He's like the little worm at the end. That's the real him. He's just in his suit.
I believe he's like the amalgamation, maybe a thought more than a real full creature. I have such lore for Oogie Boogie in my head as a boogeyman. Hey, he's the shadow on the moon at night, filling your dreams to the brim with fright.
At best, he is good.
How dare you? Do we need to watch his jazzy dance one more time and see that booty twerk?
Oh yeah, that totally gives me creepy chills. The jazzy.
Fine, maybe he's not spine shivering, but he's spine tingling. He gets an honorable mention as the bestest ever at making you just jam out. I love Oogie Boogie almost as much as I love Jack Skellington. He's so goofy, he's so jazzy, he's got that performance riz. Yeah, he got the vibes. I love his little casino and how he'll just cheat for himself. When he gets snake eyes, he makes it 11.
We have Tailman.
I was just gonna say really quickly, I might put him in Dreadful Menace or Freakish Failures. I'm trying to think.
He's not a failure. Well, he is a failure, but not in the same.
In a way, I'm gonna give him. I have honor to give him a menace though, because he almost did eat Santa Claus.
He's just a menace.
And naturally, because he's from Halloween Town, he is a menace. Exactly, just what he is.
So,
I love you, Oogie. Honorable winner. Honorable winner.
yourself,
It would be quite menacing to normal people. Remember, it's Jack Skellington, the Queen of Halloween, who wins. Or the King. The King. The Queen, well, Sally's there. She helps. She's basically the Queen.
well, he definitely needs her because damn, Jack.
Alright.
Like, oh, what is this? Tailman, look at this man.
Yeah, this bro Chacho.
When's the last time you watched Pan's Labyrinth?
It's been a while, and last time it was up somewhere, I meant to watch it, but didn't get around to it, because I do love Pan's Labyrinth, although
Really good.
its ending, depending on how you interpret it, can be kind of sad.
It depends on
But it is a great movie. I feel like sometimes comparatively to other creatures, this guy is not scary, but in the movie, and also just thinking about how he looks and how you would encounter him, actually is pretty creepy. Definitely not a failure. So he's like, if you, yeah. So he has his hands, or his eyes in his hands. I forget exactly all of his powers. He might have some like speed or strength, but I don't think he really attacks you till you attempt to take from his feast, right? Which you might have been dropped to or lured into.
And he's considered. Well, yeah, he's like called a creature, I think, by the fairies in the story.
Mm-hmm.
And the ambiance of the room too, I think, was a big deal because the paintings of the Pale Man were showing him eating live children one by one,
Yeah.
and the children just begging for mercy.
So yeah, he'd come and like
Pile of children
see you and grab you. And
too.
there might have been. It's been a minute since I watched. I really should give another watch. So many of these movies need. Some of them don't. Some of them need to be on the trash heap. But some of these movies definitely deserve another watch. Yeah. So yeah. And when I watched it, I was a little spooked out by him, so I'm trying to think. Menace or Chills? Maybe Boneherring the first time I watched him.
It has an immense appetite for small defenses.
Yeah, if you touch something or he notices you, he'll make that like face and come look for you to try to grab you and eat you. If I believe right, kind of like a dark fairy witch
But see, the pale man
food trope.
fat due to eating so many children, but was forced
Ah.
to eat hunger and could not eat them anymore. This led to him rapidly losing weight and becoming very slim, which is why his skin
Mm.
is stretchy.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah,
So you could be lucky and have a break where he's fat. Dang. I can like the dark, weird fairy creatures or like creatures that eat things. I'm trying to find more dark fairy creatures. I had one other, but maybe I'll save him for next year. I wasn't sure how he'd stack up on this list really. The Pale Man works in that category. I'm putting him in Chills, I think.
yeah, I think
He is freaky. I feel like you can get away from him, but I don't know if you're lured in though.
the main thing is you aren't supposed to eat any of the food at his banquet. That's what triggers it.
Yeah.
If you don't eat anything, you're fine.
Of course, depending on how you're lured into his realm, right? Like I feel mixed between Chills and Boneherring, but I'll leave him in Chills, I think.
Choose realm to get like an item. Like,
Yeah, it's been a bit.
she had to go there for a reason. It was like
He's pretty freaky. I wouldn't want to meet him. Yeah. Frankenstein. Yeah, Frankenstein. Frankenstein's monster, if you want to be picky. Yeah, it depends on the version you read. Yeah, going by the book, the most original classic version, I feel mixed of the bottom three categories, because he does start killing people he really shouldn't, in my opinion, because he's mad at Frankenstein. So yeah. And you know, and he thinks he's a bandit. So again, I do feel bad for him. But I feel like he should have killed the kid or like the girl, really. So I'm like, true, I believe. Or, I can't quite remember. It's been a minute since I watched this too. I'd say he is stronger than most normal people too, but realistically, he is undead, so he kind of can, or living dead, whatever. You can take maybe a shot, but I don't think he's actually that much stronger than anyone else. He's just evading them. But like, I feel like I forget what if bullets take him down? I can't quite remember. Yeah. Depending on the version, he can spook me out, but mostly I'm kind of like, again, in between maybe these two categories, how I feel about him.
I don't really even think he's a menace, because everyone thought he was a menace, which made him become more.
It doesn't really, yeah, he never really creeps me out as much as other things like even Dracula or werewolves. So maybe I will put him down in freakish failures. I agree. You convinced me.
I just don't think he deserved what he got, that's all I'm saying. Like, if he had been able to...
Yeah.
Like, actually...
So, well, I'm trying to think like those other old movies, you know, those classic horror movies too. He's often just kind of derpy, scary, and just looking for a bride. Which I guess, again, to people of the past would have been more scary, but to me, it's just like, all right, we've got to him in all his majesty.
From legend.
Big D. I'd do them.
I don't think he's bone harrowing necessarily. I don't think he creeped me out that much.
No. I mean, you probably should be spine shivered about his position, but I agree that overall I'm more in the chill about what he could do, or maybe even menace, but
He is the strongest streaming shell zone in my opinion. Because he, throughout the entire movie, even his manipulations of other things to like convince her, the girl, to like try and love him and stuff, like all of the constant creep mode, like throughout the entire movie, anytime he's around. Creep,
yeah.
motherfucker.
I'm gonna put him in menace maybe, just because I feel like he's too hard trying to get that. He's too what's the word?
Dreadful.
He's too thirsty.
He's too thirsty. Oh my god.
So I think it kind of makes him a little.
Is that what
A little. He doesn't flex his D powers as much, you know. That's all I'm thinking. But I do love the character. Such a great acting. Yeah, I would have won if he did. But yeah, I love the devil guy from Legend. Yeah, let the seed of evil germinate. Chat. Okay. Yeah, I don't know it. Ooh, that sounds nice, although I'm sure he's not.
He's appeared in a variety of ways in Silent Hill throughout the time, but essentially, Valtiel is like, how do I describe him? He's known as the governing quote-unquote angel in the Order of Silent Hill, which the Order is the cult.
Okay.
He is insane. Like, Pyramid Head is actually connected to Valtiel.
Okay.
Because they both have similar powers and like they take different forms depending on the viewer themselves. Like a further connection is that Pyramid Head is stated to be the shape of Valtiel's reason for existence.
Hmm.
It's a pretty interesting monster because of what it does in Silent Hill 3, where it's, I would say, most prevalent. But yeah, like, describe him to you, he's like humanoid, you know, but his head vibrates and twitches extremely rapidly, obscuring his facial features, so it's really hard to tell what you're looking at. And although there's not many features to behold, as his face is primarily blank and leathery, his head has like a lip-like object on the back, and an ear on the left side of the head. He is also in like a butcher's apron, gloves, and stuff like that. And he usually has a symbol on his shoulders called the Seal of Metatron, because he's considered an agent of God.
Oh.
Yeah,
He'd be looking freaky though.
He is-
Why?
He's super intense, despite his demonic appearance. He's super intense. 'Cause the crazy thing is, in Silent Hill 3, he's like he appears a lot before the protagonist or main character in the game, and in many instances, he's like seen doing something, like turning a valve or somehow like allowing progression, allowing the continued cycle to move forward.
Hmm.
Because he kind of is a symbolic meaning of protecting like rebirth and new life. It's very
Okay.
monster. It's hard to describe. I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. Like, although it may seem like he does, he basically has like no concern for your character at all. But rather
Because yeah, it seems like I need a lot of lore to
But not
understand.
Heather. That's the
Okay.
main thing.
He doesn't seem to attack you then, right?
No, not exactly.
So I guess I might just keep him in freakish.
You should.
I don't know how scared I would be of him.
Like some people would want to call him a guardian, but he's not really like your character's guardian or caretaker.
Okay.
Barely making sure she dies in the way that God intends.
Ah. That is kind of spooky, but
Well, it would creep you out more if I gave you a very important detail that I don't.
yeah. Well, also while you're playing, you don't honestly know what he's doing at first, right? So I kind of get that. But I'm trying to think of what do I know now. Where would I put him, knowing he doesn't necessarily
This is cryptic enough you might piece it together. Oh, hey, what's up, Fry? We're doing a tier list of like what we feel is like creepier characters throughout horror genre and stuff. And right now we're talking about a Silent Hill character, Valtiel. And so this is a cryptic bit. So should your character die, there's a random chance of seeing Valtiel dragging your corpse back to a thing called the Halo of the Sun, intending to resurrect the Mother of God.
Oh my.
Yeah, it's pretty intense stuff. And remember, 3 is like a continuation of stuff that happened in 1 to a point. So
Okay.
it's kinda weird. But I think you would really like that character and be really creeped out by it if you
Yeah.
the full
Yeah. So right now I'm struggling between like the bottom or menace, but like again, if I probably knew it more, it might be more. Okay. I'll put him in menace. I'm just not sure. I have to experience.
Alright, next up is Pinhead. Good old Pinhead.
Probably ash clenching or spine shivering for me right off the bat, but I know I've only watched so much not Pinhead, Hellraiser, but I've heard a lot of discussions on it, and I have watched it a bit ago. I watched the new version. It could be a lot of gore and just crazy stuff in there. I know you haven't watched it as
As much. No,
thoroughly.
again,
Yeah.
really get into it. I remember a lot of it.
Hi, Fry. Thanks for the follow. Come in and join the whiffs and the fairy lights. That'll just lead you to Boba.
Fair enough, Roy, that's fair. I don't know, from what I know of Pinhead, though, I feel like he's at least bone harrowing. Maybe even clenching.
Yes.
If not full on spine shivering, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I know the character well. Although I know the world around Pinhead and like the god and stuff. Ugh.
He is what's called a Cenobite. Yes, and I think originally it was obscure, but eventually it's hinted at some kind of fallen dark creature, angel, whatever kind of creature that is kind of hates life, kind of into pain, makes these creatures in a realm, and they wanted to bring in more souls into it, essentially. So if you open the Lament configuration, which is this box, depending on how it's open, you'll release something. So really, you don't really want to touch this box. And you're ending fate. The problem is, I think most fates are bad in some way, and one of the highest ones, as I think you saw in that movie, is you get to become a Cenobite, which, yay, I guess. But yeah, it's really sadistic. One of his classic lines is, please no tears, it wastes such good suffering. and such like that. So they really do enjoy all kinds of misery and pain. It is what is the highest form of existence for them. Oh, I'm probably not doing it perfectly well, but actually I've gotten some like crazy kills off of playing Pinhead. It's actually so fun. I like the mechanic. As far as I'm at least teleporting to people. But yeah, in DBD, sometimes your box will spawn, and if they don't find it first, they have to start trying to solve it really quick with like a button mini game. But you can potentially warp to them. And yes, he said, he's like, you've summoned me, I've come. He's like, yeah, exactly. It has a pretty fun mechanic. Yeah, they have yeah, they often have a lot of chains and everything to come and like grab you and hurt you. And there's various Cenobites with different things happening to them because they've all had some pain they've had to endure. They do think it is. So in some ways they might know that they're getting you for your soul, but in some ways they actually do think you want to experience this because again, it's like a heightened existence that they think is better, is this suffering. So I think Pinhead originally was a man who got turned into a Cenobite and then like literally did have all the pins inserted into him and stuff like that. So it's all stuff they've experienced and now want to share. I'm probably not doing the complete greatest thing, but yeah, I wouldn't want to meet a Cenobite. Yeah, yeah, it's pretty bad. I wouldn't want to go that way and have my soul stuck in there. No, thank you. So I'll put him in Ass Clenching. Even though initially, if you look at him, you're like, what? Yeah, you look at him, you're like, what the hell is that? But when you know what they do, it's not so great. Yeah. So I know a lot of people were scared of that movie. What in the heck is this? Okay. Head crab.
This is what I was referencing with Half-Life earlier, where these things will jump off people's heads. Like they usually jump on.
Okay, that was what I was thinking of. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty freaky for me.
They are gross. They're kind of reminiscent to me of what's also following the head crab, which is
I'm gonna put him in bone harrowing.
yeah, I'd say that's fair.
So he controls you like a parasite, kinda.
Yeah. So I would say Half-Life 2 has like one level that is like it feels like a full-on horror level, and it's just a town filled. It's just the word. They're just
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, there's little guys. Are they just trying to make friends? Don't curb stomp them.
Head crabs are a parasitic species. Upon sighting a humanoid, the head crab will leap for the victim's face and affix
No!
the head, whereupon they will use their beak to break into the victim's skull and dig their legs into the victim's
Definitely bone harrowing, don't like it.
Yeah,
Do not want.
pretty not good. Not good.
Oh, I don't like bug creatures though.
Yeah, and it's called a head crab, like already the name is and there's different ones.
Yeah.
Armored ones, poison ones.
Yeah. Most parasites I do not like. No thank you.
We'll swiftly move on to the next one then, 'cause this will be
Which is ugh. Ugh.
what are they called? Facehuggers. A good old
Nah.
wraps
Is it
its tail around your neck and strangles you.
is the next thing the alien?
Following the facehugger, yeah.
I'll bring him out too. Ugh, this punt combo. I don't know how much I fully like the face hugger. I don't think the alien really needed it. I think the alien was already pretty OP. That's my 2 cents on the franchise.
So this is how they exist, though. This is how they become stronger. Depending on what the egg is put in, they become even more powerful.
Yeah, but don't they have their own little mouth thing they can do? I can't quite remember. It's been a minute since I watched the original Aliens too, because it actually does creep me out. The original Aliens, I'm gonna put in Spine Shiver.
Or,
Yeah.
well, they just have a secondary mouth inside them that they use to, like, stab people. Like, it's
For
not
that.
doing anything.
Okay, for some reason I thought they could get you with that too, so it has to be face hug then to put the egg in then.
Yeah. You have to get, so a facehugger comes from a so the queen xenomorph, when a queen is formed, they lay an egg, and from the egg hatches a facehugger, which then seeks the nearest bio-organic creature it can find, and then latches to it, sends in an egg so a full xenomorph can be reproduced.
Okay. I feel like there's one spin-off movie where they kind of mess that up, I think, just to quicken the scene and make it a scary scene. I think they kind of messed that up, so I got like a false idea. I feel like I have one in ass clenching, one spine shivering, but it grosses me out so much. I think they both get spine shivering. I do not like it.
I feel like
The one one of the things. Ugh.
and then you're gonna have it burst out of your chest. Actually, I think both Xenomorph and the face hugger get spine shivering. I think those things are pretty terrible.
I do not. I don't like anything about it. I don't like the way it looks. I like the way. I don't like the way. I don't like the way it. Yeah, I don't like the way it reproduces. I don't like to fight it. I like its bug-like nature.
I like that it's
I like nothing about this.
cool, and also the fact that it's coming from a human has like higher intelligence than us because it uses that to build upon itself even further. But no.
Its blood is acid.
That one movie is like one was born from a predator. Like
Yeah.
that's truly horrifying.
In some ways, I kind of like the sleek design they got of it, and like in DBD, even though I'm not the best at it, I like to play it because like you're like look at me on all fours. It's so funny. I'm gonna get my prey. So it's kind of fun in that way. But whenever I actually watch the actual movie or think about it, it's so gross and so creepy.
The test burster part I think is almost worse.
Yeah, it's like its reproduction part is like what makes it truly ugh for me. Because if it was just a creature that was hard to kill, like a werewolf, it'd be weird. But like, it's also all the stuff that goes with it. I was just like, no.
Definitely better.
Makes it such a bad body horror thing. Because one thing if it just ate you,
Oh, yeah,
it's
it
just
freaked out-
terrible.
It freaked out my mom, like the whole test bursting thing, because she saw it in theaters.
Oh no.
She was pregnant when she watched it. Yeah, it freaked her out a bit. Needless to say.
Yeah. I don't need this. I don't need this body horror.
She wasn't too pleased.
She made the wrong choice. That does lead us in to Predator. Where do I put Predator? We all know he's a great hunter. That's true. Like what tech he has, what his actual senses are, has changed throughout years in canon.
Although their face is pretty freaky when they don't have armor on.
It is.
Ugly face.
And they are strong, have a lot of prowess, even without tech. But
Predators are actually awesome. I mean, they wouldn't respect, I would say, most humans in modern day because we're not proper hunters like they are.
yeah.
They really are like a warrior race, kind of like.
I feel like they could stop being assholes. They'd be kind of cool, but they're assholes. So,
Oh my god. But if you didn't have chest bursters,
I'm gonna put them in
you'd have
bone
fight
heroin.
scenes in Spaceballs.
Oh no. Spaceballs.
Worthy sacrifice to have them in existence. For that scene.
I'm gonna put Predator and Bone Harrowing. Or Creeping Chill, one of the two.
It depends on what side they're on. I would like, even if they're
True.
kind of
Also, which version you're going off of, because I like to go off the original version sometimes for them, which means they have some flaws, and Arnold could beat them. The Arnie could beat them, but it depends on which version you're going off of.
from the first movie alone, it's probably not heroic.
Otherwise, maybe.
Ability, hunting me down. I'm not armed.
Yeah.
I don't have the strength.
I could see them having a range depending on how you feel about them. I'm just gonna keep them Bone Herring for myself personally, but if you want to put them in chills.
Here comes a weird one.
Do I recognize this one? The Thing. Oh, that one changes into other things, right? I don't think I fully watched that movie either, or I'm getting it mixed up.
And like,
But I do know it changes.
it's like a body snatcher in a sense where it like will turn into
Yes.
and kill the original. And then like, when you kill, there'll be no one left, and you're like questioning who's who. Do you trust anyone? It's actually a pretty terrifying concept. I put it in Ass Clencher just because one, it's horrifying looking when it comes into that form you see in the picture. It's like those weird little
Yeah. I forget, does it get got in the end? And what's its exact, like, power level? Okay.
The thing is you don't know if the thing is dead or if it lived.
I haven't watched it in so long. I might just put it in bone harrowing, but I could be wrong. I feel like it is killable, but I agree, if you don't know the mystery.
It's not that it's killable for me is the issue, it's the fact that you don't know who it's cloning. Like, it could...
True.
It's like the paranoia it causes by being able to shapeshift. I think that is really what makes the thing a truly terrifying monster.
Yeah, I'll leave it in bone harrowing just because I haven't watched it in a minute. I'm not getting a good vibe for it, so I'm not...
No good
Maybe I'm doing it a disservice, but that's where I'm gonna leave it.
That's
But yeah, the body snatcher could be really strong. Depending what body it gets to snatch.
Oh yes, this one you left in the Little Shop of Horrors, I think?
Yeah, Audrey too. Another just showman villain.
Magnificent villain is what it is.
Yeah, it's another villain that sings.
I'm very scared of it. I thought it was pretty hilarious. Dreadful Menace. 'Cause I wish
Yeah. Creeping Chills or Dreadful Menace. I'm not sure how much of the movies or the original like movie or play thing you've seen.
Aubrey 2 best girl, yeah, right?
Yeah, Audrey 2. Because Audrey 2 starts off as a wee baby plant that he just, this down his luck kid happens to find. But the only food that seems to make it happy is blood.
How do you know what makes you happy in the first place?
Well, people like to come see it, and he's desperate to keep it alive, so he's like, what makes it happy? And he happens to nick himself, and the plant goes, Adam. I don't know if my VTuber was doing it. Was I doing the mouth? Well, it starts doing the little mouth movement at him, and he's like, huh? And so it happens, I think, does he put his finger in there, or he lets it drink it? And so he sees that that's the one thing that makes it grow. So that's how he figures it out. And then eventually, as it gets bigger, it does outright tell him. And of course, at first, it encourages him to kill the dentist and people who bully him. He doesn't really like doing it, but it ends up happening. And he feeds it to Audrey, and of course, he regrets that. Because it continues to grow bigger and grows multiple heads. Yeah. I believe it depends on the version of the movie. But I believe in the end, it might get his girlfriend because she just doesn't care anymore, so she gets fed to it. But it also might grow more and be able to sprout more, so it's actually now attacking all of America. Like, it's that big of a menace. So...
Really, she's not that horrifying without Seymour.
True, if you don't help it grow, and well, that's the other thing too, is eventually I think, do they clone it or there are multiples of it? So again, other people start growing them too, and so there's so many that get so big that it's an issue. So if you get to the end point, pretty creepy to have multiple gigantic building-sized piranha plants, but as a whale baby, it's not that bad. So yeah, how do you feel about Audrey? Yeah. Yeah, I can see a spread.
Quick next one.
Yeah. Ooh.
Basilisk from Harry Potter, or just the concept of like a giant snake.
Giant snake.
A snake.
So in this, it's a basilisk too. So I forget. Does it also have? What powers does it have exactly again? Other than to be a giant snake, am I?
It can be like it can Medusa you.
That's what I thought. It could turn people to stone, right? Okay.
Or just kill them outright if you look them in the eye.
Yeah. I can't remember how it worked in Harry Potter versus other things.
It also has extreme
That's a pretty
abilities.
cool but creepy yeah, okay, monster. I know sometimes they're bigger or larger. This one is like a giant snake. That would freak me out a lot because it's like magical super poisonous. In this case, it's very large. And while I can respect and find snakes pretty I don't really want to fight a large one. That freaks me out. So where would I put this?
I threw in creeping chills for me because I'm not an
I was thinking,
snakes, but it's pretty bad. Maybe bone.
yeah, I'm trying to think of bone harrowing or creeping chills.
It is bone herring. It's no space in that way.
Yeah.
And I saw it maybe it would be horrifying.
That's a lot of powers and. Okay, yeah. Oh, is it it's small for me, but it's Shelob. I did a deep dive of Shelob lore. Crazy. I know you. I know this is probably asked like remember for you. You hate spiders.
Oh yeah, Shelob goes straight into the ass clenching territory, if not spine shivering. I hate Shelob. I hate all the giant spiders. They can all die in a fucking
I'm trying to remember of all of like Shelob's powers and her domain. I feel like she's definitely creepy. I feel like could she just be creepy to me, chills, or would she be ass clenching? I'm trying to think. In her domain, probably definitely ass clenching. Hey, she just needs a nice snack, and she's tired of works. And 2 fat plump hobbits came up. Okay, not her fault. It is Gollum who leads them that way because you really are supposed to avoid her area, but unfortunately they're too dumb. They don't know. They're ignorant, I should say. Really. I know she's kind of like. I forget all her powers exactly. I know she is like one of the last creatures from a much greater creature, but already pretty tough for normal people. Oh, not Gentle Menace. I want chill. There we go. Yeah. And I know that original spider creature thing had way more powers. Shelob still was pretty tough for like a normal person, but I'm trying to think if I want to put her bone herring out of clenching or just chills. Sorry, go ahead. Yes. I forget if she's even fully gone. I can't quite remember. Probably. The deep dive of the lore, I forget. Jeez, smooth brain. Yeah. I'm trying to think where I want to put her. A giant spider, like, I'm not always scared of spiders, but I can be. But then, like, a giant one, especially in its lair, would be pretty freaky. With her, like, sleep stinger she has. I feel like I should be more scared of her, but in the movie I'm not overly. Maybe it's because I think they'll beat her. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Maybe I should at least put her bone harrowing next to the basilisk. True. You're right. I'll put her bone harrowing. Yeah. And they have a lot of babies. They can like swarm you and everything in Lord of the Rings. So that's pretty freaky. That's pretty freaky. So I wouldn't like that. That'd be no moss. Some people do feel the original Godzilla is kind of a horror villain, but I agree, it's kind of a weird genre, really. That's what I'm saying, no matter how derpy the actual version, even the old version is, if you know what he technically can do, he would be ass clenching to spine shivering. Especially if you have no like boat guns to fight him with or something, it'd be pretty bad. Pretty terrifying.
There we go. My tier list
Where you
is
put?
finalized.
Are you put him in ass clenching? Where did you put Godzilla?
I put Godzilla in ass clenching just because, I mean, I would. I mean, come on. Especially if you saw his beam, like, go off nearby.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be like,
The great...
This isn't brought up enough, but radiation poisoning from his beam is probably a likely.
Yeah. And he's just a big-ass dino thing. He can just crush you, too. You really have to have something to fight back, which I guess humans eventually do, but, like, it'd be pretty hard. Especially depending on the version of Godzilla. It'd be really hard to beat him.
Yeah, the version, like, again, even in Minus Zero, where he gets strictly humans versus him, like, you saw, like, he was pretty fucking tough. And he
Yeah.
still is not, like, totally gone, because his regeneration power is already insane.
Yeah. And he got the cell into somebody else. The Great Aliens... Unless you spin me a certain story, I guess, is there a certain, like, lore you're going off of? Because if you don't spin me a certain story, there's going to Freakish Failures or Dreadful Menace.
It's like a lot of people do, but I threw them into
Oh, I can see why. Because there are stories about aliens that you can make really gross and freaky, but I'm like... But just looking at them, I'm not that scared. There's even derpy stories of them. Yeah. So I'd have to know which...
these really old games, Area 51 games, where they kind of made them like a horror.
Yeah.
But that was as close as it got for me. Even then, I wasn't that afraid of them. To be honest.
I mean, if they have crazy technology, anal probing you,
Well, you
or
think,
just dissecting you,
why would they,
creepy, maybe,
like,
but
why would aliens need to anal probe us?
I don't know. All the stories and the people who believe they're abducted, or like the one guy who thought
Right on that, Frank.
he's got a wife.
Are the South Parks.
They only respect cow. They only respect cows. They want a mania and the Juna of the what of the spring. Alexia, whatever that song is. Oh my god, I remember that. So yeah, I'd have to really know which version. Overall, I'd probably only put them in Menace or Failures. I'm gonna put them in Failures because oftentimes they're just derpy. They can be cute in stories. Really depends on what you do with them. Yeah. True. Conspiracy theories and
There is my final tier list. So I'll
yeah,
go
we
through yours.
did it.
Well, I'll go through each grade and then you go through it too. So spine shivering, I've got Freddy. Well, maybe we'll go reverse. So we go through the worst and then get to the best. So freakish failure.
Okay.
I've got Slappy, Ghostface, Leatherface, Chucky, Slimer, Emily from Corpse Bride, Jennifer's Body, the Death Angel, fucking sound monster, Frankenstein, and the Grave.
Okay, I think we're pretty similar. We'll have some differences. I have Chucky, Slimer, Emily, the Corpse Bride, Slappy. I did put Jennifer Bodies here too, but I still feel mixed on if she should be a menace. Frankenstein and the Greys.
I think you could probably move Jennifer's Body into
Yeah, it depends on how I feel.
So for Dreadful Menace, I have the following. I've got Annabelle, Megan, Sweetie Todd, Pearl, Michael Myers, Carrie, Tiffany, Addams Family, Marshmallow Man, Leprechaun, Hocus Pocus, Creature of the Black Lagoon, and Oogie Boogie.
Alright. I have Sweeney Todd, Pearl, Leatherface, Michael Myers, Carrie, Tiffany, Addams Family, The Marshmallow Man, Leprechaun, Annabelle, Megan, Freddy from FNAF, the Hocus Pocus sisters, the creature from the Black Lagoon, the Silent Place creature. Oh no, did you get lost? Silent Place creature, Oogie Boogie, the devil, and that Vantiel from Silent Hill.
Oh, and Dreadful Menace category?
Yeah. Maybe he went to the side.
Oh, there it is. Oh, he's in Creeping Chills. There.
Okay.
Freddy Fazbear, Fry. Okay. So, Creeping Chills for me is Jason, the Huntress lady, the janitor from Little Nightmares, Terminator, Christine, Krampus, twin victims from Silent Hill, Freddy, the mouse witch lady, cannot remember her name, Nosferatu, Dracula, the classic Dracula, werewolves, the newer It, the Creepshow monster in a box, Slender Man, the Pale Man, Satan, and Audrey. Satan and Audrey sitting together.
I have Creeping Chills, Ghostface, the Huntress, the guy from the Outlast game, I'm forgetting his name.
Oh, Chris,
Yeah, Chris. I have the guy from the Little Nightmares, the long arm man. Yeah, janitor, there we go. Jason, Christine, the car, Nun, Krampus, the twin baby things from Silent Hill, the High Witch or whatever from The Witches, classic Dracula, Nosferatu, It, the new It, the Gorilla in the Box, Venom, Slender Man, the Pale Man, and then Audrey. And a few of these I've struggled exactly where to place them, but from the vibe in our discussion, that's where they got placed.
I still argue that Venom should be higher, mostly because you're not Spider-Man with super strength fighting him, who struggles.
True. I'm just like too blindsided also by derpy cute Venom. That's probably a problem. And then a few of these like I didn't play myself, so I was going off your description. I feel like mix on the vampires too. I have to depending on the version. Yeah, so some of these I admit could go up or down.
Bone Heroine, I got Johnny. Chris from Outlast, then the Keeper from Evil Within, Bagul from Sinister, the Babadook, the Nun, the Ito chick. I can't remember her name.
Yeah, Tomie.
Yeah, Tomie, Meg from Legend, the creepy ass hag, Freaky Night Vampires, Dracula from Van Helsing, Mr. X, Vecna, Killer Clowns from Outer Space, Venom, Valtiel, Headcrabs, Predator, and then the Basilisk.
Alright. I also have here's Johnny. I have what's his name from Silent Hill, the six? The guy who pops out at you. Yeah. And then the other one, the Evil Within character?
Oh, no, Evil Within is like
Okay. The one who pops out and says you're part of the family.
Oh, Jack,
Yeah, I have that Jack. But partially off your description and how I felt the vibe off them, as I didn't fully play those. And then I have the Terminator, the original OG Terminator, Bagul, the Babadook, Tomie, Meg, Fright Night Vampire, and the Van Helsing vampire. I think off of your persuading, because I felt so mixed about the vampires. The werewolf went into this category for me because I know werewolves just used to be a spook for me, and I'm trying to rep their badassery. Okay, and then off your description, what's the detective guy from Mr. X? Yes, and then again, partially off your convincing the Jeepers Creepers guy, and also the clowns from outer space, the head crabs, Predator, the Thing, the Basilisk, and Shelob. Yeah, I have Pyramid Head, Freddy from Nightmare on Elm Street, jeez. Sadako from The Ring, the Nemesis guy, as far as I remember him, Vecna, the original It, Hellraiser, and Godzilla. The face huggers and Alien. Mind Flayer.
Mind Flayer, thank you. I also have the face hugger and the xenomorph, but then also I have the because I feel like they are absolutely the craziest fates you could absolutely.
True. I feel like there's maybe one or two that go down, but maybe a few that I can raise up now that I'm looking at the whole list, but... True. Yeah. Yeah, see on the top I have the Grudge, Mind Flayer, and Alien and a Facehugger as well. So yeah, oh my god. I feel like we weren't even going that crazy on it either. We just have so many, and we needed to explain to each other a little bit, so and ponder. Yeah, I thought it'd be 3 hours at most.
I thought it was 3 or 4 hours.
I'll brush up. Next year we'll change out some villains and maybe some concepts, and I'll brush up on the villains maybe before. It was fun.
We're gonna watch Jeepers Creepers for sure. That's on the list.
Yeah.
Little Shop Horrors, because I don't know that. We're gonna watch Ghostbusters because we can.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of any other movies. Pinhead, I would like to watch more Hellraiser stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like some of the I could probably watch together with somebody at least once. I'll make you watch some of the more of the Junji Ito things. At least once. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say the drawing for it is actually really nice for how freaky everything is. And some games I clearly need to play as well. Oh, stretch. We were gonna go into gaming, but man, did we ramble. So yeah, he's gonna call. I may call it there, and maybe I'll come back for some game, but I'd have to think about what, or if I maybe just want to do it tomorrow. Yeah, I did plan. Yeah, I was planning for maybe to go at least 1 more hour, but especially if I was playing multiplayer with Othaya, but maybe I'll just save it if we're all tuckered out and just do some other things. The spooks got to. Just kidding. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Alright, I'll do myself. Thanks for anyone who stopped by. I'll probably be posting this to YouTube soon. I feel like, dang, we rambled considering I don't feel like we even hotly debated or even like did a funny smash or pass angle. We just like had to remind each other of all these villains and just think. Next time I'll like make sure I have some more prompts and like I'm ready so I can speed some of these fools up. But when I post this to YouTube, you guys can skip through it and feel free to like tell me like how these villains made you feel or what you think, how the movie viewing experience, maybe influenced you at all, and what maybe I should add for next year. Maybe I'll be back for a super secret, just small ASMR thing. I'll decide. But this list did just take up so much time. And I probably need a little bit more of a snack. Alright, have a lovely Halloween, anyone and everyone, every ghoul. It's been super fun, and I'm glad I got to practice a tier list live. It's my first. Yeah. I was just signing off and chatting a little bit. This is my first ever practice live tier list. I've watched a few, but I haven't done any. Yeah. I'm just so surprised. Yeah. Yeah. I'm surprised because we didn't even do a smash or pass aspect, and I don't feel like we even hotly debated. We just really talked about all of them. So maybe next time I'll find a way to make sure I'm refreshed and like speed through some more of them or come up with a specific concept, because dang, I bloviated. Maybe set more of a timer unless you're really hotly debating one too, because yeah, I was worried about even having enough to say, and in some of them maybe I could have made it a little more snappy and funny. I was just really thinking, but I was able to talk enough, I suppose. Well, now I know, and I can.
I think that's true. Almost everyone I've seen do a tier list, especially their first times, it's like wow, that took way longer.
Well, sometimes when I've seen it take long, it's because they're doing verses, and the people who are doing the verses can talk, y'all. But I'm like, and argue, where I'm like, that wasn't gonna be a feature here. Yeah. That's why I'm surprised, kind of. Yeah. I said I might come back for a little game or like testing ASMR, but I might just save it for tomorrow. We can stretch and do something. It is late, and especially for you. Alright, yeah, Fry, thanks for stopping by. We're on our thrones, our Halloween thrones.
Our relaxation long tall chairs, because we need to sit for this shit.
I realized I didn't even bust out my knife. I got it just for this occasion. It was helping me test it, and I never busted it out. No, my knife! I'll have it out tomorrow. I guess really quickly, maybe what's your favorite? What's your favorite of these?
Oh god.
That's hard, yeah. Yeah, that's true. You do love the Gojira. I do like Gojira, so there's so many good ones on here for different reasons.
Oh yeah.
It's hard.
Like if you're gonna make me pick a favorite, it's gonna be Godzilla.
True. For spookiness, maybe yeah. For spookiness, in revenge aspect, maybe I like The Grudge and The Ring, but I like Sweeney Todd and Emily, and obviously Oogie. Oh, Oogie Boogie. Never mind. Oogie Boogie wins. True. They're all very different. We have quite a smattering of characters here. But the Oogie Boogie Man gotta be a winner. You good? Should I end? Okay. I'm gonna prattle on for 18 years about stuff everyone already knows. The freaking Picard line. Thanks and happy Halloween / Sam Hain. Sam Wayne? I'm always forgetting how to say it. Good night.